What if Harry Potter survived the killing curse, but it permanently shattered his magical core? Unable to become a powerful wizard, Harry discovers a hidden combat tradition built for those who cannot rely on magic. But when Voldemort returns, Harry must get close enough to take away the one thing every wizard needs: a second and a half to cast. Like, subscribe, and let's begin the Riven Fist.
Chapter 1. The second curse. The first curse struck James Potter in the hallway. There was no duel, no clash of light, no clever final spell, no desperate exchange worthy of the stories people would later tell about the last stand at Godric's Hollow. James had left his wand on the sitting room table. He reached the bottom of the stairs, saw the tall figure entering through the ruined front door, and understood everything in the time it took green light to fill the corridor. "Lily, take Harry and go." The curse struck him before the final word had finished leaving his mouth. His body hit the floor hard enough to shake dust from the ceiling. Upstairs, Lily Potter heard it. She did not scream, she ran. Harry was standing inside his cot, gripping the wooden rail with both hands. He had been crying since the explosion below, but the sight of his mother made him reach for her. Lily lifted him. For one useless, precious second, she considered the window. Too high, no broom, no time. The bedroom door opened without being touched. The man standing there looked less like a man than the shadow of one. His face was pale and stretched, his eyes burning with a red that belonged to neither illness nor nature. His wand was raised, its tip steady. "Stand aside." Lily tightened her grip around her son. "No, you need not die." The words were almost impatient. Lily backed toward the cot. Harry's fingers had tangled in her hair. He did not understand the stranger, the wand, or the body cooling downstairs. He understood only that his mother was afraid. "Take me instead." "I said stand aside. Please." The stranger's expression did not change. There were many ways to beg. Lily tried all of them in the space between one breath and the next. She offered herself. She offered information she did not have. She promised obedience she would never have given. She spoke Harry's name as though saying it enough times might make the world remember he was only a child. The wand moved, green light flooded the room. Lily fell beside the cot. Harry stared down at her. For several seconds, the only sound in the room was his breathing. Then the stranger stepped closer. The war had lasted more than a decade. Families had been erased. Entire streets had learned to fear the sound of an unexpected knock. Witches and wizards who once laughed at prophecy now whispered about it behind sealed doors. All of it had narrowed to this room. To this child. Harry looked up. The stranger pointed his wand directly at the infant's forehead. Avada Kedavra. The second curse struck Harry Potter and went wrong. The killing curse was not fire, though it burned green. It was not force, though it threw bodies backward. It was an ending shaped into light, a command so absolute that flesh, magic, and soul obeyed it together. But Harry had already been covered by something the curse did not understand. His mother's choice had left no shield that could be measured, no barrier that could be seen. It existed only in the space between sacrifice and intent. The curse touched that protection. It rebounded. The room exploded. The tall figure disappeared beneath a storm of green fire and broken timber. Windows shattered outward. The roof groaned. A crack raced from the bedroom floor to the ceiling. Harry was thrown against the side of his cot. Something hot entered him, not the curse itself. Had the killing curse reached him cleanly, he would have died as certainly as his parents had. What entered him was the force left behind when the curse broke. It plunged through his scar and struck the magical core forming inside his infant body. That core should have been a smooth architecture of instinct and potential, a reservoir that would grow slowly through childhood, then open properly when training began. Instead, the rebounded force split it. One side folded inward. The other developed around the damage. Magic continued to move, because living magic always tried to move, but it would never move cleanly again. Harry screamed. The house burned. Far away, a wizard named Albus Dumbledore felt several wards collapse at once. By sunrise, The wizarding world was celebrating. By sunrise, Harry Potter had survived 2 curses. Only one of them would leave a scar people could see. The healers at St. Mungo's placed Harry beneath a ceiling painted with drifting clouds. He slept while silver instruments circled his cot. Thin threads of light passed over his chest and gathered above him in shifting patterns. One healer frowned. Another repeated the diagnostic charm. The result remained the same. The damage was difficult to see unless one knew where to look. Harry's magical core was present. It was active. It responded when stimulated, but the response was uneven. Magic gathered, struck an internal fracture, and dispersed through pathways never meant to carry it. Healer Miriam Strout lowered her wand. That cannot be right. The older healer beside her did not answer immediately. Septimus Croaker had spent 42 years treating spell damage. He had seen cores burned hollow by experimental curses, poisoned by artifacts, and twisted by generations of reckless blood magic. He had never seen damage like this in a child. He studied the floating image above Harry. The core appeared as a small sphere of pale light. A dark line divided it from one side to the other, branching into thinner fractures at the edges. The curse caught him while the core was still forming, Croaker said. The curse didn't catch him. He survived. The killing curse failed to kill him. That does not mean it failed to touch him. Strout looked toward the sleeping infant. The lightning-shaped wound on Harry's forehead had already closed. Its surrounding skin was red, but there was no ordinary infection and no sign of damage to the skull. Everyone would look at the scar. No one would think to look beneath it. "What does this mean?" Strout asked. Croaker tapped his wand against the image. The sphere brightened. Harry shifted in his sleep. The magical light gathered rapidly, then shuddered as it reached the fracture. A sharp pulse flashed through his small body. His fingers curled. Croaker ended the spell at once. It means he has magic. How much? That is the wrong question. Strout's gaze hardened. Then what is the right one? How much can he use before it begins hurting him? Silence settled over the ward. Outside, footsteps rushed through the corridor. Ministry officials had been arriving all morning. Aurors wanted statements from healers. Unspeakables wanted access to the child. Someone from the minister's office had already asked whether Harry's survival could be recreated. Nobody had asked whether Harry was well. Croaker waved his wand, and words appeared across the medical parchment. Magical core, riven architecture, cause, cursed trauma during infant development, prognosis, permanent. Strout read the final word twice. Permanent? Perhaps his body will learn to compensate. That is not what I asked. No, Croaker said quietly. It is not. The doors opened. Albus Dumbledore entered the ward wearing robes that had been hastily fastened and carried traces of ash around the sleeves. He looked older than he had the previous evening. He stopped beside the cot. Harry opened his eyes. For an instant, Dumbledore expected to see something impossible in them. A remnant of the curse, a trace of the soul responsible for it. Some obvious sign that the rules of death had been broken. Harry's eyes were green. They were Lily's eyes. He reached toward the silver half-moon spectacles resting on Dumbledore's nose. Dumbledore allowed the child to touch them. "What have you found?" he asked. Croaker showed him the report. Dumbledore read it without moving. His face remained calm until he reached the prognosis. "What will his life look like? We cannot know yet," Strout answered. "Accidental magic may present normally or barely at all. When he begins structured spellwork, he may experience exhaustion, fever, tremors, temporary loss of consciousness, permanent injury?" Dumbledore asked. "If he forces too much magic through the damaged pathways, yes. Death," Croaker looked at Harry. "It is possible." Harry had captured one side of Dumbledore's spectacles. He gave them a determined pull. Dumbledore gently freed them from his fingers. "Can it be repaired?" "No known treatment can rebuild a core without destroying the magic already inside it. A ritual would be more likely to kill him than help him. An artifact would place foreign magic into unstable channels." Dumbledore looked down at the report again. Outside the hospital, bells were ringing. The Dark Lord had fallen. Crowds were filling Diagon Alley. People who had hidden indoors for years were embracing strangers. Somewhere, perhaps at that very moment, someone was raising a glass to Harry Potter. The child who had defeated the most dangerous wizard in living memory might never cast more than ordinary spells without pain. "Who knows?" Dumbledore asked. "The staff present," Croaker said. "The Ministry will request a copy." "No," the word was soft. Strout glanced at him. "Professor?" "No Ministry copy. That is not your decision. If this becomes known, he will not be treated as a child with an injury. He will be treated as a political weakness." Croaker's expression sharpened. "Sealing a medical diagnosis will not heal him." "I do not imagine it will." "Then why?" "Because Voldemort's followers remain. Some will believe the child destroyed their master. Others will believe he contains a power worth stealing. If they discover his magic is damaged, they may decide he is easier to reach than they feared." "And when he begins school?" Strout asked. "He will be told." When Dumbledore looked at Harry, the infant had begun to drift back to sleep, one hand still extended toward the spectacles he could no longer reach. "When he is old enough to understand." Croaker held Dumbledore's gaze. "And who will decide when that is?" Dumbledore did not answer. That silence became the first lock placed around Harry Potter's future. By noon, his diagnosis had disappeared from ordinary hospital records. By evening, it existed in only 3 places: a sealed file at St. Mungo's, a protected cabinet inside Dumbledore's office, and the memories of the healers who had seen it. The wizarding world learned that Harry Potter had survived. It never learned how much of him the curse had broken. At 8 years old, Harry Potter knew 3 things about himself. The first was that strange things happened around him. The second was that those strange things rarely happened when he needed them. The third was that mentioning any of this to the Dursleys was a reliable way to lose dinner. He learned the third lesson before the other 2. At 4, he had made a toy soldier roll across the floor without touching it. Uncle Vernon had accused him of hiding string beneath the carpet. At 6, Harry had been chased into an alley by Dudley and 2 older boys. He remembered wishing desperately to be somewhere else. For half a second, the world had gone silent. Then Harry found himself 3 steps farther away. Only 3, Dudley still caught him. At 7, Aunt Petunia cut his hair so short that patches of scalp showed through. Harry went to sleep imagining it growing back before morning. A few uneven locks appeared above his ears. The rest remained exactly as Petunia had cut it. Harry did not know that other magical children could vanish windows, summon toys from across rooms, or set entire cupboards shaking when they cried. His magic arrived in fragments, small, frightened sparks that disappeared as soon as anyone looked too closely. His body was different. That was harder to hide. Dudley was nearly twice Harry's width and carried every sweet he had ever eaten around his middle. When he hit Harry, the blows hurt. When he pushed Harry down the stairs, Harry bruised. When his gang cornered Harry at school, Harry lost more often than he escaped. But he always stood up, not quickly, not heroically. Sometimes Harry remained on the ground until the others had left, breathing through pain while the pavement pressed against his cheek. Then he stood. His body learned hunger because hunger was common. It learned cold because the cupboard beneath the stairs had no proper heating. It learned how to move quietly through a house in which every sound could become an accusation. Harry did not think of this as training, he thought of it as Tuesday. One November afternoon, Dudley decided Harry had looked at his new bicycle for too long. "You want it?" Dudley asked. Harry continued raking leaves. "No, you do?" "I don't." Dudley stepped in front of him. "You're jealous." Harry glanced at the bicycle leaning against the wall. It was red, expensive, and too small for Dudley despite being purchased that morning. "I don't know how to ride one." That answer seemed to offend Dudley more than jealousy would have. He shoved Harry. Harry stepped back, caught his heel on the rake, and fell. Dudley laughed. The laugh brought Piers, Polkus, and Dennis from around the side of the house. Harry pushed himself upright. "Do it again," Piers said. Dudley shoved him harder. This time Harry was ready. He twisted as he fell, caught himself on one hand, and rolled to his feet. The motion happened before he understood it. For one brief moment, everyone became quiet. Dudley blinked, Harry blinked too, then Piers laughed. "Do it again." Dudley swung a fist. Harry moved his head. The fist missed. Dudley stumbled forward, surprised by the absence of Harry's face. Harry could have run. Instead, he placed both hands against Dudley's shoulder and pushed. Dudley fell into the pile of leaves Harry had spent an hour gathering. The silence that followed was enormous. Dudley emerged from the leaves with his face turning purple. Harry ran. He made it to the garden gate before Dudley caught the back of his jumper. They went down together. Dudley landed on top of him. Air burst from Harry's lungs. Piers and Dennis shouted encouragement while Dudley struck him twice in the ribs. Harry covered his face. A third blow landed against his forearm. Pain traveled to his shoulder. Something inside Harry stirred, not anger, not exactly. It was more like a door opening onto an empty room. Harry reached for whatever lived beyond it. The air around him trembled. A dry leaf lifted from the ground. Then another. For half a heartbeat, Harry thought something extraordinary was about to happen. The leaves fell. The door slammed closed. A terrible pressure gathered behind his scar. Harry's strength vanished. Dudley hit him again. Later, lying inside his cupboard with a dish towel wrapped around his ribs, Harry wondered why the strange thing had failed. He had wanted it. He had needed it. Whatever lived inside him had tried to answer, then recoiled as though burned. Harry pressed his palm against his forehead. The scar felt hot. He did not cry. Crying made his breathing hurt. Instead, Harry stared at the underside of the staircase and flexed the fingers Dudley had struck. One finger. Then the next. Then the next. Everything still worked. For Harry, that counted as a good ending. At 10 years old, Harry could outrun Dudley, not easily. Dudley had grown heavier, but remained unexpectedly quick when motivated by cruelty. Harry survived by knowing the neighborhood better. He knew which fences had loose boards. He knew which gardens had dogs and which dogs only barked. He knew how to jump the narrow stream behind Magnolia Crescent without landing in the mud. His body remained thin. Aunt Petunia made certain of that. Yet there was a tightness in Harry's movements that did not belong to a child who ate so little. He carried shopping bags without complaining. He climbed trees when Dudley's gang cornered him. He learned to fall without putting his wrists beneath him. Every lesson came from necessity. Every mistake left a bruise. Magic remained unreliable. When Harry became emotional, lights sometimes flickered. Once, while locked inside the cupboard for 2 days, he made the bolt slide halfway open. Halfway. He stretched his arm through the narrow gap and pulled until his shoulder ached, but he could not reach the latch. The magic would not come again. He slept beside the door until Aunt Petunia released him the following morning. Harry began to suspect that whatever made him strange was also defective. He had no word for it. The Dursleys did. Freak. They used it often enough that Harry sometimes heard it even when nobody was speaking. Then, one July morning, an envelope landed on the doormat. Harry was cooking breakfast. Dudley was counting presents. Aunt Petunia was spreading marmalade across toast so thinly that the bread showed through. Uncle Vernon sat behind his newspaper, complaining about taxes and motorcycles. The envelope lay among the bills, thick parchment, green ink. Harry saw his name. Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive. Harry stopped breathing. Nobody sent him letters. Nobody outside the house knew where he slept. He reached for it. Uncle Vernon reached first. "What's this?" Harry's fingers closed around one edge. Vernon held the other. "It's mine. Who would write to you?" "I don't know." Vernon looked at the address. The color drained from his face. Aunt Petunia saw the envelope and made a noise like glass cracking. "Vernon," he tore the letter from Harry's hands. "Give it back." The shout escaped before Harry could stop it. Vernon looked at him over the envelope. Harry had seen that expression before. It came just before punishment. But beneath the anger was something else. Fear. Uncle Vernon was afraid of the letter. Harry moved forward. Vernon stepped back. It was a small movement, almost nothing, but Harry noticed. Then Vernon recovered. He tore the envelope in half without opening it. A strange pressure swelled inside Harry's chest. The kitchen lights dimmed. His scar burned. The pressure reached toward his hands, struck something deep within him, and broke apart. Harry gripped the counter as dizziness swept over him. Nobody noticed. They were staring at the ruined letter. More arrived the next day, and the day after that. They slipped beneath doors and appeared inside eggs. They poured down the chimney. Each one carried Harry's name in the same green ink, its handwriting patient and certain. The Dursleys moved him from the cupboard to Dudley's second bedroom. The letters changed their address immediately. Harry watched Uncle Vernon become increasingly frantic. He watched Aunt Petunia's fear become anger. He listened through walls as they whispered about schools, robes, and people they had spent 10 years pretending did not exist. Harry understood only one thing: someone knew him. Not the version of him that cooked breakfast, weeded gardens, or remained silent while Dudley complained. Someone knew the strange things. Someone knew about the cupboard. Someone had been waiting for him. On the final night before his 11th birthday, the Dursleys fled to a shack on a rock in the sea. A storm shook the walls. Uncle Vernon sat with a rifle across his knees. Harry lay on the floor beneath Dudley's old coat and counted down the minutes until midnight. 10, 9, 8. His stomach was empty, his body ached from the journey. Yet beneath the exhaustion, anticipation burned more brightly than any magic he had ever managed. 3, 2, 1. The door exploded inward. A giant stood in the opening. Harry would later remember the size of him, the wild beard, and the umbrella held in one hand. But what he remembered most clearly was the way the giant looked at him, not with disgust, not with disappointment, with recognition. "Harry Potter," the giant said. His voice filled the shack. Harry sat upright. "Happy birthday." Several hundred miles away, Albus Dumbledore stood alone in the headmaster's office. A small silver instrument clicked across his desk. It had begun clicking the moment Rubeus Hagrid reached the island. Dumbledore watched a narrow needle trace a line across a circular piece of parchment. The line represented Harry's magical activity. It should have risen sharply. Receiving confirmation of the magical world often triggered accidental magic in young witches and wizards. Excitement loosened the instincts. Fear did the same. Harry's line rose, then stuttered. The needle shook. It dragged itself another inch before falling almost flat. Dumbledore closed his eyes. For years, he had received quiet reports. No large magical incidents at Privet Drive. No uncontrolled bursts. No serious breaches of secrecy. He had told himself it meant Harry was stable. He had told himself the damaged core might be adapting. He had told himself many things, because the alternative required admitting that a child had been left without explanation while his magic fractured in silence. Dumbledore crossed the office. A cabinet opened at his touch. Inside rested a single sealed folder. He removed it. The parchment had not been disturbed in almost 10 years. Harry James Potter, Riven Core, Permanent Dumbledore broke the seal. The healer's report remained unchanged. Of course it did. Permanent conditions did not soften merely because powerful men disliked them. The portraits of former headmasters slept inside their frames. Fawkes watched from his perch, his golden eyes reflecting the candlelight. Dumbledore reread the prognosis. Moderate spellwork might be possible. Advanced magic carried severe risk. Repeated overextension could cause progressive damage. The report contained no prophecy, no mention of destiny, and no consideration of what the wizarding world expected from the boy who lived. It described only a child, a damaged core. A future filled with limitations he did not yet understand. Dumbledore returned to his desk. The silver instrument continued clicking. He thought of Voldemort. He thought of the prophecy. He thought of the scar on Harry's forehead and the fragment of darkness that might have survived inside it. Then he thought of the boy himself, standing at the edge of a world that had already decided what he was meant to become. A symbol, a weapon, a savior. Harry Potter did not yet know that famous witches and wizards expected greatness from him. He did not know that teachers would compare every ordinary spell to the impossible event that had made his name. He did not know that his own magic would betray him whenever he tried too hard to become what they wanted. On the island, the giant was telling Harry that he was a wizard. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore looked down at the sealed truth. "Yes," he whispered to the empty room, "but what kind?" The silver needle rose once more. It trembled, then it stopped. Chapter 2. A perfectly ordinary wizard. The first wand Harry Potter ever held produced 3 sparks and a headache. Mr. Ollivander called the sparks promising. Harry did not mention the headache. The wand was made of maple and phoenix feather, 11 inches, slightly flexible. It felt warm between his fingers, almost eager. When Ollivander instructed him to give it a wave, Harry obeyed. A stack of boxes toppled from the nearest shelf. The brass lamps overhead dimmed. 3 pale sparks drifted from the tip of the wand and vanished before they reached the floor. Pain tightened behind Harry's scar, not sharp enough to make him cry out. Not yet. It felt like something inside his chest had tried to stretch and found a wall where open space should have been. Ollivander took the wand from him. "No," the wand-maker murmured. "Not this one." Hagrid stood near the door, his enormous shoulders filling half the shop. He watched Harry with an expression of pride that made the failure worse. "Don't worry," Hagrid said. "Takes a few tries for most." Harry nodded. He tried ash with unicorn hair. Nothing happened. He tried cedar with dragon heartstring. The wand became hot enough that he almost dropped it, but the only magic it produced was a thin curl of smoke. Ollivander's silver eyes narrowed. Interesting. Harry had already learned to dislike that word. Doctors used it when they did not know what was wrong. Teachers used it when he answered a question they had expected him to fail. Aunt Petunia used it when a neighbor noticed one of Harry's bruises. Interesting rarely meant good. Ollivander climbed a ladder and disappeared among the shelves. Hagrid leaned down. "Your mum's wand was willow," he whispered. "Good for charms, that one. Your dad's was mahogany. Powerful. Powerful." The word settled uncomfortably in Harry's stomach. Everyone in Diagon Alley had been looking at him. People shook his hand without asking. Shopkeepers gave him things he could not afford. Strangers stared at the scar beneath his fringe, the boy who lived. Harry had heard the title so many times that morning it had begun to sound like the name of someone else. A boy who survived the darkest wizard alive should have been powerful. A boy whose parents had been powerful should have been powerful. Harry rubbed his thumb against the inside of his palm and tried not to remember the 3 weak sparks. Ollivander returned with a narrow box coated in dust. "Perhaps," he said. Inside was a wand of holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches, supple. The moment Harry touched it, warmth traveled through his fingers and settled beneath his ribs. It was not strength. Strength would have felt solid. This felt like recognition. The wand knew the broken places inside him and did not turn away. Harry raised it. Golden light filled the shop. For one glorious second, he felt magic move through him without resistance. Boxes rattled. Dust lifted into spinning rings. The lamps burned brighter. Then the magic reached the fracture in his core. The light flickered. Harry's knees weakened. He lowered the wand quickly. Ollivander was staring at him. Hagrid laughed and clapped so loudly that several boxes shifted. "I knew it. Knew we'd find the one." Harry forced himself to smile. Ollivander did not. He studied the wand, then Harry's face. "Curious," he said. Harry's grip tightened. "The phoenix whose feather rests inside that wand gave only one other." "The one that gave me this?" Harry touched his scar. "Yes." Ollivander's gaze remained fixed on him. "He did great things. Terrible, yes, but great." Harry felt the warmth of the wand fading in his hand. The headache remained. He left the shop with Hagrid, an owl, new robes, and the first tool he had ever owned that seemed to understand him. He also left with a question he did not know how to ask. If the wand had chosen him, why did using it hurt? The Sorting Hat considered Slytherin for 7 seconds. Harry counted everyone. He had heard enough about Slytherin from Ron Weasley to fear the name. Dark wizards, blood purity, Voldemort. But the hat saw more than fear. It saw the cupboard. It saw Harry learning when to duck before Dudley swung. It saw the moment he had stepped between Hagrid and Uncle Vernon, despite knowing he could not stop either of them. It saw ambition too, though Harry would have denied it. Not ambition for power. Ambition to become someone who could never be put back in a cupboard again. Interesting. The hat murmured into his thoughts. Harry resisted the urge to groan. Not Slytherin, he whispered. No, there is resourcefulness here, a great deal of determination, please. And something damaged. Harry became still. The hat's voice softened. Not evil, not weakness. Damage. Can you fix it? Harry thought. The hat did not answer. Instead, it searched through him for another long moment. You will need courage more than talent, it finally said. Then it shouted, Gryffindor. The table on the left erupted in applause. Harry removed the hat and walked toward the cheering students. Ron made room for him. Fred and George Weasley called his name. Percy shook his hand with solemn importance. For the first time in his life, Harry sat among people who were pleased that he had arrived. The feeling was so unfamiliar that he almost forgot what the hat had said. Almost. Harry's first week at Hogwarts taught him that fame had expectations. His second week taught him that he could not meet them. Professor Flitwick asked the class to levitate a feather. Hermione Granger accomplished it first. Her feather rose smoothly from the desk, turned once in the air, and remained there while she smiled with fierce satisfaction. Ron's feather trembled. Seamus Finnegan's caught fire. Harry's did nothing. He repeated the movement. Swish and flick, Hermione whispered from the next table. I know. His wand felt warm. The familiar pressure gathered behind his ribs. Harry spoke the incantation again. The feather lifted half an inch, then dropped. A few students glanced toward him. Harry tried a third time. The feather shivered. Pain moved through his chest like a wire being pulled tight. He lowered his wand. Professor Flitwick arrived at his table. Very nearly, Mr. Potter. The motion is good. A touch more intention. Harry nodded. He tried again because everyone was watching. The feather rose 1 inch, 2. A spark cracked from the wand tip. Harry's vision blurred. The feather flew sideways and struck Ron in the ear. A few students laughed. Sorry, Harry muttered. Ron rubbed his ear. Better than nothing. Across the room, Draco Malfoy leaned back in his chair. The famous Harry Potter, he said loudly, defeated by a feather. More laughter. Professor Flitwick silenced the room. Harry kept his eyes on the desk. At Privet Drive, failure meant punishment. At Hogwarts, it meant disappointment. He was not sure which felt worse. The teachers were kind at first. That made it worse too. Professor McGonagall repeated instructions for him. Flitwick offered additional practice. Professor Sprout moved him closer to the front. Even Snape, whose dislike of Harry seemed immediate and personal, watched his weak potion work with something beyond contempt. Suspicion. As though Harry were pretending. As though he were hiding the power everyone knew he possessed. The rest of the school seemed to agree. Students whispered that Harry must be holding back. Some said Dumbledore had forbidden him from demonstrating his true abilities. Others claimed Harry's magic could not be measured by ordinary lessons. By October, the rumor had become that Harry had intentionally failed his first charms assignment because uncontrolled magic might damage the castle. Harry wished that were true. He wished he had something dangerous to hide. Instead, he practiced after curfew with Ron standing watch at the dormitory door. Again, Harry said. A match lay on the table. The assignment was to turn it into a needle. Harry raised his wand. The match became silver at one end, then the color receded. His hand shook. That's enough, Ron said. One more. You've said that 6 times. Harry tried again. The match bent in the middle. A drop of blood fell from Harry's nose and landed beside it. Ron stared. Harry wiped it away quickly. Dry air. We live in Scotland. The air is basically water. I'm fine. Ron looked unconvinced, but Harry had spent years convincing adults that bruises did not hurt and missed meals did not matter. Convincing another 11-year-old was easier. Keep watch, Harry said. Ron remained near the door. Harry raised his wand again. Flying was different. A broom did not ask Harry to push power through the broken center of himself. It required balance, instinct, timing. The broom rose into his hand the first time he called it. Madam Hooch noticed, so did Draco Malfoy. When Neville Longbottom's Remembrall was thrown into the air, Harry moved without thinking. He kicked away from the ground. The broom responded to the shift of his weight, as though they had practiced together for years. Wind struck his face. The castle dropped beneath him. For the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry did not feel behind, he felt fast. He caught the remembrall inches from the stone wall. Professor McGonagall saw him. Harry expected punishment. Instead, she took him to meet Oliver Wood. The Gryffindor Quidditch captain looked at Harry like someone had delivered him a miracle. "A natural," Wood said. Harry hated how much he needed to hear it. Quidditch became the one place where his name and his ability almost matched. Nobody cared how brightly his wand glowed when he caught the snitch. Nobody asked him to move magic through the fracture inside his chest. He could simply see the opening and move before anyone else did. The school called it talent. Harry called it relief. Hermione Granger became their friend because of a troll. Before that night, Harry had considered her intelligent, irritating, and strangely lonely. He recognized loneliness more easily than most people. He simply did not know what to do about it. Then Ron made her cry. The troll entered the castle. Harry and Ron found her trapped inside a bathroom with a creature that could crush stone. Ron attempted Wingardium Leviosa. His spell caught the troll's club and lifted it into the air. Harry raised his own wand. Nothing happened. The troll turned toward Hermione. Harry did the only thing left. He ran forward. He climbed onto the troll's back, locking one arm around its neck while jamming his wand into its nose. The troll roared. It staggered. Harry held on. Years of climbing fences and escaping Dudley had taught him where to place his weight. He moved with the creature instead of against it. The troll reached for him. Ron dropped the club onto its head. The troll collapsed. Harry landed badly and rolled across the wet floor. His shoulder struck a broken sink. Pain spread down his arm, but he was conscious. Hermione was alive. When McGonagall arrived, Harry expected punishment again. Instead, Hermione lied for them. That was how friendship began, not with shared interests, not with immediate understanding. With 3 children standing beside an unconscious troll and deciding, without discussion, not to leave one another alone. Hermione noticed Harry's magic before Ron understood it. She noticed he avoided practicing more than 20 minutes at a time. She noticed that his hands sometimes trembled after transfiguration. She noticed that he breathed too carefully after difficult charms. "You're casting incorrectly," she told him one evening. They sat in the library behind a wall of books. Ron was losing a battle against his history of magic essay. Harry was attempting to enchant a compass needle. "My movement is right." "Then your pronunciation." "Flitwick says it's fine." "Your concentration." Harry set down the wand. "I'm concentrating." Hermione frowned at the needle. "Magic responds to intent. So everyone keeps telling me." "You must be blocking yourself." Ron looked up. "Maybe leave it, Hermione." "I am trying to help." Harry closed the book. "Maybe I'm just bad at it." The words silenced all 3 of them. Hermione looked genuinely offended. "You cannot be bad at magic." "Why not? You're Harry Potter." There it was. The name, the expectation. Harry stood. "I know." He left before either of them could see how much the answer had hurt. Hermione found him later near the owlery. She sat beside him without opening a book. "I'm sorry," she said. Harry watched an owl disappear into the evening sky. "You weren't wrong." "Yes, I was. You were thinking what everyone thinks." "I was thinking names mean something." "They do." Hermione waited. Harry rubbed his thumb against the edge of the stone bench. "My name means I'm supposed to be better than I am." She looked at him. "You faced a troll without a working spell." "That wasn't magic." "No," Hermione said. "It was considerably less sensible." Harry laughed despite himself. She smiled. Neither of them mentioned the trembling in his wand hand. At the end of first year, Harry faced Professor Quirrell beneath the castle. He did not win with a spell. He barely cast one. Quirrell stood between Harry and the Philosopher's Stone, his face transformed by the voice speaking from the back of his skull. Harry understood little of what was happening. He understood enough. Voldemort had returned in some form, the murderer from the stories. The reason Harry had no parents, the man who had somehow chosen an infant as his enemy, Quirrell, seized him. Pain erupted across Quirrell's hands. The protection Lily had left in Harry's blood answered the contact. Harry clung to him. Not because Harry was stronger, not because he knew what he was doing, because letting go meant dying. Quirrell screamed. Harry felt his own strength disappearing. The room spun. He reached for magic instinctively, desperate for anything that might help. The pressure inside his core surged. Pain tore through his chest. He stopped trying. His hands remained locked around Quirrell's wrists until darkness took him. When Harry woke, Dumbledore sat beside the hospital bed. The headmaster explained enough to answer some questions and avoided enough to create several more. Harry listened, then he asked, "Why am I bad at magic?" Dumbledore's expression changed, only slightly, a small stillness around the eyes. "You are not bad at magic. I can barely levitate a feather. Skill takes time. Hermione can do everything. Miss Granger is unusually gifted. Ron can do more than me. Mr. Weasley grew up around magic. Malfoy can do more than me." Dumbledore folded his hands. Harry looked at him. The answer was there, not spoken, but Harry saw the hesitation. "You know something." Dumbledore's gaze moved toward the window. The hospital wing was bright with afternoon sunlight. Outside, students celebrated the end of term. "I know that childhood magic can be unpredictable," Dumbledore said. "That isn't what I asked." "No." Harry waited. Dumbledore smiled, but the warmth did not reach his eyes. "You have survived more than most adult wizards, Harry. Do not measure yourself by classroom exercises." It sounded kind. It also sounded like an answer prepared before Harry had asked. Harry turned away. The headmaster remained beside the bed for several minutes. Neither of them mentioned the sealed file in Dumbledore's office. Second year began with a flying car and ended underground. Between those two events, Harry learned that being considered weak did not prevent people from being afraid of him. The whispers began after he spoke to a snake. At the dueling club, Draco Malfoy conjured a serpent. Harry heard its voice and answered without understanding how. To everyone else, the words sounded like hissing. Students backed away. Justin Finch-Fletchley looked at Harry as though he had become something dangerous. The school had spent a year waiting for Harry to reveal hidden power. When he finally revealed something unusual, they hated him for it. The attacks began. Mrs. Norris, Colin Creevey, nearly headless Nick, Justin. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened. People believed Harry was responsible. Harry found the situation bitterly familiar. At Privet Drive, the Dursleys blamed him whenever strange things happened. At Hogwarts, magic had changed the shape of the accusation, but not its meaning. Something is wrong, you are nearby, therefore it must be you. Harry, Ron, and Hermione searched for the truth. Hermione researched. Ron complained and followed. Harry listened to the voice moving through the walls. Their investigation led them toward Polyjuice Potion, spiders in the Forbidden Forest, and eventually a diary that wrote back. Through it all, Harry's magic remained ordinary at its best and unreliable at its worst. He could cast lumos. He could unlock simple doors. He could disarm a student if the student was slow and Harry was rested. Anything more carried a price. The price became impossible to hide in February. Professor Flitwick had begun teaching shield charms to a small group of advanced second years after concerns about the attacks. Harry had not been invited. He joined because Draco Malfoy loudly asked whether the boy who lived was afraid of defensive magic. Harry knew it was bait. He stepped into it anyway. Pratigo, Flitwick demonstrated. A translucent barrier appeared before him. The shield charm is not simply a wall. It redirects hostile intent. Your magic must remain stable from the moment of impact until the threat is deflected. Stable? Harry disliked the word immediately. The students paired off. Hermione partnered with Ron. Harry faced Draco. Flitwick instructed them to use only weak jinxes. Malfoy smiled. "I'll go slowly, Potter." Harry raised his wand. Draco cast. "Rictus Sempra." Pratigo. A pale shield flashed before Harry. The jinx struck it. For a fraction of a second, the shield held, then it shattered. The weakened spell hit Harry's shoulder and spun him halfway around. Several students laughed. Flitwick approached. A respectable first attempt. Harry straightened. Again, perhaps after a moment. "I'm ready." Draco rolled his wand between his fingers. "Of course you are." The second jinx came faster. Harry cast. The shield formed. This time he felt the fracture inside his core immediately. Magic flowed around it in thin, painful streams. The shield trembled. The jinx struck. Harry forced more magic into the spell. The barrier held. A sharp crack sounded inside his chest, not a bone, something deeper. His shield vanished. Harry stumbled. Flitwick raised his hand. That is enough. Harry heard Malfoy laugh. He thought of feathers, matches, silver needles that returned to wood, every face that looked at his scar and expected greatness. One more, Harry said. Flitwick shook his head. Mr. Potter, Draco cast without permission. It was not a weak, tickling charm. Serpensortia, a snake burst from his wand and landed between them. Students screamed and backed away. The snake lifted its head. Harry heard its thoughts as clearly as speech, too many, loud, afraid. A younger student tripped near the wall. The snake turned. Harry could have spoken to it. He could have ordered it to stop, but the room was shouting. Flitwick was moving. Draco was grinning. Harry remembered the terrified faces from the first dueling club. He raised his wand. Protego. The shield expanded between the snake and the fallen student. Too wide, too much magic. The fractured core inside Harry opened like a wound. Agony shot through his chest. His vision turned white. The shield held long enough for Flitwick to vanish the snake. Then Harry collapsed. His wand struck the floor. The room disappeared. Harry woke to the sound of arguing. He should have been told. Professor McGonagall's voice. Dumbledore answered quietly. I believed there would be time. You believed you could decide when he was ready. I believed knowledge without support might frighten him. He has spent 18 months believing he is a failure. Harry kept his eyes closed. His body felt hollow, not tired, emptied. Every muscle ached as though he had run for miles. His fingers were numb. Breathing required concentration. Madame Pomfrey spoke near the foot of the bed. The core has settled, but only just. Another surge like that could leave permanent damage. Harry opened his eyes. The hospital wing ceiling came into focus. McGonagall stood beside Dumbledore. Her face was pale with anger. Madame Pomfrey saw Harry move. He is awake. Dumbledore approached the bed. Harry looked at him. The hesitation from the previous year returned. This time Harry understood what it meant. You lied to me. Dumbledore stopped. I withheld. You lied. McGonagall closed her eyes briefly. Dumbledore lowered himself into the chair. When you were an infant, healers discovered that the curse which struck you damaged your magical core. Harry heard the words. They did not fit together. My what? Your core, McGonagall said, her voice gentler than Harry had ever heard it. The center through which your magic gathers and moves. Harry looked down at his hands. Damaged how? Dumbledore removed a folded piece of parchment from his robes. He placed it on the blanket. Harry recognized his own name. Beneath it were words he did not understand. Riven architecture, permanent structural ceiling, backlash. He found the sentence that mattered. Repeated magical overextension may result in progressive injury, loss of magical function, unconsciousness, or death. Harry read it twice. The room became very quiet. So I am bad at magic. No, McGonagall said immediately. Harry looked at her. She seemed to search for words. Your magic is present, your understanding is sound, but the pathways carrying it are injured. That sounds like being bad at magic. It is a medical condition, Madame Pomfrey said, not a lack of effort. Harry laughed once. It came out without humor. I have been practicing every night. McGonagall looked sharply at Dumbledore. How often? Pomfrey asked. Harry did not answer. Harry, Dumbledore said, every night. For how long? Until it worked. McGonagall turned away. Her shoulders rose and fell once. Harry looked back at the report. Can it be fixed? Dumbledore's silence answered first. No known treatment can safely repair it, he said. Will I ever be powerful? The question seemed to hurt everyone except Harry. He felt too empty to be hurt yet. Dumbledore leaned forward. Power takes many forms. Harry's fingers tightened around the parchment. That means no. It means your worth is not measured by my worth. The anger arrived suddenly, hotter than the pain. I asked whether I will ever be powerful. Dumbledore's face looked very old. Not in the way you mean. Harry stared at the ceiling, the boy who lived. The child who defeated Voldemort, the famous Harry Potter, all of it had been built around one impossible moment he could not remember and could never repeat. Who knows? He asked. Only a small number of people. Who? The healers who diagnosed you, Professor McGonagall, Madame Pomfrey, myself. And you were going to tell me when? Dumbledore did not answer quickly enough. Harry turned his face away. Go. Harry, please. Dumbledore stood. McGonagall remained. Harry expected her to lecture him about recklessness. Instead, she placed his wand on the bedside table. You are not permitted to practice without supervision until Madame Pomfrey clears you. Harry gave a small nod. McGonagall walked toward the door. Professor, she stopped. Does everyone think I'm a disappointment? Her back remained turned for a moment, then she faced him. Some people expected you to be a story instead of a boy. Harry swallowed. That is their failure, Mr. Potter, not yours. She left before he could answer. Ron and Hermione arrived that evening. They had clearly been arguing outside. Ron entered first, carrying a pile of sweets. Hermione followed with 3 books and an expression that suggested she had been crying and would deny it under oath. They stopped beside the bed. Harry looked toward the door. McGonagall told you? Only because we threatened to break in, Ron said. Hermione frowned at him. We did not threaten. You said you would report the school to the Board of Governors. That was a formal warning. Harry almost smiled, almost. Ron placed the sweets on the table. So your magic is injured. Harry looked at him. That is one way of saying it. What's the other way? I'm never going to be a strong wizard. Ron sat beside the bed. You're already a wizard. A weak one. You saved Ginny last year. Harry stared at him. Ginny had not yet been taken into the chamber. That danger still waited ahead, hidden behind the diary and the voice in the walls. Ron corrected himself awkwardly. You saved Hermione from the troll. You stopped Quirrell. You caught the snitch with your mouth once, which was disgusting but impressive. I didn't use magic for any of that. Ron blinked. Exactly. Hermione opened one of her books. I have been reading about magical core injuries. Harry groaned. What? You have been unconscious for 6 hours. I needed something to do. She sat on the other side of the bed. Riven cores are rare, but the available research suggests control is more important than output. You may still learn many spells if you use them carefully. Minor spells? Yes. Ordinary spells? Hermione hesitated. Yes. Harry looked at the report again. I'm supposed to fight Voldemort with Lumos. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance. Harry noticed. What? No one said you have to fight him, Hermione said. He tried to kill me when I was 1. That doesn't mean he was under the school last year. Ron leaned forward, and the 3 of us stopped him. Dumbledore stopped him after we got through everything protecting the stone. Hermione solved the potions. You caught the key on a broom. Ron threw up his hands. You keep saying that as though it doesn't count. Harry looked at him. Ron's face was red. You think magic is the only thing that matters because everyone here has told you that since you arrived, Ron continued. But half the wizards in this school can't fly without hitting a tower. Hermione nodded. And Neville has more magical power than he can control. It does not make his life easier. That's different. Of course it's different, she said. Everything is different. That does not make you less. Harry wanted to believe them. He wanted their words to settle into the empty place inside him and fill it, but the parchment remained on his blanket. Permanent. He had lived his entire childhood waiting to discover what made him special. Now he knew. He was special because everyone had mistaken survival for strength. The chamber opened fully 3 months later. Ginny Weasley disappeared. Harry and Ron followed Professor Lockhart beneath the school. They found the tunnel. They found the stone face of Salazar Slytherin. Harry entered the chamber alone. The fight that followed was not won through powerful magic. The Sorting Hat gave him a sword. Fawkes blinded the basilisk. Harry ran, he climbed. He moved beneath the sweep of a creature large enough to crush him against the stone. Its fangs struck the floor behind his heels. Harry drove the sword upward when the opening appeared. The basilisk fell. One fang pierced Harry's arm. Venom entered his blood. Harry collapsed beside Tom Riddle's diary. He had no spell strong enough to destroy it. No countercurse. no secret power waiting to awaken. He had a broken fang in one hand and seconds left to live. Harry drove the fang into the diary. Black ink poured from its pages. Tom Riddle screamed. The memory vanished. Fawkes's tears healed the poison. Ginny survived. When Harry returned to the surface, everyone called him extraordinary. Dumbledore praised his loyalty. Ron told the story until Fred and George demanded he stop improving it. Ginny could barely look at Harry without crying. The school celebrated. Harry smiled when expected. He accepted congratulations. He allowed people to believe that the boy who lived had defeated the heir of Slytherin through courage, destiny, and perhaps some hidden reserve of power. Only 4 people knew the truth. Harry had entered the chamber carrying a wand. He had survived because, when magic was not enough, he had picked up a sword. On the final night of the school year, Harry stood alone in an empty classroom. His wand rested on the desk. Beside it lay a match. He raised the wand. Transfiguration is not recommended tonight. Professor McGonagall stood in the doorway. Harry lowered his hand. I wasn't going to do much. That phrase has already put you in the hospital wing once. She entered the room. Harry looked at the match. I can do this spell. I know. Sometimes. I also know that. He picked up the match. The wood was light between his fingers, something so small, something almost weightless. He had spent 2 years trying to change it into something it was not. Everyone says I was brave in the chamber. You were. I couldn't use magic. You used what was available, a sword. Yes. Harry turned the match over. Is that allowed? McGonagall's eyebrows lifted. Is what allowed? Being good at something that isn't magic. The question seemed to surprise her, then her expression softened. Mr. Potter, magic is a tool, a magnificent one certainly, but it is not character, it is not judgment, it is not courage. Wizards act like it is. Wizards are often foolish. Harry looked at her. McGonagall's mouth tightened. You will not repeat that sentence. No, Professor. She took the wand from the desk and held it out to him. Harry accepted it. You will continue learning, she said. Carefully, you will master what your core permits. You will not destroy yourself chasing someone else's expectations. Harry looked at the Harley wand. What happens when what I can do isn't enough? McGonagall had no immediate answer. Outside the classroom, the castle settled into silence. The war everyone believed had ended was already moving beneath the world. Voldemort remained somewhere beyond reach. Dementors guarded Azkaban. Dark artifacts waited in forgotten houses. There would always be threats that could not be stopped with a basic charm. Harry placed the wand inside his robe. I'll find something else, he said. McGonagall studied him. Perhaps she heard determination. Perhaps she heard danger. Harry himself did not yet know the difference. He left the classroom and walked back toward Gryffindor Tower. His magic was ordinary. His core would never be whole. The future people had imagined for him was impossible. For the first time, Harry began to wonder whether that meant he needed a different future or a different kind of strength. Chapter 3. Ashgrave Harry Potter did not inflate Aunt Marge. He broke the dining room table instead. The difference mattered to nobody at Privet Drive. For an entire week, Marge Dursley occupied the guest bedroom, drank from Uncle Vernon's best glasses, and explained everything she believed was wrong with Harry. She blamed his posture. She blamed his silence. She blamed the way he watched people before answering them. Most of all, she blamed his parents. Bad blood shows, Marge declared on the final evening of her visit. You see it in dogs. If the mother's unstable and the father's useless, you don't expect the pup to turn out properly. Harry's fork stopped halfway to his mouth. Aunt Petunia stared at her plate. Uncle Vernon gave Harry a warning look. Dudley smirked. Marge filled her glass again. Your sister made her choice, Petunia. Ran off with that unemployed layabout and got herself blown up or whatever nonsense you told the boy. Harry placed his fork down carefully. His fingers were shaking. They were murdered. The room went silent. Marge blinked at him. Uncle Vernon's face darkened. What did you say? Harry kept his eyes on Marge. My parents were murdered. The official lie at Privet Drive was that James and Lily Potter had died in a car crash. Harry no longer helped maintain it. Marge laughed. It was not a cruel laugh, exactly. Cruelty required understanding that another person could be hurt. Marge laughed because Harry's answer seemed absurd to her. Listened to him, filling his own head with dramatic rubbish. "Stop," Harry said. Vernon pushed back his chair. "That is enough from you." Marge leaned toward Harry, her face red from brandy. "Your father was probably drunk. People like that usually are. Your mother must have been no better choosing him." Something shifted inside Harry. The magic came suddenly. It did not rise smoothly from his damaged core. It gathered at the fracture and struck it like water hitting cracked stone. Pain flashed through Harry's chest. The dining table split down the middle. Not dramatically. There was no explosion. The heavy wooden surface made one deep, terrible sound and separated beneath the serving dishes. Plates slid into the gap. Gravy spilled across Uncle Vernon's trousers. Dudley shouted. Aunt Petunia stood so quickly that her chair fell backward. Harry remained seated. His hands were flat on his knees. The magic vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. The room tilted. He tasted blood. A thin line ran from his nose to his upper lip. Marge stared at the broken table, then at Harry. "What did he do?" Uncle Vernon rose. Harry saw the movement of his hand before the slap came. He ducked. Vernon's palm passed above his head. Harry stood, shoved his chair between them, and stepped backward. The reaction was automatic, distance. Obstacle, exit. Vernon froze. Harry had avoided him before. He had never looked prepared. "What are you doing?" Vernon demanded. Harry wiped the blood from beneath his nose. His scar burned, but the deeper pain was already spreading, the hollow weakness that followed too much magic. He knew what came next. Locked doors. Confiscated wand. Meals pushed through a flap, if Aunt Petunia remembered. Professor McGonagall's restrictions meant Harry was not supposed to perform magic outside school. The ministry would probably send a warning. The Dursleys would feel justified. Nothing would change. Harry looked at the broken table, then at Vernon. "I'm leaving." Aunt Petunia found her voice. "You will do no such thing." Harry walked toward the hallway. Vernon caught his shoulder. Harry turned sharply, trapping Vernon's wrist beneath his arm without knowing where the movement had come from. For 1 second, they both stared at the position. Vernon was larger, stronger, an adult, but his balance had shifted forward, and Harry could feel it. One step in the right direction would pull Vernon off his feet. Harry released him instead. Vernon staggered against the wall. Harry went upstairs. His trunk was already partly packed. He had been counting the days until Hogwarts. He placed his wand inside his jacket rather than the trunk. Then he dragged everything downstairs. No one tried to stop him a second time. Outside, the summer night was warm and still. Harry reached the end of Privet Drive before the weakness in his legs forced him to sit on his trunk. He had no plan. Ron's family lived somewhere called the Burrow, but Harry did not know the address. Hermione was abroad with her parents. Hogwarts was closed. He had money in Gringotts and no idea how to reach London. Harry opened his jacket and checked his wand. The holly felt warm beneath his fingertips. One accidental burst had nearly emptied him. The table was broken, Marge was frightened, and Harry was alone on a pavement with nowhere to go. Some weapon, he thought. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and laughed once. The sound did not last. A large black dog watched him from across the road. Harry straightened. The dog stood beside a hedge, too motionless to be ordinary. Its eyes reflected the street lamp. Harry reached slowly toward his wand. The dog took 1 step forward. Harry stood. The dizziness returned immediately. His foot caught on the curb. He threw out one hand to steady himself and accidentally raised his wand arm. A deafening crack split the night. Purple light flooded the street. A triple-decker bus appeared inches from Harry's face. The night bus deposited Harry outside the leaky cauldron shortly before dawn. The ride gave him bruises on both shoulders and a new appreciation for solid ground. It also gave him news. Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban. His face stared from the newspaper Stan Shunpike carried, a hollow-cheeked man with tangled hair and eyes that seemed fixed on something beyond the camera. Mass murderer, Voldemort supporter. 13 people killed with a single curse. Harry studied the photograph until Stan snatched the paper back. "Dangerous one, that," the conductor said. "Wouldn't fancy meeting him without a wand." Harry looked down at his own wand. Neither would I, he thought. The Minister for Magic was waiting at the leaky cauldron. Cornelius Fudge greeted Harry with relief disguised as cheerfulness. He explained that accidental magic sometimes happened. He insisted the ministry would overlook the incident. He assured Harry that the Dursleys had been informed he was safe. Harry waited for questions about the broken table. None came. Fudge cared more about where Harry had gone than what his magic had done. "You'll stay here until term begins," the minister said. "No wandering into Muggle London, understood?" Harry nodded. "And do be careful in Diagon Alley. With Black loose, one cannot be too cautious." "Why would Sirius Black care about me?" Fudge's smile tightened. "No reason to worry yourself." It was the same kind of answer Dumbledore gave when the truth was considered too dangerous for Harry to hear. Harry recognized it immediately. He did not argue. Arguing rarely made adults honest. For the first time in his life, Harry spent several weeks almost entirely alone. It was freedom. It was also uncomfortable. Nobody ordered him to cook breakfast. Nobody locked his bedroom. Nobody shouted when he returned late from a shop. Tom, the innkeeper, made certain Harry ate 3 meals a day. The first week, Harry kept hiding bread inside napkins without realizing he was doing it. He purchased his school supplies early. He visited quality Quidditch supplies and stared at the newly released Firebolt. He completed homework in the sunshine outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream shop. By every reasonable measure, it was the best summer of his life. Yet the question from the previous year followed him everywhere. What happens when what I can do isn't enough? Harry practiced only the spells Madame Pomfrey had approved: Lumos, Nox, a basic unlocking charm, simple cleaning magic. He timed himself. 6 minor spells before his hand began to tremble. 10 if he rested between them. A shield charm remained dangerous. He attempted one in his room only once. The pale barrier appeared for less than a second. Pain stabbed beneath his ribs. Harry stopped immediately. He had learned that lesson. He had not learned to accept it. In Flourish and Blots, he found books promising methods to strengthen magical reserves. He read 3 before realizing the advice was written for healthy cores. Meditation could improve efficiency. Breathing exercises could aid control. Certain potions could temporarily increase output. None could remove a fracture. One afternoon, Harry asked the assistant whether the shop carried books about riven cores. The young witch behind the counter frowned. "About what? Magical core injuries? We have curse damage references in the healing section." "I mean permanent injuries." Her expression changed. Pity arrived first, then curiosity. "Is this for an assignment?" "Yes," Harry lied. The available books were thin and expensive. One described Rivencore patients as requiring careful social adjustment to compensate for reduced magical contribution. Harry closed it. Another suggested careers in bookkeeping, magical history, and Muggle relations. A third contained a chapter on families concealing injured children to avoid embarrassment. Harry returned every book to the shelf. Outside the shop, 2 boys younger than him were making paper birds fly around their heads. Neither seemed to be concentrating. Harry walked away. The entrance to Nocturne Alley was not inviting. That was why Harry noticed it. Diagon Alley had polished windows, bright signs, and shopkeepers calling to customers. The lane leading toward Nocturne seemed to swallow light. The stones were narrower. The buildings leaned closer together. Objects in the windows appeared designed to make sensible people continue walking. Harry had entered the alley once before by accident. He had no desire to repeat the experience. Then he heard someone shout, "Give it back!" The voice came from a passage between 2 closed shops. Harry stopped. A second voice answered, "Make me." Laughter followed. Harry looked around. The main alley was busy, but nobody else seemed to have heard, or nobody wanted to hear. He moved toward the passage. 3 older teenagers stood beneath a rusted iron staircase. Their robes were expensive but worn carelessly. One held a leather delivery satchel above his head. The boy trying to reach it looked about Harry's age. He was narrow-shouldered, with dark brown skin and a swelling beneath one eye. His clothes were plain muggle trousers and a gray shirt with rolled sleeves. No wand was visible. "Come on, Cress," the tallest teenager said. "Call it!" The satchel hung 6 feet above the ground. The smaller boy jumped. The teenagers laughed. "A Keo bag," one mocked. "Nothing happened." "Perhaps louder." The smaller boy stopped jumping. "Give it back." The tallest teenager pointed his wand toward the satchel. "Earn it." Harry understood. The boy was a squib. He had grown up among people who measured adulthood, dignity, and worth with an ability he did not possess. Harry stepped into the passage. "Give him the bag." 4 faces turned toward him. The teenager holding the satchel recognized Harry first. His expression shifted from annoyance to delight. "Well," the second boy grinned, "Potter." Harry disliked how his name could transform a room. The squib boy looked at him too, but not with gratitude, with alarm. "Leave," he said. Harry ignored him. The tallest teenager lowered the satchel. "I heard you could barely cast a shield charm." Harry's stomach tightened. The information was supposed to be private. Students talked. Secrets did not survive in a school filled with ghosts and moving portraits. "I heard you need 3 friends to finish your homework," Harry replied. The teenager's smile vanished. His companions moved apart, not randomly. One shifted behind Harry. The other blocked the entrance. Harry noticed. Years with Dudley's gang had taught him what a circle looked like before it closed. The tallest teenager held out the satchel. "Come take it." Harry's hand moved toward his wand. The boy behind him drew first. A wand pressed against Harry's back, slowly. Harry stopped. The squib boy shook his head. "I told you to leave." "Listen to him," the tallest teenager said. "He knows his place." Harry looked at the satchel, then at the wand in the teenager's other hand. A duel would end badly. Even against one trained wizard, Harry's limited magic left almost no margin for error. Against 3, there was none. The wand at his back shifted closer. Harry felt the point through his shirt. He raised both hands. The teenagers relaxed. That was their first mistake. Harry stepped backward instead of forward. His heel struck the shin of the boy behind him. At the same time, Harry twisted his shoulders and trapped the wand arm against his side. The movement resembled what he had done to Uncle Vernon. This time he completed it. The older boy lost balance. Harry pulled him forward and drove his shoulder into the teenager's chest. Both of them struck the wall. The wand fell. Harry kicked it beneath a stack of crates. The tallest teenager lifted his own wand. Harry threw himself sideways. Stupefy. Red light passed where his chest had been. It struck the wall and shattered a drainpipe. Harry rolled to one knee. The third teenager kicked him across the face. Harry hit the ground. Pain flashed through his jaw. He tried to stand. A shoe struck his ribs. The squib boy lunged for the satchel. The tallest teenager shoved him away and aimed his wand at Harry. "Stay down." Harry tasted blood. He looked at the distance between them, 6 feet. Too far to reach before the spell, too close to run without turning his back. Harry's wand remained inside his jacket. He could draw, cast a shield. Hope it held. The pressure inside his core seemed to awaken at the thought. His chest still hurt from the incident at Privet Drive. One strong spell might work. It might also leave him unconscious at the feet of 3 people who already knew he was vulnerable. Harry placed one palm against the stones. He started to rise. The teenager's expression changed from anger to confusion. "I said stay down." Harry stood anyway. The second boy had recovered his breath. He approached from the left. The third remained near the entrance. Harry's cheek throbbed. His ribs hurt. His legs felt steady. That was something. The tallest teenager raised his wand. A large hand closed around his wrist. The newcomer seemed to appear from the shadows beneath the staircase. He was broad without being huge, built like a man who had spent years lifting awkward things rather than posing for photographs. His hair was iron gray and cut close to his head. A pale scar crossed his chin. He wore no robes, no wand. The teenager tried to pull away. The man tightened his grip. The wand fell from numb fingers. "Bad choice," the man said. His voice was low and rough. The second teenager drew his wand. The man turned, he moved once. Harry could not explain exactly what happened. The man caught the wrist, stepped inside the teenager's reach, and folded the arm across his own shoulder. The wand pointed harmlessly toward the ground. A knee touched the back of the teenager's leg. He dropped. The man released him before the joint broke. The third teenager fled. The first two followed, gathering their wands only after the man stepped aside. The tallest one glared at Harry. "This isn't finished." The gray-haired man looked at him. "Yes, it is." The teenagers left. Silence returned to the passage. The squib boy picked up his satchel. Harry pressed a hand against his ribs. "Are you all right?" he asked. The boy stared at him. "You made it worse." Harry blinked. "I was helping." "You walked into a wand circle without checking behind you. I saw him." "Then why did you let him put a wand against your back?" "I needed them to relax." The boy opened his mouth, closed it. The gray-haired man looked at Harry more carefully. "You planned that?" "Some of it." "Which part?" "Stepping backward." "And the part where you got kicked in the face?" "Less planned." The man grunted. "It might have been amusement." The squib boy adjusted the strap of his satchel. "You're late," the man told him. They took the roll package. "Then roll can wait." The boy nodded. He looked at Harry once more. "Thanks, I suppose." Then he hurried through a narrow door beneath the staircase. Harry looked at the gray-haired man. "You don't have a wand." "No. Are you a squib too?" The man's expression hardened. Harry realized how the question sounded. "Sorry, I only meant, I know what you meant." The man turned toward the same door. Harry followed him 2 steps. "How did you do that?" The man stopped. "Do what?" "Take their wands." "They were careless. So was I." "Yes." Harry waited. The man reached for the door. "Could you teach me?" "No." The answer came without hesitation. The door closed behind him. The sign above the narrow entrance read, "Ashgrave Storage." There were no windows. Harry stood outside for nearly 10 minutes. Then he knocked. Nobody answered. He knocked again. A small metal panel slid open. One gray eye appeared. I said no. "You didn't ask why." "I don't need to." The panel closed. Harry knocked a 3rd time. The door opened so quickly he almost struck the man's chest. Up close, the stranger looked older than Harry had first thought. The skin around his eyes carried deep lines. 2 fingers on his right hand did not straighten completely. "You have a wand." The man said, "I can't rely on it. You're Harry Potter." "That doesn't change the first thing. It changes everything." "Not to my core." The man became still. Harry immediately regretted saying it. His condition was supposed to remain secret. "What's wrong with your core?" the man asked. Harry looked toward the mouth of the alley. "No one is meant to know." "Then don't tell me." The door began closing. "It's riven." The man stopped. For the first time, his expression lost its indifference. "Diagnosed?" "Yes." "By whom?" "St. Mungo's." When I was a baby." "And you're at Hogwarts?" "Yes." "They let you duel." "Not anymore." The man studied Harry's face, then his bruised cheek. "You want to learn because you lost one fight in an alley?" "No." "You want revenge on the boys?" "No." "You want to prove you aren't weak?" Harry hesitated. That hesitation was enough. The man opened the door wider. For 1 second, Harry thought he had succeeded. Instead, the man stepped outside and pointed back toward Diagon Alley. "No." Harry stared at him. "Why?" "Because that answer will get you hurt." "I'm already hurt." "You think that makes you experienced?" The words landed harder than the kick. The man folded his arms. "Pain isn't knowledge, Potter. Surviving bad treatment doesn't mean you understand what to do with your body. It means other people failed you." Harry's jaw tightened. "I can learn." "You can." "Then teach me." "No, that doesn't make sense." "It makes perfect sense. You came here because magic disappointed you and you want another way to feel powerful. That is the worst reason to walk through this door. You don't know me." "I know your name." "That isn't the same thing." "In my experience, famous boys are surrounded by people who tell them consequences are temporary." "Nobody tells me that." "Then they tell you suffering makes you special." Harry thought of the scar, the cupboard, the chamber. The adults who praised his courage only after he survived something they should have prevented. The man watched his expression. "What is your name?" Harry asked. "Fenwick." "Just Fenwick." "Bull if you're determined to be rude." Were you an aura? No, you fight like one. Auras fight at wand range. What were you? Fenwick looked toward the passage where the teenagers had disappeared. Someone the ministry called when wand range stopped being useful. Harry waited for more. Fenwick offered none. What is Ashgrave? Harry asked. A storage cellar? I heard movement below us. Rats. One of them dropped something heavy. Large rats. Harry met his eyes. Fenwick sighed. The answer is still no. He stepped inside. Mr. Fenwick, the door paused. I don't want to be special. Fenwick looked back. I want to stop being helpless. Something changed in the older man's face. Not enough. No, he said again. The door closed. The lock turned. Harry had been refused twice. He remained outside until the ache in his ribs made standing uncomfortable. Then he returned to the leaky cauldron. Tom brought ice wrapped in cloth. Harry held it against his cheek while inventing a story about falling down a staircase. Tom did not believe him. He also did not press. That evening, Harry wrote to Hermione. He described the core-strengthening books. He mentioned none of the alley. He asked whether she had ever heard of ministry officers who fought without wands. Her reply arrived 2 days later. It contained 4 pages. Dear Harry, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has historically employed support personnel in creature containment, but most records don't distinguish between wand-capable and non-wand personnel. I found 3 references to manual restraining units, although the term disappears from public records after 1984. There is also an old tradition called the Ashgrave Circuit. It may be named after Ashgrave Yard, where several squib families lived during the 19th century. It wasn't a single fighting style. It was apparently a collection of methods developed by people who could not safely use magic, or could not use it at all, before you ask. No, I do not think you should seek out an underground fighting group without telling anyone. Harry lowered the parchment. A second line had been added beneath Hermione's signature. I mean it. He folded the letter. The next morning, Harry returned to Ashgrave's storage. The door remained locked. He sat on an overturned crate across the passage. An hour passed. People came and went through the alley. A witch carrying jars of preserved eyes gave Harry a suspicious look. A thin wizard offered to sell him a cursed compass. Harry refused. At noon, the door opened. Fenwick stepped out carrying a bucket of dirty water. He looked at Harry. Harry looked back. Fenwick emptied the bucket into a drain. You lost? No. Then you're wasting time deliberately? Yes. Fenwick went inside. Harry returned the following day. Rain fell between the leaning buildings. He sat beneath the iron staircase. Fenwick ignored him. On the 3rd day, a woman with one artificial leg entered Ashgrave's storage. She wore old aura robes without insignia. On the 4th, 2 middle-aged men arrived separately. One carried a wand but kept it tucked beneath his coat. The other had a scar running from his ear to his collar. None spoke to Harry. On the 5th day, Fenwick opened the door. If persistence were the same as judgment, he said, the world would have fewer dead Gryffindors. Harry stood. I'm not leaving. Everyone leaves. I'll be at Hogwarts in a week. Exactly. Fenwick looked him over. The bruising on Harry's face had faded. His ribs still hurt when he breathed deeply. You heal slowly, Fenwick said, normally. Good, Harry frowned. Good. People who heal too quickly stop respecting injury. Fenwick stepped aside. Come in. Harry entered before the invitation could be withdrawn. The staircase descended farther than the building above should have allowed. The air changed as Harry went down. It smelled of chalk, leather, old wood, and something medicinal. The cellar was larger than expected. Thick mats covered part of the stone floor. Heavy bags hung from iron beams. Wooden training weapons rested in racks along one wall. Another wall displayed framed photographs yellowed with age. Men and women stood in rows. Some wore robes. Others wore plain clothing. One woman had no wand arm. A broad man near the back wore the silver badge of a ministry employee, but had placed his wand on a shelf before stepping onto the mat. Nobody was casting. 2 trainees grappled in the center. One attempted to reach for a wooden wand tucked into his belt. The other trapped the wrist, turned beneath his arm, and sent him onto the mat. Fenwick shut the door. "This is not dueling," he said. Harry watched the fallen trainee rise. "This is not boxing, not wrestling, not a single muggle discipline with a magical name pasted over it. What is it? Whatever kept people alive." Fenwick walked toward the photographs. He pointed to one showing 6 figures beside a ministry carriage, squibs protecting spell-damaged civilians during the goblin disturbances. Another showed a woman holding a chain around the neck of a creature Harry did not recognize. Muggle-born restrainer, lost her wand hand during training, learned to use the other. A third image showed Fenwick as a younger man. His hair was dark. 4 ministry officers stood beside him. The face of one had been scratched out. "What happened?" Harry asked. Fenwick took the photograph from the wall and turned it face down. "Politics." He led Harry toward the empty section of mat. "Take off your shoes." Harry obeyed. "Wand." Harry hesitated. Fenwick held out his hand. "You asked to learn what happens when a wand isn't enough. That begins with admitting it isn't in your hand." Harry surrendered the wand. Fenwick placed it on a shelf. Then he returned and shoved Harry, not hard. Harry stepped backward. Fenwick shoved him again. Harry adjusted his balance. A third shove came toward his shoulder. Harry turned slightly and let it slide past. Fenwick's eyes narrowed. "Who taught you that?" "No one." "Someone taught you. Dudley." "Who?" "My cousin." "Does he know he taught you?" "No." Fenwick circled him. "Stand naturally." Harry did. "Not like you're waiting to be hit." "I am waiting to be hit." "That's the problem." Fenwick kicked lightly at Harry's ankle. Harry moved it in time. Another kick came. Harry avoided that too. The third was a feint. Fenwick's palm touched Harry's chest. Harry hit the mat. The impact knocked air from him. He began to rise. "Stay down." Harry froze. Fenwick waited. Around them, several trainees had stopped to watch. "Why?" Harry asked. "Because I told you." Harry remained on the mat. Fenwick walked around him. "Most boys who come here want to prove they can rise. They think refusing to stay down means strength." Harry looked up at him. "Doesn't it?" "Sometimes." Fenwick nudged Harry's bruised ribs with the toe of his boot. Pain flared. Harry's body tightened. "Other times it means they are too proud to notice what standing will cost." Fenwick stepped away. "Now get up." Harry stood carefully. The older man returned his wand. "You listen better than I expected." "Does that mean you'll teach me?" "It means you pass the easiest test." Harry waited. Fenwick examined the holly wand. "Your condition stays between us unless keeping it secret would put someone else in danger." Harry nodded. "You follow every instruction. If I say stop, you stop. If I say rest, you rest. You do not use this place to bully schoolchildren, win arguments, or impress friends." "I won't." "You tell no one where the entrance is." "Hermione already knows the name." Fenwick stared at him. "She researched it." "Of course she did." "I didn't tell her where it was." "Keep it that way." Fenwick returned the wand. "This training will not repair your core." "I know." "It will not make curses bounce off you." "I know." "A child with a wand can still kill you from across a room." Harry's fingers closed around the holly. "I know." Fenwick stepped closer. "And this will hurt." Harry thought of the cupboard, the troll, the basilisk fang in his arm. Pain was not frightening because it was new. It was frightening because Fenwick spoke about it without promising it would mean anything. "How much?" Harry asked. "As much as necessary. Never more than useful." Harry nodded. Fenwick's expression hardened. "Do not agree quickly." "That is how people sell themselves to bad causes." Harry forced himself to think. "What do I get?" Fenwick glanced toward the trainees. "Better balance, better judgment, the ability to recognize when someone is about to hurt you, eventually perhaps the ability to stop them. Power." "No." The answer was absolute. You get work, bruises, repetition. You get told that surviving something doesn't mean you handled it well. Harry looked at the mat beneath his feet. "What else?" "You become harder to put down." The words settled somewhere deep, not impossible to hurt, not invincible. "Harder to put down." Harry extended his hand. Fenwick looked at it. "I'm not shaking your hand." "Why? You'll mistake it for a dramatic beginning." Fenwick turned toward the stairs. "Come tomorrow before sunrise. I'm staying at the Leaky Cauldron. Then the walk will wake you." "When do we start fighting?" Fenwick looked over his shoulder. "When you learn how to stand." Harry arrived before sunrise the following morning. Fenwick was already there. A bucket, a broom, and several folded mats waited in the center of the cellar. Harry looked around. "Where is everyone?" "Asleep." "What are we doing?" "You are cleaning the floor." Harry thought he had misunderstood. "I came to train." "You came to learn." Fenwick handed him the broom. "The distinction will save you embarrassment." Harry stared at it. At Privet Drive, cleaning had been punishment. At Ashgrave, Fenwick watched him as though the way Harry held a broom might reveal something important. Harry began sweeping. Fenwick corrected his grip, not because the floor required it, because Harry's shoulders were too tense. "Again," Fenwick said. Harry reset his hands. "Your feet are too close." Harry moved them. "Too far." Harry adjusted. "Stop leaning. I'm sweeping." "You're falling slowly and calling it work." Harry straightened. By the time the sun rose, his back ached. He had not thrown a punch. He had not learned a secret technique. He had swept the same section of floor 6 times while a gruff squib criticized his balance. Fenwick took the broom. "Tomorrow." "That's all." "That was more than you could do correctly." Harry looked at the clean stones. He wanted to argue. Instead, he put on his shoes. At the bottom of the stairs, he stopped. "Why is it called Ashgrave?" Fenwick folded one of the mats. "Old yard near the river, burned during a magical riot." "Did people die?" "People always die when wizards decide those without wands don't matter." Harry looked back at the cellar, the photographs, the empty racks, the people who had built methods from whatever kept them alive. Did they fight back? Fenwick met his eyes. They survived. Harry climbed the stairs. Outside, the alley was filling with morning shadows. His arms were tired from sweeping. His ribs still hurt from the fight. His magic remained damaged. Nothing about him had changed. Yet for the first time since reading the healer's report, Harry was walking toward something instead of away from a limitation. He had not found a cure. He had not discovered hidden power. He had found a cellar where nobody cared how bright his wand burned. Tomorrow, Fenwick would teach him how to stand. For now, that was enough. Chapter 4, the second and a half on Harry's second morning at Ashgrave, Fenwick taught him how to stand. On the third, he taught him how badly he had learned it. Harry arrived before sunrise to find a chalk square drawn on the cellar floor. It measured 4 feet across. Fenwick stood beside it holding a wooden cane. Inside, Harry removed his shoes and stepped into the square. Fenwick tapped the cane against the stone. "Feet beneath you?" "They are beneath me." The cane struck Harry's ankle, not hard, hard enough. Harry moved his foot. "Too narrow," Fenwick said. Harry widened his stance. The cane struck the outside of his knee, too wide. Harry adjusted again, back heel. Harry lowered it, not dead flat. Harry raised it slightly. "Shoulders." "What about them?" The cane touched his right shoulder. Tense, Harry relaxed. The cane tapped his left shoulder. "Now that one." Harry relaxed that too. Fenwick walked around the square. "You're waiting to be attacked." "I usually am." "That isn't what I said." Harry kept his eyes forward. Fenwick moved behind him. Every instinct Harry possessed followed the older man's position. His shoulders tightened. His weight shifted toward his toes. The cane struck the back of his calf. Harry stumbled. Again. Harry returned to the center. Fenwick circled him. This time the cane struck his ribs. Harry twisted away. Again. The next strike touched his shoulder, then his hip, then the back of his knee. Each time Harry reacted before the contact fully landed. Each time Fenwick shook his head. After 20 minutes, Harry's patience began to fray. "What am I supposed to do?" "Stand." "You keep hitting me." "Yes, so I should move." "Not unless moving improves your position." Harry rubbed the spot above his knee. "How am I meant to know?" "By learning." Fenwick struck his ankle again. Harry stepped away, the cane hooked behind his other leg. Harry hit the mat. Fenwick looked down at him. "You fled from pain and moved into danger." Harry pushed himself upright. "You tripped me with a stick." "I could have done it with a wand. That would be easier. For me." Harry returned to the square. Fenwick tapped the chalk line. "Most people think a fight begins when the first spell is cast." He moved to Harry's left. "They are wrong." The cane drifted toward Harry's shoulder. Harry forced himself not to flinch. The wood stopped an inch from his skin. A fight begins when position becomes intention. Fenwick lowered the cane. If you notice the spell, you are late. If you notice the wand, you may still be late. You watch the body holding it. Harry glanced at Fenwick's empty belt. You don't carry one. No. Did you ever? Fenwick's expression closed. Stand. The cane struck Harry's foot. The lesson continued. Fenwick did not teach Harry to punch for 6 days. Instead, Harry carried sandbags. He rolled the heavy mats and unrolled them again. He learned to fall forward, backward, and sideways without extending his hands. The first dozen attempts hurt. The next dozen hurt differently. Fenwick made him repeat every movement until Harry stopped anticipating the floor. You fear impact, Fenwick said. Shouldn't I? You should respect it. Harry rose from the mat. What's the difference? Fear makes you stiff. Respect makes you prepare. Fenwick shoved him. Harry bent his knees and absorbed the movement. He did not fall. Better, Fenwick said. It was the first praise Harry had received since entering the cellar. He carried it with him for the rest of the day. At Hogwarts, professors awarded points and marked parchment with letters. Compliments often came wrapped in expectations. At Ashgrave, better meant only that Harry had performed one action less badly than before. It felt honest. By the end of the first week, his feet blistered. By the second, the blisters split. Fenwick made him clean them and wrap them properly. You do not train through open skin, he said. I can still walk. That is not the standard. What is? Can you train tomorrow without making today's injury worse? Harry looked down at his bandaged feet. No, then you rest them. Harry expected rest to mean staying away. Instead, Fenwick sat him beside the mat and made him watch. The trainees moved in pairs. Some carried wooden wands tucked into their belts. Others did not. Each exchange began from ordinary positions, standing beside a table, walking through a narrow passage, sitting in a chair. One person reached for a wand, the other tried to stop them. The results were not graceful. There were no dramatic kicks or long combinations. People collided, hands trapped wrists. Shoulders drove into chests. Tables became barriers. Walls became weapons without anyone striking them directly. Harry watched a small woman stop a man twice her weight from drawing his wand simply by pinning his elbow against his body. He watched another trainee fail, then fail again, then succeed because he changed the angle of one foot. Fenwick sat beside Harry. What did you see? They're trying to take the wand. No, Harry watched again. They're stopping it from pointing at them. Closer. A trainee caught his opponent's wrist but left the wand free. The wooden tip touched his stomach. Fenwick struck the floor once with the cane. Dead, the pair reset. Harry leaned forward. They aren't fighting the person. Fenwick waited. They're fighting the spell before it exists. Fenwick nodded. Good. Harry looked toward the wooden wand. How long does it take? For what? To draw and cast. Depends on the wizard. Average? Fenwick rested both hands on the cane. A trained wand user who knows the spell he wants and expects trouble. Harry nodded. About a second and a half. Harry frowned. That's all. That's a lifetime. Fenwick pointed to the trainees. A wand needs a second and a half. Take that away from him, and he's just a man holding a stick. Harry repeated the words silently. A second and a half. Fenwick looked at him. Do not misunderstand me. Harry waited. The man may be larger than you, faster, better trained. He may have friends. He may be wearing enchanted clothing. He may cast without speaking. If you fail to control the wand, the second and a half ends with you on the floor. So I need to be faster. No, Fenwick's answer was immediate. You need to begin earlier. Harry's first punch came on the 9th morning. Fenwick positioned him in front of a leather bag. Hit it. Harry drew back his fist. Stop. Harry froze. Fenwick stepped behind him and pressed 2 fingers between his shoulder blades. You're announcing it? How? Your shoulder moved before the rest of you. Harry reset. Again, he tried to move everything together. Fenwick stopped him once more. Your hand is clenched. I'm punching. You have been punching for 3 seconds and still haven't touched anything. Harry opened his hand. Fenwick adjusted his feet. Do not reach with your fist. Move the floor. That doesn't make sense. Most useful things don't until your body understands them. Harry struck the bag. The impact pushed it a few inches. Pain traveled through his knuckles. Fenwick looked unimpressed. You punched with your arm. What else would I use? Everything beneath it, he demonstrated. Fenwick did not appear to move quickly. His foot turned, his hip followed, his shoulder traveled a short distance, his fist struck the bag. The chain above it snapped tight. The bag swung nearly horizontal. Harry stared. Fenwick flexed the two bent fingers of his right hand. Power that injures the tool is bad power. Harry looked at the swinging bag. You nearly broke it. I did not nearly break my hand. For the next hour, Harry struck slowly. Fenwick cared little about force. He corrected alignment, wrist straight, elbow behind the fist, shoulder relaxed until the moment of impact. Harry's knuckles reddened, the strikes remained weak. He kept going. Fenwick stopped him after 50. I can do more. Yes, Harry waited. Fenwick began unwrapping the hand cloth. That is why we stop. Harry returned to Hogwarts with bruises hidden beneath his robes and exercises written in a code Hermione would not recognize immediately. Fenwick had not given him permission to tell anyone about the cellar. He had also not forbidden Harry from training alone. The distinction mattered. Every morning before the others woke, Harry stood beside his bed and practiced moving his feet forward, back, diagonal, never crossing. Never allowing his balance to rise, the floorboards creaked. Neville mumbled in his sleep. Ron woke once and stared at Harry through half-closed eyes. Why are you dancing? I'm not. You look terrible at it. Ron went back to sleep. Harry continued. Third year brought Dementors to Hogwarts. The first one entered his train compartment. Harry heard a woman screaming. He did not know it was his mother. Cold entered him from every direction. His body became irrelevant. Balance, breathing, and preparation meant nothing. He reached for his wand too late. Darkness swallowed him. When he woke, Professor Lupin gave him chocolate. Harry accepted it with shaking hands. The incident reminded him of a truth Fenwick had repeated often. Some dangers did not care how well he stood. Harry did not abandon Ashgrave. He added the lesson to it. Know what you can fight. Know what you cannot. Do not confuse courage with having the correct tool. Professor Lupin eventually began teaching Harry the Patronus charm. The spell was difficult for students with healthy cores. For Harry, it was dangerous. He could produce silver mist for several seconds before the fracture began to burn. Lupin stopped every session early. Harry hated stopping. He obeyed anyway. Fenwick's voice had taken up residence beside McGonagall's. Can you train tomorrow without making today worse? Harry learned to measure himself in moments. 3 Patronus attempts, 30 footwork repetitions, 20 controlled strikes with each hand. Rest. Repeat. He became good at stopping just before pain turned sharp. That skill frightened Madame Pomfrey more than recklessness had. You are learning to approach your limit precisely, she said after one examination. Isn't that safer? It is safer than crossing it. But she studied him over the rim of her spectacles. People who know the exact location of a cliff often become comfortable standing on the edge. Harry remembered the cellar. You sound like someone I know. I hope he has sense. Harry did not answer. The first Hogsmeade weekend arrived in October. Harry could not attend. Uncle Vernon had refused to sign his permission form, which meant nearly the entire school left the castle while Harry remained behind. He watched from a window as Ron and Hermione joined the crowd. The unfairness was familiar. So was the impulse to break a rule that had been written by someone who did not care what it cost him. Fred and George provided the method. The Marauder's map revealed a passage beneath the statue of a one-eyed witch. Harry used it to enter Hogsmeade. He met Ron and Hermione beneath the invisibility cloak. He laughed in Honeydukes. He threw mud at Malfoy. For several hours, he was simply 13. Then he left his friends near the 3 broomsticks and continued alone. Fenwick had written one address on the final page of Harry's coded exercises. Hog's Head, rear hearth, ask for grey ash. The Hog's Head smelled of smoke and old drink. The barman watched Harry enter beneath the cloak, though Harry had no idea how he knew anyone was there. Harry revealed himself near the rear fireplace. I need grey ash. The barman's eyes moved to Harry's scar. Of course you do. He threw a pinch of powder into the flames. The fire turned dull silver. Harry stepped through. He emerged in Ashgrave coughing soot. Fenwick stood beside the hearth. "You're late. I had to find the passage. You were told you could not leave school." "I was told I couldn't visit Hogsmeade." Fenwick stared at him. Harry reconsidered. "I know that sounded better in my head." Shoes off. Training resumed. Harry returned every Hogsmeade weekend after that. He told Ron and Hermione he was walking alone. Hermione did not believe him. Ron believed him until Hermione explained why he should not. Neither forced the issue. They had begun to understand that Harry guarded certain weaknesses more fiercely than secrets. Fenwick introduced wand drills in November. The wooden wands could not cast. They could still mark failure. A touch to the chest meant a curse had landed. A touch to the face meant Harry had probably died. A touch to the arm meant the limb was unusable. Fenwick paired Harry with Mara Venn, the small woman he had watched during his first week. Mara had lost her right arm below the elbow. Her left hand held the wooden wand. "Ready?" she asked. Harry lowered his stance. "Yes." Mara touched the wand to his forehead. Harry blinked. "I didn't see you move. You watched my hand." Harry reset. This time he watched her shoulders. The wand touched his ribs. "Dead," Fenwick called. Again, Harry watched her feet. The wand struck his throat. "Dead." Again, Harry moved before Mara drew. He reached for her wrist. Mara stepped backward and touched the wand to his chest. "Dead." Harry exhaled through his nose. "What am I missing?" Mara smiled. "The part where I know you're going to grab my wrist." "How? You look at it." She raised the wooden wand. Again. Harry forced his gaze to remain on her chest. Mara's shoulder shifted. Harry stepped inside. His left hand caught her forearm. His right pressed her elbow against her ribs. For the first time, the wand pointed away. Harry drove forward. Mara turned. The room rotated. Harry landed on his back. Mara knelt beside him with the wooden tip beneath his chin. "Less dead," she said. Fenwick nodded. It counted as progress. Winter arrived. Harry's body changed slowly. He did not become large. He remained shorter than many boys his age and lighter than nearly all of them. The difference appeared in movement. He stopped leaning when carrying his school bag. He rose from chairs without pushing against the table. When staircases shifted unexpectedly, his feet adjusted before his mind did. During Quidditch, he absorbed sudden turns through his hips instead of wrenching his shoulders. "Oliver Wood noticed. You're steadier." Harry shrugged. "Been flying?" "Not like that." Wood studied him. "You training?" "Quidditch drills." It was not entirely a lie. Fenwick said every moving surface was a lesson in balance. A broom was simply less forgiving than the floor. Draco Malfoy noticed too. During a crowded corridor change, Malfoy attempted to shoulder Harry against the wall. Harry shifted half a step. Malfoy passed him and struck the stone. Crabbe laughed before realizing he should not. Harry continued walking. He felt no triumph. Fenwick had warned him. Ashgrave was not for winning school arguments. Power used for vanity became habit, and habit revealed itself at the worst time. Harry repeated that lesson whenever he imagined using Malfoy as practice. Ugh! The injury happened during the Christmas holiday. Harry remained at Hogwarts officially. Unofficially, he traveled through the Hog's Head Hearth 4 mornings in a row. On the 5th, Fenwick brought out real training wands. They were functional but restricted. Each could cast only a low-powered stunning spell and a weak disarming charm. Mara stood across from Harry. Fenwick checked both wands himself. "This is not sparring," he said. Harry flexed his fingers. "What is it?" "A failure drill." Mara lifted her wand, encouraging. Fenwick ignored her. "Potter closes distance. Venn casts. If the wand points at him, the attempt ends." "What if I reach her?" "You control the arm and hold position." Harry nodded. Fenwick stepped away. "Begin." Mara drew. Harry moved. Red light passed beside his shoulder. He reached her before the second spell. His left hand caught her wrist. His right pressed against her upper arm. Mara twisted. Harry followed. The wand remained pointed toward the floor. "Hold," Fenwick said. Harry maintained the position. Mara stopped resisting. "Reset." They repeated the drill. Harry failed 7 times. 2 stunning spells struck him cleanly. The restricted magic numbed his limbs for several seconds rather than knocking him unconscious. He hated the feeling, On the 8th attempt, he reached Mara's arm before the wand cleared her robes. On the 9th, he trapped it against her body. On the 10th, she changed hands. Harry hesitated. The wand appeared in Mara's right prosthetic grip, held between enchanted metal joints. Harry had never seen her use it that way. He reacted late. The spell struck his hip. He fell. Dead, Fenwick said. Harry stood. Again, Mara changed hands sooner. Harry adapted. Again, she feinted the change and retained the wand in her left. Harry caught the wrong arm. The wand touched his neck. Again. Sweat ran down Harry's back. His breathing remained controlled. His body was tired but functional. Fenwick watched closely. Last one. Harry nodded. Mara settled into an ordinary stance. No threat. No obvious preparation. Harry waited. Mara stepped forward as though passing him. Her left hand reached beneath her coat. Harry moved. He caught her wrist with his right hand. Correct. His left hand rose toward the elbow. Mara rotated the wand downward. Harry adjusted. The tip turned toward his stomach. Harry needed to change the position immediately. Fenwick had taught the movement hundreds of times. Control the wrist. Turn the thumb. Fold the elbow. Move the body. Harry tried to do all four at once. Mara's weight shifted unexpectedly. Harry's left hand became trapped between her arm and his chest. The wrist bent backward. There was a small sound, a dry click. Pain flashed from Harry's fingers to his elbow. He released her. Mara stepped back instantly. Fenwick crossed the distance. Hand. Harry held it against his chest. I'm fine. Fenwick's expression became dangerous. Hand. Harry extended his left arm. The wrist looked normal. The smallest two fingers did not. They had begun curling inward. Fenwick touched the base of Harry's palm. Pain exploded. Harry's knees weakened. Fenwick caught his shoulder. Sit. Harry obeyed. Mara knelt beside him. I felt it go. You changed weight, Harry said through clenched teeth. I was meant to. I know. Fenwick examined the wrist, not broken cleanly. Harry breathed slowly. Then it's a sprain. No. Fenwick looked toward Mara. Get Hale. She moved immediately. Harry tried to flex his fingers. The smallest one did not respond. Stop. I need to know if it works. You need to stop making it worse. Fenwick removed a cloth from the shelf and wrapped the hand against a wooden splint. His movements were efficient. Harry watched his face. This was my mistake. Fenwick tightened the cloth. I moved wrong. Yes, I can fix it. No, the answer frightened Harry more than the pain. What do you mean? Fenwick looked at him. You cannot correct an injury by repeating the motion that caused it. I mean after it heals. Fenwick did not answer. A healer arrived from the back room. Hale was an elderly wizard who carried a wand but used his hands first. He unwrapped the splint, examined the swelling, and cast a diagnostic charm so faint that Harry barely felt it. Silver lines gathered above the wrist. One remained crooked. Hale frowned. Old damage. No, Harry said. Fenwick answered differently. Malnutrition. Repeated falls. Poor healing before 11. Harry looked at him. Fenwick continued watching the silver line. Hale moved his wand. The bone shifted. Harry bit down on his sleeve to avoid shouting. The smallest finger straightened. The next did not. Hale attempted the charm again. The line above Harry's palm flickered but remained uneven. Ligament tore near the joint, he said. Bone has a minor spiral fracture. You can mend it, Harry said. The bone, yes. And the rest? Hale glanced at Fenwick. Harry hated the glance. What? Magic can encourage the tissue to reconnect, Hale said. It cannot guarantee the original tension, not with an older pattern of untreated injuries beneath it. Harry stared at his hand. I'm 13. Bodies keep records regardless of age. Hale completed the bone-mending charm. Warmth spread through Harry's palm. The sharpest pain faded. The weakness did not. 6 weeks without impact, Hale said. After that, gradual strengthening. Will it be normal? Hale remained silent. Fenwick answered, No. Harry looked up. You don't know that. I do, the healer didn't say. He was being kind. Hale's expression tightened, but he did not disagree. Harry tried to close his fist. The first 3 fingers obeyed. The 4th moved slowly. The 5th remained weak. A cold feeling settled inside him, not magical exhaustion, something heavier. This was training, Harry said. Yes, it wasn't a real fight. No, so I ruined my hand practicing. Fenwick crouched in front of him. You injured it? It won't be normal. No. Harry's breathing became uneven. He looked toward Mara. She stood a few feet away, her missing arm hidden beneath the sleeve of her training jacket. Shame arrived before he could stop it. He looked down. I'm sorry. Mara's face hardened. For what? I shouldn't complain to you. She stepped closer. My arm does not make your hand irrelevant. Harry said nothing. You are allowed to be angry, she continued. You are not allowed to pretend the injury doesn't matter because someone else lost more. Fenwick stood. Lesson is finished. Harry looked at the mat. I can use my right hand. No, my legs are fine. No, I can watch. Fenwick's voice rose for the first time. No, the cellar became silent. Every trainee turned toward them. Fenwick lowered his voice. You are done until Hale clears you. Harry stood. The movement made him dizzy. Fenwick took the training wand from his belt. Harry's face burned. He felt like he had failed an exam in front of the entire school. Worse. He had failed at the one thing magic could not take from him. I did exactly what you taught me. Fenwick's eyes narrowed. No, you tried to do 4 correct things faster than you could perform one. She was going to cast. It was a restricted wand. It still counts. That is the problem. Fenwick stepped closer. You wanted the success more than you wanted the position. Harry looked at the bandaged hand. You told me to take away the 2.5. Yes, I tried. You threw away your own body to steal half a second in a training drill. Fenwick pointed toward the cellar door. That is not Ashgrave. That is panic wearing discipline's clothes. Harry flinched. Fenwick saw it. His expression softened by a fraction. Go back to school. Harry took his shoes from the wall. He struggled with the laces. His left hand could not pinch them properly. Mara knelt and tied the first shoe. Harry pulled away. I can do it. I know. She waited. Harry tried again. The lace slipped between his fingers. After the 3rd attempt, he stopped. Mara tied both shoes without comment. Harry left through the hearth. Madame Pomfrey demanded to know what had happened. Harry said he fell during Quidditch exercises. She did not believe him. Professor McGonagall did not believe him either. Neither could prove otherwise. The hand remained wrapped through the rest of the holiday. Ron returned and immediately noticed. What happened? Training. What training? Balance. Ron stared at the splint. You balance on your hand, not successfully. Hermione watched Harry from across the common room. She waited until Ron went to bed. Then she sat beside Harry. Is this connected to where you go during Hogsmeade weekends? Harry said nothing. Hermione looked at the hand. Is someone hurting you? No. Are you hurting yourself? Harry considered the question. Yes, she inhaled slowly. Why? Because I made a mistake. That is not what I meant. Harry rested the bandaged hand on his knee. The fire had burned low around them. The common room was quiet. I found people who can fight without magic. Hermione's expression confirmed she had already suspected. The Ashgrave circuit. Harry looked at her. I told you not to find them. I didn't. You did. They train squibs and people with damaged cores. Hermione's eyes dropped to his hand. They did this. I did. During a fight practice. She closed her eyes. Harry expected anger. Instead, she looked frightened. Harry, your magic is already injured. That's why I need this. So you can injure the rest of yourself too. He looked toward the fire. I'm good at it. The words sounded childish once spoken. Hermione did not mock him. How good? Not very. Then why? Because I can improve. Harry flexed his fingers. The smallest barely moved beneath the bandage. With magic, effort doesn't change the ceiling. I can become more efficient, more careful, but the fracture stays. Hermione listened. This is different, Harry continued. When I fail there, it's because I did something wrong. My feet were wrong. My timing was wrong. I can fix those. Except this. She nodded toward his hand. Harry's throat tightened. Except this. Hermione remained silent for a long time. Are you going back? Yes, you answered quickly. Fenwick says that's dangerous. Fenwick, my teacher. Hermione looked unconvinced by the word. Does Professor Dumbledore know? No. McGonagall? No. Lupin? No. Ron? No. So only you, me, and this Fenwick know. A few people at Ashgrave know. Hermione leaned back. This is a terrible secret. I know. I should tell McGonagall. Harry looked at her. She did not look away. Will you? Hermione glanced at the bandaged hand. Not tonight. It was not a promise. Harry accepted it anyway. Harry did not return to Ashgrave for 7 weeks. Fenwick sent no letters, no encouragement, no apology. Hale's exercises arrived through an unmarked parcel. Harry performed them every morning. Open the hand, close it, press fingertips against the table, lift each finger separately. The smallest finger never regained full strength. The wrist ached in cold weather. His grip remained unreliable when turned at certain angles. Madame Pomfrey eventually declared the bones healed. "The weakness may improve," she said. "May. Bodies are not transfiguration assignments, Mr. Potter. They do not always return to the original shape." Harry thought of Fenwick. Bodies keep records. On the next Hogsmeade weekend, Harry entered the Hog's Head. The barman opened the silver fire without being asked. Harry stepped through. Ashgrave was busy. Nobody stopped training when he arrived. Fenwick stood beside the chalk square. He looked at Harry's unwrapped hand. "Show me." Harry extended it. Fenwick tested the grip carefully. The smallest fingers failed first. "Pain? Sometimes." "Now, no, lie again and you're gone." Harry met his eyes, a little. Fenwick released him. "Can you accept that it may never improve beyond this?" Harry looked at the hand. "No." Wrong answer. Harry's jaw tightened. Fenwick pointed toward the hearth. Harry did not move. "I can accept that it won't be the same," he said. Fenwick waited. "But I won't stop trying to make it useful." The older man studied him. "That is a different answer." He handed Harry a broom. Harry looked at it. "Again, you have been away 7 weeks. Your balance will be poor." "My balance is fine." Fenwick tapped Harry's ankle with the cane. Harry stumbled. "Broom." Harry took it with his right hand. Fenwick shook his head. "Both." Harry wrapped his weakened left hand around the handle. The grip felt wrong, uncertain. He adjusted. Fenwick watched. "Your body has changed," he said. "Your method changes with it." Harry began sweeping. The movement pulled at his wrist. He slowed, changed the angle. The ache eased. Fenwick nodded once. Not approval, recognition. Harry understood the difference now. He had entered Ashgrave believing training would give him something his broken magic could not: control, certainty. A path where effort always produced improvement. The hand had broken that illusion. Physical strength was not fairer than magic. Bodies had ceilings too. They failed. They healed incorrectly. They demanded payment even when the danger was pretend. Harry continued sweeping. His left hand tired first. He shifted more work into the right without letting go. Fenwick circled him with the cane. Shoulders. Harry relaxed them. Feet. Harry widened his stance. Hand. Harry adjusted the injured grip. Outside, the winter wind moved through London. Inside the cellar, Harry learned how to stand again, not as he had been, as he was. Chapter 5. Harry returned to Privet Drive with a godfather the Dursleys believed was a mass murderer. It improved the summer considerably. Uncle Vernon still gave orders. Aunt Petunia still watched Harry as though magic might leak from him and stain the carpet. Dudley still occupied most of any room he entered. But whenever Vernon's voice rose too loudly, Harry mentioned that Sirius Black hoped to hear regular updates about his treatment. The effect was immediate. Harry received meals. His bedroom door remained unlocked. He was even allowed outside without completing a list of chores first. It was not kindness. Harry knew the difference. Fear was simply more convenient. 3 days after returning from Hogwarts, he caught the night bus to London and entered Ashgrave through the leaky cauldron route Fenwick had arranged for the summer. His left hand ached during the journey. The injury had healed as much as it ever would. The bones were solid. The wrist no longer required wrapping. But his final 2 fingers remained weaker, especially when the hand turned inward. He could close them. He could hold objects. He could not trust them. Fenwick had rebuilt Harry's training around that fact. His right hand became the stronger striking hand. His left stopped reaching for grips it could not maintain. Instead, Harry learned to use the forearm, the heel of the palm, and the structure of the elbow. The adjustment felt unfair. Fenwick had no sympathy for fairness. "Your opponent won't pause because your hand hurts," he said. "It doesn't always hurt." "Then he won't pause because it might." Harry stopped discussing fairness. On his first morning back, he descended into the cellar expecting the chalk square, the broom, or Mara waiting with a wooden wand. Instead, someone was sleeping on the mat. The boy lay on his back with one arm across his eyes. His shoes had been placed neatly beside the wall. A leather delivery satchel served as a pillow. Harry recognized him, the squib from the alley, the one whose stolen bag had first led Harry to Ashgrave. Harry looked toward Fenwick. "You let him sleep here." Fenwick was repairing the strap on a training shield. "I let him train here." "He's asleep. He was working until 3. The boy lifted one hand without moving the arm across his face. "I can hear you." Harry folded his arms. "You never told me your name." "You never asked politely." "I asked if you were all right. You asked after making 3 people angrier." The boy lowered his arm and looked at Harry. The swelling Harry remembered was gone. His dark hair had been cut shorter. A thin scar marked the edge of one eyebrow. "Del Cresswell," he said. "You're the one with the famous forehead." "Harry!" "Yes, the famous forehead." Fenwick tossed the repaired shield aside. "Cresswell has trained here since he was 9. Harry looked at Del again. "You were already a trainee when those boys took your bag." Del sat upright. "I was delivering ingredients. You could have stopped them." "There were 3 wands." "So?" Del stared at him, then he looked at Fenwick. "He still asks questions like that?" "Constantly," Fenwick said. Del rose and stretched. He was slightly shorter than Harry but broader through the shoulders. There was nothing dramatic about him. No visible scars beyond the eyebrow. No posture designed to look threatening. He simply appeared balanced, even while yawning. Harry disliked him immediately, not because Del was rude. Harry was accustomed to rude people. He disliked him because Del looked comfortable in the room Harry had spent a year earning the right to enter. Fenwick threw 2 cloth bands onto the mat, one red, one gray, marking drill. Harry caught the red band with his right hand. Del tied the gray around his arm. "What are the rules?" Harry asked. Del smiled. "Try not to embarrass yourself." Fenwick pointed to the bands. "Remove the other person's marker. No strikes, no joint attacks, no wand." Harry secured the red cloth around his upper arm. "First to 3. "First to 1, Fenwick said. Harry frowned. "That could be luck." "Then don't be unlucky." They faced each other. Harry lowered his weight. Del stood naturally, too naturally. His hands remained at his sides. Harry watched his shoulders. Fenwick raised one hand. "Begin." Harry moved first. He stepped toward Del's gray marker, expecting Del to retreat or block. Del did neither. He moved closer. His shoulder touched Harry's chest. Harry's reaching arm became trapped between their bodies. Del's foot appeared behind Harry's ankle. The room tilted. Harry caught himself before hitting the floor. By the time he recovered, the red cloth was gone. Del held it between 2 fingers. "Lucky," Harry said. Del handed it back, deeply. Fenwick did not smile again. Harry retied the marker. The second attempt lasted longer. Harry feinted toward Del's right shoulder, then changed direction. Del followed without crossing his feet. Harry reached. Del caught the sleeve rather than the wrist, turned and pulled Harry past him. The red band vanished. "Again," Harry said. Fenwick shook his head. "The drill is over." "That was twice. The first failure told you the problem. I needed to test it. You repeated it." Harry looked toward Del. "What did I do wrong?" Del handed back the cloth. "You wanted the band." "That's the drill." "No, the drill is to take it without giving me everything else." Harry's jaw tightened. "You took mine. Because you gave it to me." Del returned to the mat and collected his satchel. Harry looked at Fenwick. "You said he started when he was 9. "Yes. So he has 4 years more training." 5, Del corrected. Harry looked back. Del slung the satchel over his shoulder. "I'm 14. "You're shorter than me." "Thank you. I hadn't noticed." Fenwick tapped the cane against the floor. "Potter?" Harry turned. "You are measuring yourself against the wrong thing. He's better than me." "Yes." Fenwick's agreement came too quickly. Harry stared. Fenwick continued. "Cresswell has better balance, cleaner judgment, more experience, and fewer heroic instincts." Del raised a hand. "Finally, recognition." "He also becomes lazy when he thinks he understands a problem." Del lowered the hand. Fenwick pointed the cane at Harry. "You become reckless when you don't." Then at Del. "He becomes careless when he does." Fenwick placed the cane between them. If either of you considers that a compliment, you are more foolish than I thought. Dell walked toward the stairs. Good meeting you, forehead. Harry watched him leave. When do I train with him again? When you stop caring whether you win. Harry looked at the empty staircase. That might take a while. I know. Dell appeared irregularly over the next 2 weeks. Sometimes he trained before Harry arrived. Sometimes he entered carrying packages from apothecaries, wand makers, or shops that preferred discreet couriers. Harry learned that Dell lived with an aunt above a shuttered bookshop near Nocturne Alley. His mother had been a witch. His father was a wizard. Neither had expected their only child to be a squib. Dell spoke about this without visible emotion. They tried everything, he said while wrapping his hands one morning. Potions, tutors, healers. A man from Romania who claimed dragon heat could awaken dormant magic. Harry stopped stretching. Did they put you near a dragon? A small one. Harry stared. Dell smiled. No, but you believed it. My life has included a giant snake under a school. Fair. They stood before the heavy bags. Fenwick had instructed them to complete 100 controlled strikes each. No speed, no competition. Dell turned every set into one anyway. 30, he said. Harry had reached 27. You're counting mine. You breathe louder on the last 3. Harry struck again. His fist landed cleanly. 28. Dell hit the bag. 31. You paused to talk. I can do both. Harry accelerated. Fenwick's cane struck the back of his knee. His leg folded. Power without structure, Fenwick said. Harry caught himself. Dell continued striking. 32. Harry glared. Fenwick looked at Dell. Start again. Dell stopped. What? You were watching him instead of your target. I didn't lose form. You lost attention. Dell stared at his bag. Fenwick waited. Dell sighed. 1. Harry tried not to smile. Fenwick struck Harry's ankle. You start again, too. I wasn't. You were celebrating his punishment. Harry faced the bag. 1. They completed the remaining repetitions in silence. Afterward, Dell sat beside Harry against the cellar wall. Your terrible company. Harry flexed his left hand. You started it. I was motivating you. You made me restart. You made yourself restart. Harry looked at him. Dell grinned. The expression transformed his face. It removed the guardedness and made him look younger. Harry found himself smiling back. That was how friendship with Dell began, not through a troll, not through shared secrets, through mutual punishment, and the agreement that Fenwick was unreasonable whenever he was not listening. Fenwick was always listening. Dell was better than Harry at almost everything inside the cellar. He recognized feints sooner. He moved through narrow spaces without allowing his shoulders to touch the walls. He could take a training wand from Harry's belt before Harry completed half a turn. His balance seemed impossible to disturb. Harry discovered one advantage. Dell hated being hit, not ordinary dislike. Everyone disliked being struck. Dell reacted to the possibility of impact before it happened. His eyes narrowed. His chin lifted. His weight shifted backward. The reaction was small. Harry noticed it because he had spent years doing the same thing. During a controlled sparring drill, Harry moved his shoulder as though beginning a strike. Dell retreated. Harry did not punch. He stepped into the space Dell abandoned and removed the gray marker from his arm. The cellar became quiet. Harry held up the cloth. Dell stared at it. Fenwick nodded once. Better. Harry tried not to look too pleased. Dell snatched the band. You didn't hit me. That was the point. You cheated. The rules didn't say I had to strike. You made me think you would. Harry smiled. Lucky? Dell retied the band with unnecessary force. They reset. Harry attempted the same feint. Dell did not move. Instead, he drove forward and took Harry's marker. Voldemort probably won't fall for the same trick twice either, Dell said. Harry's smile disappeared. Fenwick's cane struck the mat. Enough. Dell's expression changed. He looked toward Harry. I didn't mean, yes, you did. I meant the trick. Harry removed the band. The cellar suddenly felt too small. He walked toward the stairs. Fenwick blocked the path. Move. No, I'm finished. The drill is finished. Your response is not. Harry looked at Dell. The other boy seemed uncomfortable now, but Harry did not want an apology given because Fenwick demanded it. He doesn't know anything about Voldemort. Fenwick's face remained calm. Do you? He killed my parents. That tells you what he did. He came after me twice. That tells you what he wants. Harry's hand closed around the red cloth. Fenwick continued. You know he uses distance, fear, other people. You know he adapts. Cresswell's point was careless, not incorrect. Harry wanted to be angry. The problem was that Fenwick was right. Voldemort had already changed methods. As a memory, he used Ginny. As a spirit, he used Quirrell. He rarely placed himself where Harry could reach him. Harry looked toward Dell. Don't use him to make a joke. Dell nodded. I won't. It was not dramatic, no long apology. No promise of perfect understanding. Harry preferred it that way. Fenwick stepped aside. Both of you, 5 laps. Around what? Dell asked. Fenwick pointed toward the stairs. London. Dell stared. You can't be serious. 6. They began running before the number increased again. Fenwick took them outside Ashgrave in August. He called it observation work. Dell called it carrying expensive boxes while adults pretended they were teaching. Harry called it freedom from Privet Drive. Their task was to escort Hale through a section of abandoned warehouses near the Thames. A former ministry restrainer had been injured during a creature containment job and refused to visit St. Mungo's. Hale was bringing potions and checking the wound. Fenwick carried no wand. Hale carried one. Dell and Harry carried the supply case between them. Why does he refuse the hospital? Harry asked. Werewolf bite, Hale answered. Harry almost dropped his side of the case. Is he going to transform? Not for another 2 weeks. That isn't what he asked, Dell said. Hale sighed. The wound was made while the attacker was human. It will not transmit the condition. Then why hide it? Harry asked. Fenwick glanced toward the nearby street. Because the ministry reports any injury connected to a werewolf pack. That sounds sensible. It would be if they were reporting the attacker. Dell adjusted his grip. They report the injured person. Harry looked at him. Why? So businesses can dismiss them before they become inconvenient. Hale gave Dell a disapproving look. The policy is described as a safety precaution. It's still what happens. They entered a narrow lane between 2 warehouses. Broken windows watched from above. Harry studied every doorway. Fenwick noticed. What are you doing, watching for danger? You are moving your head too much. How else do I look? Use your eyes. Harry reduced the movement. Dell glanced at him. You look constipated. Quiet, Fenwick said. They reached the final building. The door had been reinforced with iron. Fenwick knocked 4 times. Too slow, too fast. No answer came. Hale put down his end of the case. Fenwick listened against the door. Harry heard nothing. Dell's joking expression vanished. Fenwick tried the handle, unlocked. He pushed the door inward. The warehouse smelled of damp wood and medicinal potions. A table had been overturned near the center. Glass covered the floor. The injured restrainer sat against a support pillar. His hands had been tied behind him. Blood darkened one side of his shirt, but he was conscious. Fenwick entered first. The man lifted his head. Bull! Fenwick scanned the room. Who? The prisoner's mouth moved. Harry could not hear the answer. Fenwick did. His face changed. Out, he said. Harry remained still. Dell did not. He grabbed Harry's sleeve and pulled him toward the door. A shape dropped from the upper walkway. It landed between them and the exit. The man was tall, not giant-sized, but built with a heaviness that made the warehouse seem narrower. His hair was gray at the temples, despite a face that did not look old. Scars crossed his mouth and traveled down his neck. His teeth showed when he smiled. They had been filed unevenly. Harry's body lowered before he consciously decided to move. The man noticed. Well trained. Fenwick stepped between them. Greyback. Harry knew the name. Even children raised outside the wizarding world eventually heard it. Fenrir Greyback. Werewolf. Pack leader. A man who attacked children deliberately, not because he lost control beneath the moon, but because fear continued long after wounds healed. Greyback's eyes moved to Harry's scar. Recognition brightened them, Potter. Fenwick's shoulders tightened. That was not part of the arrangement. Greyback looked amused. No, it's a pleasant surprise. Hale drew his wand. Greyback moved behind a pillar before the tip cleared the healer's sleeve. He had expected it. A second figure stepped from the shadows above, then a third. Both carried wands. Greyback did not. He did not need one to make the room dangerous. Fenwick spoke without looking back. "Hail, free Mercer." The healer raised his wand toward the bound man, one of the figures above cast. A curse struck the floor between Hale's feet. Stone chips sprayed into the air. Harry lifted the supply case as a shield. Dell caught the other side. A second spell slammed into it. The case split. Potion bottles shattered. Purple smoke poured across the floor. "Left," Dell said. Harry moved left. A green bolt passed through the space he had occupied, not the killing curse. He did not know which spell it was. It did not matter. Fenwick closed on Greyback. The two men collided. Fenwick's palm struck Greyback's jaw. Greyback barely moved. He hooked one arm around Fenwick's body and lifted him from the floor. Fenwick drove an elbow down against Greyback's forearm. The grip broke. Fenwick landed, turned, and struck the side of Greyback's knee. The werewolf staggered. Harry had never seen Fenwick move at full speed. There was no wasted motion, no pause. Every touch changed Greyback's balance or denied one of his limbs. But Greyback did not fight like the trainees in Ashgrave. He did not protect himself from pain. He accepted it. A fist struck his ribs. Greyback smiled and seized Fenwick's coat. He drove the older man into a support beam. Wood cracked. Fenwick's head snapped backward. "Bull!" Dell shouted. Greyback turned toward the sound. Fenwick struck him again. "Do not call attention. Too late." The wand users above continued firing at Hale. The healer had raised a shield around himself and Mercer, but each impact weakened it. Harry looked toward Greyback. Arm's reach, no wand, a physical opponent, the kind of threat Ashgrave was built to face. Harry released the broken case. "We help Fenwick." Dell caught his arm. "No. He can't hold him alone. We were told to leave." "The door is blocked." "Then find another." Greyback drove Fenwick into the pillar again. Fenwick remained on his feet, but one arm hung lower than the other. Harry moved. Dell swore and followed. Greyback saw them coming. He threw Fenwick aside. Harry reached him first. The distance vanished. Harry's right hand struck Greyback beneath the ribs. His hip turned. His feet remained grounded. Everything Fenwick had taught traveled through the blow. Greyback exhaled. Harry felt the impact move through the larger man's body. It was the hardest strike Harry had ever delivered. Greyback looked down at him. "That all?" His hand closed around Harry's throat. Harry trapped the wrist with both forearms. His injured left fingers failed almost immediately. Greyback lifted him. Harry's feet left the floor. He drove his knee upward. Greyback turned his hip, absorbing the strike. Harry hit him again. Greyback tightened his grip. The warehouse blurred. Dell appeared behind Greyback. He drove a short metal rod into the side of the werewolf's knee. Greyback dropped Harry. Harry struck the floor and rolled. Air returned painfully. Dell grabbed his collar. "Move!" Greyback caught Dell's satchel and dragged him backward. Dell twisted out of the strap. The leather tore. He reached for Greyback's arm. The werewolf swung. Dell blocked correctly. It did not matter. The force lifted him sideways and sent him across the floor. He struck the remains of the supply case. Harry stood. Fenwick was moving toward them. Too far. Greyback reached Dell first. Harry closed the distance again. He did not strike. He wrapped both arms around Greyback's waist from the side and drove with his legs. Greyback shifted one foot. Harry's momentum stopped. It felt like trying to move a wall that had decided to hit back. Greyback caught Harry's injured hand. His thumb pressed into the damaged joint. Pain exploded up Harry's arm. He screamed. The sound was brief. Greyback bent the hand farther. "You smell wrong," he said. Harry's knees weakened. Magic in the blood, but not enough in the bones. Fenwick struck Greyback behind the ear with the metal base of a training wand. Greyback released Harry. Fenwick caught Harry's shoulder and threw him toward Dell. "Run!" One of the wand users above aimed at them. Hale dropped his shield and cast toward a suspended chain. The chain snapped. A stack of empty crates crashed between the attackers and the floor. Dust filled the warehouse. Fenwick pulled Mercer upright. The injured restrainer could barely stand. Dell took one side. Harry took the other. His left hand shook uncontrollably. They moved toward a service door at the back. Greyback emerged through the dust. Fenwick turned to face him. "Take them out." Harry stopped. "We're not leaving you." Fenwick struck him across the face, not hard. The shock silenced him. That was not a request. Dell pulled Harry through the door. Hale followed, supporting Mercer with magic that made the injured man's steps lighter. Behind them, Greyback laughed. The sound followed Harry into the alley. Then Fenwick came through the door and slammed it closed. A spell struck the other side. The iron warped outward. "Move," Fenwick said. They ran. The first safe location was an abandoned Muggle laundrette 6 streets away. The machines had been removed. Dust covered the tiled floor. Hale sealed the doors and treated Mercer behind the counter. Fenwick sat against a wall. One sleeve had been cut away. His shoulder was already swelling. Dell stood near the window, breathing too quickly. Harry sat on the floor and stared at his left hand. The fingers moved slowly, painfully, but they moved. Fenwick watched him. Report. Harry looked up. "What? What did you do wrong?" The question felt impossible. Greyback had nearly crushed his throat. Dell had been thrown across a warehouse. Mercer was injured. Fenwick wanted a lesson. Harry's anger rose. "You knew he might be there." "No, you knew it involved werewolves." "Yes, you brought us. It was supposed to be a medical delivery." "You should have left us at Ashgrave." "Yes." The agreement disrupted Harry's anger. Fenwick continued, "That was my failure, now yours." Harry looked toward Dell. Dell remained near the window. "I tried to help you." "That was your decision, not the error. I attacked him." "Closer." Harry thought through the warehouse. Greyback's stance, the weight, the way his strike had landed correctly and achieved almost nothing. "I thought he was Circuit Tier." "He is." Harry frowned. "Then why didn't it work?" Fenwick's eyes hardened. "Tier tells you what kind of threat you are facing. It does not promise you are better than it." Harry looked at his hand. "I thought because he didn't have a wand." He had no wand in his hand. He had 2 wand users above him, a prepared room, greater strength, greater experience, and no concern for his own injuries. Fenwick leaned his head against the wall. "You saw the domain, you understood, and assumed that made it yours." Harry said nothing. Fenwick looked toward Dell. Cresswell. Dell's shoulders tightened. "I told him not to go, then followed him. He would have died. You nearly died with him." Dell turned. "What was I supposed to do?" "Decide." "I did." "No, you reacted to his decision." Dell's face flushed. Fenwick pointed toward the torn satchel. "You entered Greyback's reach because Potter did. You did not choose an angle, tool, or exit. You followed." Dell looked down. Harry felt the accusation strike him too. "My choice forced his." "No," Fenwick said. "Do not steal his failure to make yourself feel responsible for everything." Harry blinked. Fenwick's voice remained cold. "Your mistake was arrogance. His was loyalty without judgment. Both can kill." Hale approached from behind the counter. "Mercer is stable." Fenwick nodded. "Greyback?" "Gone by now." Harry looked toward the sealed door. "Why was he there?" Mercer answered weakly from across the room, "To recruit." The injured restrainer had been moved onto a blanket. His face was gray with exhaustion. "I refused." Dell looked at him. "So he tortured you?" He demonstrated the cost of refusing. The room became quiet. Harry's fingers curled. Greyback's voice returned to him. "Magic in the blood, not enough in the bones." "What did he want you to do?" Harry asked. Mercer closed his eyes. "Train his pack." Fenwick looked toward the window. The sunlight outside seemed too bright for the conversation. "Greyback has always understood fear," he said. "Now he wants discipline." Harry imagined werewolves moving like Ashgrave trainees, closing distance before wands cleared robes, using corridors, walls, and crowds. The thought chilled him. "Would the Circuit teach them?" he asked. "The Circuit is not one person," Fenwick said. "It has no head to cut off and no oath everyone obeys. Someone might." "Yes." Dell hugged his arms around his body. Harry looked at him. For the first time since they met, Dell did not have a joke. Fenwick forbade both boys from training for 1 week. Dell returned to delivery work. Harry returned to Privet Drive. The bruising around his throat faded from purple to yellow. His left hand recovered without further permanent damage, though it ached more sharply than before. He did not tell Hermione what happened. He wrote 3 letters and burned all of them. What could he say? "I found the kind of enemy my training should work against, and he treated me like a child." Harry had survived trolls, a basilisk, and Voldemort's servants. Those victories had been built from desperation, help, and narrow openings. Somewhere along the way, he had begun treating survival as proof. Greyback had corrected him. On the 8th morning, Harry returned to Ashgrave. Dell was already inside. The chalk square waited between them. Fenwick stood beside it with his cane. Harry removed his shoes. Dell did the same. Fenwick pointed inside. Both, they entered the square. It was barely large enough for 2 people. "What's the drill?" Dell asked. "Stand." Harry glanced at him. Dell glanced back. Fenwick circled the chalk line. "You do not leave the square. You do not remove the other person. You do not compete." The cane struck Harry's ankle. He adjusted. It struck Dell's knee. Dell lowered his weight. "You maintain your own position without destroying his." Harry's shoulder touched Dell's. Both immediately pushed back. Fenwick struck them. Again, they reset. Harry shifted to create space. Dell moved at the same moment. Their feet tangled. Fenwick swept both legs from beneath them. They fell again. The drill continued. Slowly, Harry learned Dell's balance, not to defeat it, to move beside it. Dell learned the limit of Harry's left hand and stopped forcing weight toward it. Harry noticed, "You don't have to protect it. I'm protecting my position. You moved. You were collapsing. I was adjusting. You adjust dramatically." Fenwick's cane struck them both. Quiet, they stood. Shoulder beside shoulder, feet sharing the small patch of stone, neither pushing, neither yielding more than necessary. Fenwick circled. "A fight is not yours because you understand its language." The cane touched Harry's ribs. "Strength is not yours because you survived someone stronger." It touched Dell's shoulder. "And loyalty is not useful if it turns 2 bodies into 1 mistake." Fenwick stopped in front of them. Greyback was not a test. Harry looked at him. He was a failure of preparation. "Mine first, yours after." Fenwick lowered the cane. "You lived. That earns you another lesson. Nothing more." Harry thought of the chamber, where survival had made people call him extraordinary. He thought of Greyback's hand around his throat, of Dell returning when running would have been safer, of Fenwick standing alone between them and something stronger. "Again," Harry said. Fenwick nodded. The cane rose. For the next hour, Harry and Dell learned how to remain standing without using the other person as ground. When the lesson ended, Dell collected his repaired satchel. Harry wrapped his aching hand. Neither mentioned Greyback. The name did not need to be spoken. It existed in every corrected foot position, every checked doorway. Every moment one of them began moving before deciding why. At the stairs, Dell stopped. "You really thought 1 punch would work?" Harry looked at him. "It was a good punch." "It was." "Thank you." He looked mildly inconvenienced. Harry shoved Dell's shoulder. Dell shifted with the contact and remained balanced. "Careful," he said. "I'm a highly trained professional. You deliver jars. Dangerous jars." Harry laughed. Dell smiled. Then they climbed into the morning. Behind them, Fenwick replaced the cane on the wall. On the shelf above it sat an old photograph of ministry restrainers. One face remained scratched away. Beyond the cellar, Greyback was gathering people who wanted strength without rules. And for the first time, Harry understood that Ashgrave did not belong automatically to the good. It was a tool, like magic, like a wand, like a fist. The person using it decided what came afterward. Chapter 6. Graveyard Manners. The Triwizard Tournament taught Harry that people preferred danger when it came with banners. At Ashgrave, danger smelled of old leather, blood, chalk, and medicinal potions. At Hogwarts, it arrived beneath floating decorations while hundreds of students applauded. Nobody cheered when Fenwick swept Harry's legs from beneath him. Nobody sold sweets while Mara pressed a wooden wand against his throat. Nobody composed newspaper articles about Dell making him repeat the same escape 27 times because his left foot kept turning inward. The tournament was different. Harry's name came out of the goblet of fire, and the great hall erupted, not with celebration, with accusation. He was 14. The magical contract said that did not matter. Harry watched professors argue, students whisper, and ministry officials discuss rules created by dead people, as though rules were more solid than children. He thought of Fenwick. Position becomes intention before the first attack. Someone had entered Harry into the tournament. That meant the fight had already begun. He simply did not know where his opponent was standing. Ron stopped speaking to him for nearly 3 weeks. The silence hurt more than Harry expected. Ron believed Harry had found a way around the age line and refused to share it. Harry understood the jealousy. Understanding did not make it easier. Hermione believed him immediately. That made her more unbearable. "You need a schedule," she said, spreading parchment across an empty classroom table. Harry looked at the columns she had created. "Is there a section for panicking?" "Thursday afternoon," he stared at her. "I moved arithmancy revision." Harry almost smiled. Hermione pointed toward the first column. "The first task historically involves controlled exposure to a dangerous magical creature or environmental hazard. Controlled, relatively. Last time Hogwarts controlled a dangerous creature. A basilisk lived in the plumbing for 1,000 years. That is why we are preparing." Harry looked at the list: defensive charms, creature classifications, emergency signaling, basic healing. Every subject relied on magic. Hermione saw his expression. "I know." "Do you?" She closed the book nearest her. "We'll work within your limits." "The dragon won't." They did not yet know the first task involved dragons. Harry was guessing. He had learned that when adults described something as a tradition, it usually meant a dangerous idea had survived long enough to become respectable. Hermione leaned forward. "Then we find a method that does not require overpowering it." That became the foundation of every task. Harry did not defeat the Hungarian horntail. He studied how it turned. He used summoned stones rather than attempting to control the dragon itself. Each summoning charm was small enough for his core to carry. One stone struck the ground to the dragon's left, another clattered behind it. The horntail followed the sound. Harry moved through the opening, used the terrain to shield his body from the tail, and reached the golden egg without casting a spell powerful enough to collapse him. The crowd called it clever. Fenwick called it barely acceptable. "You let the left wing become your only exit?" he said during Harry's next visit to Ashgrave. There was a dragon on the right. There was also a dragon on the left once it turned. "I got the egg." Fenwick struck Harry's ankle with the cane. Harry adjusted his stance. "Survival is not proof of good judgment." "I'm beginning to think you have that written above your bed." "I don't sleep." Dell, wrapping his hands nearby, looked up. "That explains a lot." Fenwick struck Dell's ankle too. The second task placed hostages beneath the Black Lake. Harry used gillyweed, not magical force. He brought Ron back. He tried to bring everyone back. The judges called it moral fiber. Fenwick called it an inability to leave a problem outside Harry's reach. "Was I supposed to abandon them?" "You were supposed to know whether they were actually in danger." "They were tied underwater." "By professors who organized the task." "Hogwarts professors." Fenwick considered that. Fair objection. It was the closest Harry came to winning the argument. By the time the third task approached, the school had changed around him. Students who had mocked him now wore badges supporting him. Rita Skeeter transformed every ordinary interaction into evidence of secret romance, trauma, or manipulation. People debated Harry's chances while he ate breakfast 10 feet away. The pressure became almost comforting. Harry understood public expectation now. It was weather. Unpleasant, unavoidable, and rarely personal despite using his name. The real danger was quieter. Someone had placed him in the tournament. Someone had guided events toward the maze. Harry no longer believed in coincidence. Neither did Hermione. She found the breaking grip 3 days before the final task. They were in the library searching for information about enchanted restraints. Hermione believed the maze might use vines, animated chains, or binding spells. Harry had already practiced finite magical counters and hated all of them. A single counter curse was manageable, several in succession would exhaust him. Hermione collected alternatives: muggle-cutting tools, acidic potions, heat-reactive powder. A self-folding saw confiscated from a 7th year. The final book came from a shelf in the oldest section of the library. Its cover read, "Manual Methods for Cursed Containments." Harry stared at it. That sounds cheerful. It was written for squib assistants in St. Mungo's artifact wards. Hermione opened the book carefully. The pages smelled of dust and bitter herbs. Many diagrams showed gloved hands manipulating boxes, rings, chains, and objects wrapped in warning cloth. Hermione turned several pages. Here, a drawing showed two hands positioned around a metal clasp. The fingers did not pull in opposite directions. They pressed inward at three specific points. The caption beneath it read, "The breaking grip." Harry leaned closer. It doesn't look like breaking. The name refers to interrupting the binding, not damaging the object. Hermione read silently, her eyebrows rose. What? Some older cursed structures are designed to resist magical interference. Counter curses strengthen them because they interpret foreign magic as attack. So you squeeze them? Not exactly. The pressure must be sustained along points corresponding to the physical anchors of the enchantment. Harry examined the illustration. Does it destroy the curse? No. It keeps the binding from tightening while someone else performs the magical release. So it requires two people. Usually. Harry turned the page. The next diagram showed a man holding a silver chain while a witch cast over his shoulder. The man's hands were blackened. A warning beneath the image read, "The holder may experience transferred strain. Do not release before the counterweave is complete." Harry thought of his damaged left hand. Hermione closed the book. No. I didn't say anything. You considered trying it. I considered remembering it. That is how you begin. Harry smiled faintly. You know me well, unfortunately. She copied the relevant pages. Harry practiced the finger position once on the edge of the table. The pressure irritated his weak joints. He changed the angle. Hermione slapped his hand away. We do not even know whether the maze contains cursed bindings. It might. It might contain blast-ended scroots. Then I'll grip them carefully. Hermione gave him a look. Harry stopped. The breaking grip became one more note among dozens. Neither of them imagined it would matter beyond the tournament. The night before the third task, Harry visited Ashgrave. Fenwick had cleared the cellar. Only Dell remained, sitting on the mat with his back against the wall. What is this? Harry asked. Final instruction, Fenwick said. Harry waited. Fenwick folded his arms. Leave. Harry frowned. I just arrived. Leave the maze. You think I should withdraw? Yes. The answer struck harder than Harry expected. You trained me for this. No, I trained you to notice danger. I noticed. You noticed someone forced you into a deadly competition and then agreed to complete every stage. There's a magical contract, which no one has explained clearly. Dumbledore said, Dumbledore has been wrong before. Harry's expression hardened. Fenwick stepped closer. Every task has moved you toward isolation, first from your classmates, then beneath the lake, now into a maze where the audience cannot see you. Harry had noticed the same pattern. Hearing it aloud made the air colder. Fenwick continued, If someone wants you dead, the maze is the first useful place they have been given. They could have killed me in the first task, in front of witnesses. The lake was hidden under the supervision of merpeople. Harry looked toward Dell. Dell did not joke. You agree? Harry asked. Yes. Harry turned back to Fenwick. If I leave, whoever entered me tries again. Probably. Somewhere I'm less prepared. Probably. And another champion could be hurt. Also possible. Harry stared at him. You're telling me to run. I'm telling you that choosing not to enter a trap is not cowardice. Harry's left hand curled. The smallest finger resisted. If I enter, I might find out who set it. If you enter, you may die without learning anything. Then what was all this for? The words echoed through the cellar. Fenwick's expression changed, not anger, disappointment. Harry regretted the question immediately. Fenwick looked toward the photographs on the wall, not the tournament. I know. Do you? Harry swallowed. Fenwick pointed toward the chalk square. This was not to make you brave enough to walk into every dangerous room. He pointed toward the training wands. Not to make you believe proximity belongs to you, then to Harry's left hand, not to make consequences temporary. Harry looked down. Fenwick's voice softened. I taught you to survive the choices you could not avoid. This one isn't avoidable. It is. Not to me. Fenwick nodded slowly. There it was, the truth Harry could not explain. He could technically withdraw. He could refuse to enter the maze. He could allow adults to argue over contracts and points, but the person behind the tournament would remain hidden. The other champions would enter. Cedric would enter. Someone else might touch whatever waited at the center. Harry could walk away from the maze. He could not walk away from knowing another person might fall into the trap designed for him. Fenwick saw the decision settle. Then do not mistake your reason for strategy. I won't. You already have. Fenwick held out his hand. Wand. Harry surrendered it. Fenwick placed the holly on the mat between them. Your opponent expects Harry Potter. Harry waited. The champion, the student, the boy who casts from the end of that stick. Fenwick tapped the wand with his shoe. Make him meet someone else. Harry looked at the wand. What if I need magic? You will. Then why? I did not say abandon it. Fenwick picked up the holly and returned it. I said do not let it define the position. Dell rose from the wall. He tossed Harry a red cloth marker. Harry caught it. First to one, he asked. Dell tied Gray around his arm. First to leave alive. Fenwick stepped between them. For the next 2 hours, Harry practiced drawing his wand only when movement had already created safety. He learned to cast while stepping sideways, to release the wand before allowing it to drag his body into a bad grip, to use one spell and move rather than use 3 and remain still. Dell took the marker from him 9 times. Harry took Dell's once. Fenwick ended the session immediately. Leave on the successful repetition, he said. I can do it again. That is why you leave now. Harry collected his wand. At the stairs, Dell touched his shoulder. Harry looked back. Don't die, Dell said. You too. I'm delivering laceing flies tomorrow, dangerous jars, the deadliest. Harry smiled. Fenwick did not, Potter. Harry faced him. A wand needs a 2.5 seconds. Harry nodded. Take that away from him, Fenwick said, and he is a man holding a stick. Harry completed the sentence silently. Fenwick's eyes remained hard. But if you cannot reach him, he is still a wizard. I know it in the maze. Harry climbed the stairs. The third task began beneath a darkening sky. The maze walls towered above the Quidditch pitch. The crowd filled the stands. Music played. Ludo Bagman announced the champions in a voice designed to make danger sound festive. Harry stood beside Cedric Diggory. Fleur de Lacquer waited on the other side. Victor Crumb stared at the entrance ahead. Cedric glanced at Harry. Nervous? Yes. Cedric smiled. Good. Harry looked at him. Cedric adjusted his grip on the wand. My dad says only idiots aren't nervous. Fenwick would like him. Who? No one. The whistle sounded. They entered separately. The hedges closed behind Harry. Noise from the stands disappeared. The silence confirmed Fenwick's suspicion. The maze was not a spectacle. It was a room with no witnesses. Harry moved carefully. He kept his wand low. The first obstacle was a wall of mist that reversed direction. He tested it with a stone. The stone fell upward. Harry went around. The second was a scroot. He did not fight it. He drew it into a narrow passage, climbed the hedge using thick lower branches, and dropped behind it while it struggled to turn. The third was Crumb. Harry found him standing above Fleur. Her body lay motionless on the ground. Crumb's eyes looked wrong, flat, controlled. His wand rose toward Harry. Harry moved before the spell. Red light crossed the path. Harry closed distance, struck Crumb's forearm with the heel of his left palm, and redirected the wand toward the hedge. Crumb was stronger. Ashgrave had never promised otherwise. He drove a shoulder into Harry's chest. Harry gave ground instead of resisting. Crumb followed. Harry hooked his foot behind Crumb's ankle and turned. The older boy fell against the hedge, thorns wrapped around his robes. Harry touched the wand to Crumb's chest. Stupefy. One moderate spell. The damaged core tightened, manageable. Harry checked Fleur. She was breathing. He sent red sparks into the air. Then he continued. Cedric joined him near the center. A giant spider attacked from above. Cedric lost his wand. Harry distracted the creature with light while Cedric recovered it. Together they drove the spider back. The cup appeared at the end of the path. Blue fire surrounded it. Cedric looked at Harry. You take it. We take it together. You saved me. You warned me about Crumb. That isn't the same. Harry glanced behind them. The maze walls seemed to be moving. Somewhere the person who designed the trap was waiting. Together. Cedric nodded. They approached the cup. Harry examined the base. No visible curse, no chain, no physical binding, nothing Hermione's copied diagram could help with. He touched the handle at the same moment as Cedric. The world vanished. Harry struck the ground shoulder first. He rolled. Cedric landed beside him. The Triwizard Cup fell onto wet grass. They were no longer in the maze. Gravestones surrounded them. A church stood beyond a rusted fence. Mist moved close to the ground. Cedric rose, wand ready. "Where are we?" Harry looked toward the largest grave. A stone angel leaned above it. The name carved beneath the weathering caught the moonlight. Tom Riddle. Harry's scar exploded with pain. He dropped to one knee. "Harry, someone's coming." A small figure approached between the graves carrying a bundle. Cedric raised his wand. "Stop there!" The figure did not. Harry forced his eyes open. Wormtail. He recognized the face from the shrieking shack. Peter Pettigrew, the man whose betrayal had killed Harry's parents. The bundle moved. A thin, high voice emerged from it. "Kill the spare." Wormtail raised his wand. Cedric froze for half a second at the sight of a familiar face. Harry did not. Position became intention before the first attack. Harry drove sideways into Cedric. Avada Kedavra, green light passed above them. It struck a headstone. The stone split. Harry and Cedric rolled in opposite directions. Wormtail cast again. A rope erupted from the wand and wrapped around Cedric's chest. Harry drew his wand. Expelliarmus. The spell struck Wormtail's shoulder rather than his wand. It turned him but did not disarm him. The effort sent pain through Harry's core. Wormtail recovered. Stupefy. Harry moved behind a grave. Red light shattered the upper stone. Cedric struggled against the rope. "Get him!" Harry looked around the monument. Wormtail was carrying the bundle in one arm. His wand remained in the other. The angle protected both. Harry could close, not before the next spell. He needed Wormtail to divide his attention. Cedric understood. He stopped struggling, then he shouted toward the bundle. "What is that thing?" The insult worked. The pale head turned, red eyes fixed on Cedric. Wormtail looked too. Harry moved. He did not run directly. He crossed between graves, shortening the angle. Wormtail saw him late. The wand rose. Harry threw his own, not at Wormtail, past him. The holly wand struck the ground behind the cauldron. Wormtail's eyes followed it, only for a fraction. Harry entered his reach. His right forearm struck Wormtail's wrist. The spell discharged into the earth. Harry pressed the arm against Wormtail's body. The bundle screamed. Wormtail released it instinctively. Harry caught the cloth with his weakened left arm. Something beneath it twisted. Cold skin scraped his wrist. Harry almost dropped it. Wormtail drove his head into Harry's face. Pain burst across Harry's nose. Harry held the wand arm. Cedric shouted. The enchanted ropes around him tightened. The bundle spoke again. "Fool, the potion!" Wormtail kicked Harry's knee. Harry fell. The creature rolled from his left arm into the grass. Wormtail seized it and retreated toward the cauldron. Harry reached for his wand. Too far. Cedric's wand remained trapped beneath the bindings. Wormtail sliced his own arm open. Blood fell into the potion. Harry realized the ritual was already prepared. Bone from the grave, flesh from the servant, blood from the enemy. Wormtail pointed his wand at Harry. A line of magic snapped around Harry's ankle and dragged him toward a marble headstone. His back struck it. Ropes wrapped his body. Harry tried to change position before the binding completed. Too late. The cords pinned his arms. Wormtail approached with a silver knife. Harry fought to control his breathing. The blade cut his forearm. Blood filled a glass vial. Wormtail poured it into the cauldron. The surface erupted. Light climbed into the sky. The ritual had not required Harry's cooperation, only his blood. Wormtail placed the pale creature inside. The cauldron disappeared beneath white fire. Harry stopped struggling. Cedric continued pulling against his ropes. What is happening? Harry knew. He had seen that face behind Quirrell's head. He had seen the memory of Tom Riddle inside the diary. The shape rising from the cauldron belonged to both and neither. A tall, skeletal body emerged from the steam, white skin, long fingers. A face flattened into something serpentine. Red eyes opened. Lord Voldemort had returned. For several seconds, the graveyard remained silent. Wormtail fell to his knees. my lord." Voldemort looked at his new hands. He flexed them slowly. Then he looked toward Harry. Recognition passed between them, not familiarity, possession. Voldemort had spent 13 years believing Harry belonged to the story of his failure. Now he had returned to take control of it. "Harry Potter," he whispered. Harry remained bound. Cedric stared at the figure from beside another grave. Voldemort glanced toward him. "The spare still lives." Wormtail bowed lower. "He moved, my lord." "Potter." "I saw." Voldemort's gaze returned to Harry. Something thoughtful entered his face. "You recognized intention." Harry said nothing. Voldemort walked closer. He stopped beyond arm's reach. Even newly restored, he understood distance. Harry noticed. Voldemort noticed him noticing. "Untie him," the Dark Lord said. Wormtail looked up. "My lord." "Harry has traveled far to meet me." The ropes vanished. Harry dropped to one knee. His wand lay near the cauldron. Voldemort extended one hand. The holly flew into his palm. He examined it. "Phoenix feather?" Harry rose carefully. His magical core ached from the spells he had already cast. His left hand throbbed from catching the creature. His knee hurt. None of those injuries mattered as much as the distance. 8 feet, Voldemort held both wands. More figures appeared beyond the graves. Death Eaters arriving through apparition, one by one, masked, armed. Cedric remained bound. The situation was not winnable. Fenwick's voice returned. "Your opponent expects Harry Potter, the champion, the student, the boy who casts from the end of that stick." Voldemort tossed the holly wand toward Harry. Harry caught it with his right hand. The Death Eaters formed a circle. Voldemort raised his own wand. "Bo!" Harry did not. A curse struck his back. His knees almost folded. Laughter traveled around the circle. Voldemort smiled. "I said Bo?" Harry looked at the wand, then at Voldemort's shoulders. The Dark Lord expected a duel. He expected Harry to raise his wand, to cast, to respond within the language every wizard understood, magic across space, power meeting power. Voldemort wanted witnesses to see Harry fail at the thing the world believed had made him famous. Harry lowered his wand. The laughter stopped. Voldemort's smile narrowed. "What are you doing?" Harry shifted his right foot. "Meeting you." Voldemort's wand began to rise. Harry moved. The distance was 8 feet. Too far if he waited for the spell, not too far if the fight had already begun. Voldemort's shoulder turned. Harry threw the holly wand toward his face. Voldemort redirected it with a flick. The movement cost less than a second. It cost enough. Harry crossed the remaining distance. His forearm struck Voldemort's wand wrist. The first curse discharged into the sky. Gasps replaced laughter. Harry pressed the arm against Voldemort's chest. His right shoulder drove beneath the Dark Lord's chin. Voldemort stumbled backward. Not from overwhelming force, from disbelief. Harry hooked one foot behind Voldemort's ankle. The Dark Lord fell. The most feared wizard alive struck the graveyard earth with Harry already above him. Harry trapped the wand arm beneath one knee. Voldemort's free hand reached for his throat. Harry turned his face and drove an elbow into the inside of the reaching arm. Bone met bone. Voldemort hissed. The sound was human. Harry struck him once. A short right hand beneath the cheekbone. Voldemort's head snapped sideways. The graveyard froze. No one moved. No one had imagined the scene. The Dark Lord did not bleed immediately. Then a thin red line appeared at the corner of his mouth. Harry saw it. So did everyone else. Voldemort's expression changed. Humiliation became fury. Magic erupted from his body without a wand movement. Harry was thrown backward. He struck the ground and rolled between two graves. Pain filled his ribs. He rose before his body wanted to. Voldemort stood. Mud stained his new robes. Blood marked his mouth. His wand remained in his hand. Harry had not taken it. That had not been the goal. He had taken the second and a half. Once, Voldemort wiped the blood with one finger. He examined it. The Death Eaters remained silent. Harry's wand lay several feet away. Cedric stared at him as though Harry had become something unrecognizable. Wormtail looked terrified, not of Harry, of the shame now standing in front of Voldemort's followers. The Dark Lord raised his wand. Harry understood immediately that the same approach would not work again. Voldemort's stance had changed. His elbow stayed closer to his ribs. The tip remained aligned with Harry's chest. Distance widened. Adaptation, permanent and immediate. Fenwick had warned him. Voldemort never needed the same lesson twice. Interesting, Voldemort said. Harry nearly laughed. He hated that word. Voldemort's wand moved. Harry threw himself behind a headstone. The curse struck the marble and exploded it. Harry crawled through broken stone. A second spell passed above him. A third struck the ground and transformed soil into grasping hands. Harry kicked free. He could not close. Voldemort would not allow it. The Dark Lord moved sideways whenever Harry changed angle. He used the graves as distance markers rather than obstacles. Every curse forced Harry toward open ground. The duel Voldemort had wanted became an execution adapted in real time. Harry needed a different objective. Cedric, the cup, escape. His wand lay beside the cauldron. Harry ran toward it. Voldemort anticipated the path. Crucio? Harry changed direction before the wand completed the movement. The curse missed. Harry slid behind the cauldron, seized the holly with his right hand and cast once. Defindo, the cutting charm, struck Cedric's ropes. They split halfway. The spell was moderate. Pain tore through Harry's core. His vision blurred. Cedric forced his arms apart. The remaining cords snapped. Cup! Harry shouted. Cedric ran. A Death Eater moved to intercept him. Harry threw a broken stone. It struck the masked wizard's wand hand. Cedric tackled him. The Death Eater fell against a grave. Cedric seized the Triwizard Cup. Voldemort cast toward him. Harry moved into the line, not to block the curse with his body, to cast. Protego, a pale shield formed. The curse struck it. The fracture inside Harry opened. The barrier shattered. The remaining force threw him across the grass. He landed near Cedric. The world pulsed black at the edges. Magical exhaustion, too soon, too much. Cedric caught Harry beneath one arm. The cup. They reached together. Voldemort's next curse burned across the ground. Wormtail shouted something. Harry's fingers touched the handle. Voldemort's voice followed. Harry! The portkey activated. The graveyard disappeared. They returned to the center of the maze. The cup landed first. Cedric and Harry appeared beside it. Both fell. For a moment the stadium remained silent. Then the crowd erupted. They believed the champions had returned together. They believed the tournament had ended. Cedric stood first. Voldemort. He shouted. The celebration faltered. Harry remained on his knees. The damaged core inside him felt scraped hollow. Professor Dumbledore crossed the pitch. His robes moved behind him. Harry! He's back. Dumbledore looked at Cedric. Cedric's face was white. I saw him. The words changed everything. Not one frightened teenager. Two champions, wounds, blood, the residue of forbidden ritual magic clinging to their clothes. A portkey that had been altered inside Hogwarts. Dumbledore's expression hardened. Where? Graveyard, Cedric said. Tom Riddle's grave. Aurors pushed through the crowd. Amos Diggory reached his son. McGonagall knelt beside Harry. Madame Pomfrey touched her wand to his chest and swore under her breath. Harry looked beyond them. Barty Crouch Jr., disguised as Mad-Eye Moody, stood near the edge of the maze. He was watching Harry. Not with relief, with rage. The trap had succeeded. Voldemort had returned. But Harry had returned too, with a witness. Harry pointed. Moody. The false professor turned. Dumbledore moved before he could escape. The night broke open again. Harry woke in the hospital wing near dawn. Ron and Hermione sat beside the bed. Cedric occupied another bed across the room while his parents slept in chairs nearby. Dumbledore stood at the window. Professor McGonagall spoke quietly with an aura. The Ministry believed them. Evidence had been collected from the cup. Crouch had been exposed. The graveyard had been found. Magical residue confirmed a resurrection ritual. Voldemort was alive. The truth had traveled faster than denial could organize itself. Ron looked at Harry. What did you do to him? Harry's throat hurt. Who? Hermione leaned forward. Cedric said you tackled Voldemort. Harry closed his eyes. That sounds dramatic. He said you punched him. Ron's voice contained horror, admiration, and confusion in equal measure. Harry opened his eyes. "I did," Hermione stared. "You physically attacked the most dangerous wizard alive." "He had my wand." "That does not improve the sentence." Ron looked toward Dumbledore, then lowered his voice. "Did it work?" Harry remembered Voldemort on the ground, the blood, the silence of the Death Eaters. For a second. Hermione understood before Ron did. Her face changed. A second and a half. Harry looked at her. She had seen the coded notes, the stance exercises, the movements Harry practiced when he believed nobody watched. She had known about Ashgrave since his injury. He nodded. Dumbledore turned from the window. His gaze settled on Harry, not the scar, not the wand resting beside the bed, Harry's hands. The right was bruised across the knuckles. The left had swollen around the old injury. For the first time, Dumbledore saw the path Harry had found outside the future everyone had planned for him. "What have you been learning?" he asked. Harry looked toward McGonagall. She appeared equally unsettled. "Something else," Harry said. Dumbledore approached the bed. "From whom?" Harry thought of Fenwick, Dell, Mara, the photographs of people history had forgotten because they carried no wands. "That isn't my secret to give." Dumbledore's expression tightened. "This concerns Voldemort." "No." Harry's voice was weak but steady. "It concerned Voldemort for 1 second. He won't let me that close again." Dumbledore studied him. Harry saw the moment the headmaster realized he was right. Voldemort would adapt proxies, distance, environmental threats, anything that made a wand's reach the only reach that mattered. The graveyard had not revealed a method for defeating him. It had revealed a category of humiliation Voldemort would now spend the war preventing. Across the room, Cedric woke. He looked toward Harry. Their eyes met. Cedric lifted one hand, not celebration, recognition. They had both returned. "That was enough." Fenwick heard the story before Harry could reach Ashgrave. The Daily Prophet printed 3 versions. The first called Harry a heroic duelist. The second claimed he used secret ancient magic. The third described an unorthodox close-range magical exchange, and avoided explaining why Voldemort's face had been bruised. Harry entered the cellar 1 week after leaving the hospital wing. Training stopped. Every face turned toward him. Dell stood near the heavy bags. He stared at Harry for several seconds. Then he crossed the room and punched Harry lightly in the shoulder. "You absolute idiot." Harry winced. "Good to see you too." "You hit him?" "Yes." With the bad hand. The other one, responsible. Mara approached next. She looked at his bruised knuckles. "You aligned the wrist." "Yes." "Good." Fenwick remained beside the chalk square. He held the newspaper folded beneath one arm. Harry walked toward him. "I know what you're going to say." "No, you don't." "I survived. That doesn't mean I handled it well." Fenwick's mouth tightened. "I was going to say you crossed 8 feet against a drawn wand." Harry stopped. "You heard the distance." Diggory gave a detailed statement. He noticed. People remember strange things when they expect to die. Fenwick placed the newspaper on the floor. The front page showed a moving image of Harry and Cedric returning with the cup. The headline read, "The Dark Lord returns. Potter and Diggory survive graveyard attack. What happened after you struck him?" Fenwick asked. He changed his stance. "Immediately." "Yes." "Distance?" He kept widening it. "Used barriers, graves, proxies, Death Eaters, but mostly as a circle. He didn't need them after." Fenwick nodded, he learned. "Yes. Then you understand." Harry looked around the cellar. The trainees watched. Some appeared proud, others worried, none were cheering. "He won't let it happen twice," Harry said. Fenwick picked up his cane. "Good." Harry frowned. "Good. A fool would chase the graveyard forever." Fenwick pointed toward the chalk square inside. Harry stepped into it. Dell joined him without being asked. Fenwick struck Harry's ankle. He adjusted. Then Dell's. Dell lowered his weight. "The world will call what happened a victory," Fenwick said. Harry looked forward. "It wasn't." "No." The cane circled them. "You denied a wizard his preferred position for 1 second and escaped before he corrected the error." Fenwick stopped in front of Harry. "That is not defeat." "I know. It is not proof you can fight him." "I know. It is not permission to believe your hands can answer every threat." Harry remembered the curses tearing apart gravestones, the shield breaking, the emptiness inside his core. "I know." Fenwick studied him, then he nodded. Good. The cane struck Harry's shoulder. He remained balanced. Again. Training continued. Outside, the wizarding world prepared for war. Inside the cellar, Harry learned the true cost of the graveyard. Voldemort had returned with a body. Harry had given him something else. A reason never to come within arm's reach again. Chapter 7. The boy there afraid of the Ministry believed Harry Potter before breakfast. By lunch, it had decided what he was allowed to say. The first official statement described the graveyard as a coordinated attack by surviving followers of Voldemort. The second confirmed that an illegal resurrection ritual had taken place. The third assured the public that the Ministry remained in control. The fourth contained Harry's name 11 times. Harry Potter, the celebrated survivor of the attack. Harry Potter, whose unique defensive abilities. Harry Potter, who courageously engaged the returned Dark Lord. Harry Potter, currently under Ministry protection. Harry read the final phrase twice. He was sitting in the hospital wing, still weak from magical exhaustion. Cedric occupied the bed across from him while Madame Pomfrey examined the cursed damage around his ribs. Ron stood beside Harry's bed holding the newspaper. Hermione read over his shoulder. "No one asked me," Harry said. Ron lowered the page. "Asked you what?" "Whether I wanted Ministry protection." Hermione took the newspaper and flattened it against the blanket. "They also describe you as a close-range magical combat specialist." Harry looked at her. "I'm not." "I know." Fenwick would throw the paper into the fire. He might throw the reporter into the fire. He wouldn't. Ron considered. Near the fire? Harry almost smiled. Then his eyes reached the photograph beneath the headline. It showed him and Cedric collapsing beside the Triwizard Cup. Cedric was supporting Harry with one arm. Auras rushed around them. Professor Dumbledore stood in the background, his face grave. The image repeated every few seconds. Fall, rise, reach, fall again. The photograph made the return look like a victory. It did not show Harry bound to a gravestone. It did not show Wormtail's knife cutting his arm. It did not show Voldemort correcting his stance after being struck once. It did not show the Death Eaters closing their circle or the curses following Harry through the graveyard. The newspaper had taken the smallest possible part of the truth and enlarged it until nothing else fit on the page. "What does unique defensive abilities mean?" Ron asked. "It means they don't want to write that he punched Voldemort," Hermione said. Across the room, Cedric looked up. "They asked me about that 7 times. Harry turned. Cedric's face remained pale, but he was sitting upright. "Who?" "Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Minister's Office. 2 unspeakables. Unspeakables asked. One did. The other stared at my shoes." Ron frowned. "Maybe they were interesting shoes. They were covered in graveyard mud." "That sounds interesting." Hermione ignored both of them. "What did they ask?" Cedric glanced toward the hospital doors. "Distance, timing, which hand Harry used, whether Voldemort lost his wand." Harry's stomach tightened. "They're studying it." "Of course they are," Hermione said. "It was witnessed by several Death Eaters and confirmed by both of us. They want to understand how it happened." "No," Harry said. She looked at him. "They want to understand whether it can happen again." The difference settled over the group. Ron sat on the edge of the bed. "That's good, isn't it? If they can teach auras, they can't." "Why not?" "Because it wasn't a spell." Ron looked confused. Hermione did not. Harry continued. "It worked because Voldemort expected a duel. He won't make that mistake again, and the Death Eaters won't either." Cedric nodded. He changed immediately. Hermione folded the newspaper. "The Ministry might still think the method can be standardized." Harry looked toward the doors. "They'll look for Fenwick." He pushed back the blanket. Madame Pomfrey appeared beside him with terrifying speed. "No, I need to leave. No, they'll find Ashgrave. You suffered severe magical exhaustion less than 48 hours ago. I'm not casting. You are barely standing." Harry placed his feet on the floor. The room tilted. Madame Pomfrey caught his shoulder and pushed him back onto the mattress. "Mr. Potter, I have treated students bitten by cursed books who displayed better judgment. The Ministry will remain incompetent for another 6 hours without your assistance." She pulled the blanket up to his chest. "Rest." Harry looked at Hermione. She was already collecting her books. "I'll send a message," she said. "To whom?" Ron asked. "Someone who knows where Harry goes." Harry stared. "You know how to contact Fenwick?" "No." She held up the old volume on cursed containments. "But I know a librarian who owes me 3 favors and dislikes the ministry." Ron watched her leave. "She's frightening." "Yes," Harry said. Cedric settled back against his pillow. "Useful, though. Usually—" Harry looked once more at the ministry statement under ministry protection. At Privet Drive, adults had used protection to mean locked doors. At Hogwarts, it meant secrets withheld for his own good. Harry wondered what it would mean now that the government was saying it. It meant 6 Aurors at Hogwarts, 2 outside the hospital wing, 2 near the main entrance, 2 assigned to follow Harry whenever he left either location. They were polite. That made the arrangement worse. The senior officer introduced himself as Auror Dawlish. He wore clean robes, polished boots, and the expression of a man who believed following instructions was the same thing as making good decisions. "This is temporary," Dawlish assured Harry. "How temporary?" "Until the threat is properly assessed. Voldemort tried to kill me when I was a baby." "How long does assessment usually take?" Dawlish ignored the question. "You are to remain on school grounds." "I already do. You may not leave through unauthorized passages." Harry's face remained blank. Dawlish looked at the marauder's map-shaped pocket inside Harry's robes. "Any unauthorized passages? You searched my things for your safety." Harry looked at Professor McGonagall. She stood near the hospital doors with her lips pressed into a line. "Headmaster Dumbledore permitted a limited security examination," she said. Harry heard what she did not say. "She had not. Did they take anything?" "No," McGonagall answered. Dawlish cleared his throat. "Certain objects are being held temporarily." Harry looked at him. "What objects?" "The invisibility cloak." The room went cold. Harry stood. Madame Pomfrey was not close enough to stop him this time. "That belonged to my father." "It remains your property." "Then give it back when the assessment ends." Harry stepped closer. Dawlish's hand moved toward his wand. It was a small movement, instinctive. Harry saw it. Dawlish saw Harry see it. Neither moved further. The other Auror straightened. Professor McGonagall stepped between them. "The cloak will be returned now." Dawlish looked uncomfortable. "Professor, the minister's directive does not allow the seizure of a student's inheritance. It enables protective custody of objects that might facilitate unauthorized movement." McGonagall's eyes sharpened. "Then I suggest you place the castle staircases under arrest." Dawlish glanced toward the second Auror. The other man looked away. Harry's cloak was returned an hour later. The Aurors continued following him. He stopped using the secret passages. Not because the ministry had forbidden it, because leading them toward Ashgrave would have been worse. The school treated Harry differently after the graveyard. Most students believed him. That was new. Belief did not make them kind. First years stopped talking when he entered corridors. Older students turned to watch his hands. Some asked him to demonstrate what he had done. Others challenged him quietly, hoping to become the student who had beaten the boy who struck Voldemort. The first challenge came outside potions. A Ravenclaw 6th year blocked Harry's path. "I heard you can disarm someone before they draw." Harry tried to walk around him. The older boy moved with him. "Is it true?" "No. You did it to you-know-who." "Once, so do it again." The boy reached toward his wand. Harry did not move. The Ravenclaw's hand stopped inside his robe. Students gathered. Ron stepped beside Harry. "What's wrong with you?" The older boy ignored him. "Come on, Potter." Harry looked at his shoulder. "Too tense. Wait forward." The wand was probably in an inner pocket, badly positioned for a quick draw. Harry could reach him. He chose not to. "No." The Ravenclaw smiled. "Scared?" "Yes." The answer disrupted the moment. Harry continued. "You should be too." The boy's smile faded. "Voldemort nearly killed me after I touched him once. You think copying the part that surprised him makes you ready for the part that came after?" No one spoke. Harry moved around him. Ron and Hermione followed. At the end of the corridor, Ron looked back. "He really wanted you to hit him." "That's why I didn't." Hermione studied Harry. "Fenwick. Common sense." "So Fenwick." Harry did not answer. Rita Skeeter called him the Fist of Gryffindor. The Daily Prophet preferred the boy who struck back. The Evening Seer used the title the Ministry hated most, the Riven Fist. Harry did not know how they had learned the word. He suspected someone had accessed the sealed medical record. The article never mentioned his damaged core. It described a fractured magical history and suggested Harry had developed physical combat skills to compensate for mysterious childhood injuries. The writer made compensation sound sinister. The title spread anyway. Students whispered it. Shopkeepers printed it on badges. A moving illustration showed a small boy striking a snake-faced shadow while lightning exploded behind him. Harry tore the badge in half when Colin Creevey showed it to him. Colin looked crushed. "Sorry," Harry said immediately. "I thought you'd like it." "I don't." Colin looked at the broken pieces. "Because it's inaccurate. That too." "Is the fist too large?" Harry stared at him. "No one should be selling this." Colin gathered the pieces. "They sell everything about you." The sentence was spoken without cruelty. That made it worse. Harry watched the younger boy leave. The wizarding world had sold his survival since he was 1 year old. Now it had found a new shape for it. A fist. Simple, useful, easy to print on a badge. The Ministry hearing took place in July. Harry entered courtroom 10 through doors that had once been used for criminal trials. He was not accused of a crime. 15 members of the Wizengamot sat above him anyway. Dumbledore stood to Harry's left. Professor McGonagall sat behind them. Amelia Bones represented the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Her questions were precise and mostly fair. Cornelius Fudge sat at the center. Dolores Umbridge sat beside him wearing pink. Harry disliked her before she spoke. "Mr. Potter," she began, "we are all deeply grateful for the courage you displayed." Harry waited. Compliments from officials usually meant they wanted something. "However," Umbridge continued, "recent events have raised questions concerning your unauthorized combat education." There it was. Dumbledore's expression remained calm. Harry looked toward Fudge. "Am I on trial?" "Certainly not," Fudge said quickly. "This is a protective inquiry." Harry heard the word again, protection. Umbridge smiled. "Would you please identify the person who trained you?" "No." A murmur traveled through the chamber. Umbridge's smile did not change. "You understand that withholding information may place others at risk." "The person who trained me didn't put my name in the goblet. We are investigating every aspect of the attack." "Then investigate the person who did." "He has been questioned." Barty Crouch Jr. had been kept alive. Dumbledore insisted on it. The Ministry wanted answers. Crouch had given them names, locations, and fragments of plans in exchange for protection from the Dementor's kiss. The decision disgusted Harry. It was also useful. Several Death Eaters had been arrested before reaching Voldemort. Others vanished into hiding. The Ministry had evidence of a wider network. That should have been enough. It was not enough for Umbridge. "The methods you used in the graveyard are associated with unlicensed restraint groups." She said, "Associated by whom?" "Ministry intelligence." "Then you already know more than I do." Amelia Bones hid something behind one hand. It might have been a cough. Umbridge's eyes hardened. "Mr. Potter, trained witches and wizards have been injured by members of these organizations." "Trained witches and wizards injure people every day." "That is precisely why magical force is regulated, and physical force isn't." "It should be." Harry understood the hearing. This was not about Voldemort, not entirely. Voldemort's return had created fear. Fear demanded visible action. The Ministry could not arrest Voldemort. It could not remove the knowledge from his mind. It could control Harry, or try. Umbridge leaned forward. "You are a minor with a documented history of entering dangerous situations." Harry glanced at Dumbledore. The headmaster's face remained unreadable. "A history created mostly at Hogwarts," Harry said. McGonagall looked down. Several Wizengamot members shifted uncomfortably. Fudge cleared his throat. "This is not an inquiry into the school." "Why not?" "Mr. Potter, you sent me into the Triwizard Tournament because a magical cup said so." "The contract." No one showed me the contract. Fudge's face reddened. Umbridge interrupted. You are avoiding the question. No, I answered it. You refused. That is an answer. Dumbledore placed one hand on Harry's shoulder. The touch was gentle, a warning, perhaps, or support. Harry could not tell. Amelia Bones looked through her notes. Mr. Potter, would your instructor willingly assist the Ministry in developing close-range protection for auras? Harry considered. No, you answered quickly. He doesn't like the Ministry. A few members murmured. Bones continued. Why? Asked the Ministry. That changed the room. Umbridge's quill stopped. Fudge looked toward an advisor. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Bones leaned forward. Was your instructor previously employed by the department? Harry remained silent. He had nearly said too much. Fenwick's history was not Harry's secret. Bones understood from the silence. She closed the file. I recommend ending this line of questioning. Umbridge turned. Madam Bones, the witness is 14. He has confirmed no illegal use of magic, no organized assault, and no intent to conceal an immediate threat. He is concealing a combat organization. He is protecting a private citizen's identity, an identity connected to unregulated violence. Bones removed her monocle. The Death Eaters are also connected to unregulated violence. Our resources might be better directed toward them. Several members voiced agreement. Fudge raised both hands. The hearing ended without an order. Harry's relief lasted until they reached the corridor. Dumbledore stopped beside a high window. You nearly revealed him. I know. Amelia may investigate old records. She would have anyway. Yes. Harry looked at the floor. Are you angry? No. The answer sounded honest. Dumbledore folded his hands behind his back. I am concerned. About Fenwick. About what you are carrying alone. Harry looked at him. The corridor was empty except for McGonagall, who waited several yards away. Dumbledore continued. You were injured during training. Harry's left hand curled instinctively. Hermione told you? No. Then how? I have watched you compensate for it. Harry looked at the crooked final fingers. You watched my magic too. Dumbledore's face tightened. The old wound between them had not healed. Harry was no longer certain it would. Yes, Dumbledore said, and I waited too long to speak. Are you going to tell me to stop training? I considered it. Harry met his eyes. And I do not believe you would. That hasn't stopped adults before. No, Dumbledore looked through the window toward the Ministry atrium below. Nor am I certain stopping you would be wise. Harry had not expected that. Dumbledore turned back. What happened in the graveyard saved Cedric's life. And mine? Yes, but the world has now seen something it does not understand. Governments respond poorly to power they cannot measure. Harry glanced toward the courtroom doors. They understand fists. They understand violence, Dumbledore corrected. They do not understand a tradition created by people their society dismisses. The circuit. Dumbledore nodded. He knew the name. Harry's body tightened. How? I began looking after Cedric's testimony. You investigated me. I investigated the gap in my own knowledge. That sounds better. It is not entirely different. Harry looked away. Dumbledore's voice softened. The Ministry will attempt to recruit the circuit. If recruitment fails, it may attempt regulation. If regulation fails, it may decide the circuit is dangerous. They'll arrest Fenwick. If they find grounds, they'll invent them. Dumbledore did not disagree. Harry looked back toward the courtroom. Can you stop them? Not alone. What do you need? Dumbledore studied him. Trust. Harry laughed quietly. The sound contained no humor. You should have asked before I found out my core was broken. Yes. The immediate agreement silenced Harry. Dumbledore looked older than he had in the graveyard aftermath. I cannot change that failure, he said. I can choose not to repeat it. Harry waited. Dumbledore reached inside his robes and removed a small black book. The cover was plain. The pages were filled with copies of old records. What is that? A question. Harry frowned. Dumbledore opened to a drawing of Tom Riddle's diary. The object you destroyed in the chamber behaved unlike an ordinary memory. Harry's attention sharpened. It possessed Ginny? Yes, it thought independently. It drew strength from her, and when you destroyed it, I found damage consistent with a soul binding. Harry looked at him. What does that mean? It means Voldemort may have used magic that allows part of a soul to survive outside the body. The ministry corridor seemed to grow colder. Part of his soul was in the diary, I believe so, and when I destroyed it, you destroyed that fragment. Harry thought of Tom Riddle screaming as ink poured from the pages. How many? I do not know. Can you find them? I intend to. Harry reached for the book. Dumbledore did not release it immediately. This path will require research, memory, and magic, not force. I know. I am not excluding you because of your core. Then why? Because Voldemort already recognizes you as his most personal threat. If you begin searching openly, he will see the pattern. Harry's fingers remained on the cover. You want someone else to do it? I want several people to do different parts. Hermione appeared at the end of the corridor. She was carrying 4 books despite having been told the hearing might last 10 minutes. Dumbledore looked toward her. She has already begun. Harry stared at Hermione. She stopped. You told him? I asked him why the diary reacted to basilisk venom. Harry released the black book. How long have you been working on this? 3 weeks. And you didn't tell me. Hermione shifted the books. We did not know enough. The answer sounded familiar, too familiar. Harry's anger rose. Dumbledore saw it. This is not protection through ignorance, he said. It feels similar. You may read every finding, but I'm not searching. Not directly. Harry looked from Dumbledore to Hermione. Part of him wanted to refuse, to demand a place in the center. Voldemort had murdered his parents, marked him, returned using his blood. Surely the hunt belonged to Harry. Then Fenwick's voice returned. You wanted the success more than you wanted the position. Harry forced himself to think beyond the feeling. Voldemort expected him to charge toward every threat. The Ministry expected him to become a public weapon. Perhaps the most useful place was not always the center. What do you need from me? Harry asked. Hermione relaxed slightly. Memories. Anything the diary said about itself. Details from the graveyard ritual. Anything you noticed about Voldemort's behavior. And after, Dumbledore closed the black book. After we identify the objects, we determine how each can be destroyed. Harry remembered the breaking grip, bindings that resisted magic. A holder maintaining physical pressure while someone else completed the magical release. He did not mention it, not yet. I want copies of everything, Harry said. You will have them, Dumbledore answered. No sealed files. Dumbledore held his gaze. No sealed files. It was not forgiveness. It was a beginning. Fenwick relocated Ashgrave 2 days later. Harry arrived at the storage entrance and found it empty. The mats were gone. The photographs had been removed. Even the chalk square had been washed from the floor. Only a note remained beneath a loose stone. Hog's head. Midnight. Come alone. Harry used the silver fire. He emerged inside a smaller cellar with a low ceiling and damp walls. Fenwick waited beside an unlit lantern. Dell sat on a crate. Mara stood near the door. Where is everyone? Harry asked. Moved, Fenwick said. Because of the Ministry? Because 3 officials visited the storage company. Harry's stomach tightened. What did they ask? Training records, names, whether we possessed restricted artifacts. Do you? Dell raised one hand. Define restricted. Fenwick ignored him. They offered contracts. To do what? Train auras? Harry stared. That sounds useful. It could be. Fenwick lit the lantern. The small room brightened. Mara's expression remained hard. The contract placed all methods, records, and trainees under Ministry authority. Harry understood. They wanted ownership. They called it wartime standardization, Fenwick said. What happens now? Ashgrave stops being a location. Fenwick handed Harry a rolled mat. It becomes what it was before anyone painted a sign above a cellar. People teaching quietly, people surviving quietly. Harry unrolled the mat. His weak hand struggled with the final corner. Dell helped flatten it. The Ministry wants you too, Harry said. Fenwick looked unsurprised. They want everyone useful. They'll call you dangerous if you refuse. They already did. Harry thought of Umbridge's smile. Bones might help. Bones works inside the structure that blacklisted me. What happened? Fenwick became still. Mara looked away. Dell stared at the floor. Harry had asked before. Fenwick had always answered with one word. Politics. This time he sat on the crate opposite Dell. A werewolf containment in Kent. Fenwick said. 22 years ago, Harry waited. The ministry received reports of an infected man hiding with his family. They sent orders. He panicked during arrest. Transformation began early because of a curse in the house. Early, not full moon. Incomplete, more man than wolf. More frightened than dangerous. Fenwick looked at his bent fingers. The aura commander ordered lethal force. You stopped them. I restrained him. Did anyone get hurt? One aura broke an arm. The infected man survived. That should have been good. The family had connections. The commander had more. Fenwick's mouth tightened. The official report said I endangered the unit by refusing an order. They blacklisted you for saving someone. They blacklisted me for embarrassing someone powerful. Harry thought of Voldemort's blood on his mouth. Humiliation created enemies more reliably than injury. Who was the commander? Fenwick looked at him. That is not your fight. It might be if he's still in the ministry. He isn't. What happened? Retired with honors. Of course he had. Harry looked around the new cellar, smaller, hidden. Everything Ashgrave had built forced underground again because the ministry feared what it did not control. What do we do? Harry asked. Fenwick picked up the cane. We train. That's all. That has never been all. He pointed toward the center of the mat. Inside. Harry stepped forward. Dell joined him. Mara took a wooden wand. Fenwick circled. The ministry believes the war has begun. It has, Harry said. No, Fenwick struck his ankle. Harry adjusted. The war began long before officials admitted it. He struck Dell's knee. Dell lowered his weight. The ministry believes belief makes it prepared. Mara raised the wooden wand. Harry watched her shoulder. Belief changes nothing without position, Fenwick continued. Mara drew. Harry stepped inside. Dell moved from the opposite angle. Together, they trapped the wand arm without colliding. Fenwick tapped the cane once. Better. They reset. Outside, the government published emergency decrees. Auras raided suspected safe houses. The Daily Prophet printed photographs of arrested Death Eaters. Families placed protective charms around their homes and told themselves preparation meant safety. Inside the hidden cellar, Harry trained beneath a ceiling so low that tall people had to duck. The ministry called him a weapon when it wanted courage, a child when he refused orders, a danger when it could not own his methods. Harry was beginning to understand that Voldemort was not the only person who feared being denied control. Hermione's research expanded. She and Dumbledore worked through school records, ministry archives, and memories collected from people who had known Tom Riddle. Harry received copies. Every page, Dumbledore kept his promise. They learned that Riddle had been obsessed with objects connected to Hogwarts founders. They learned he viewed ordinary containers as beneath him. They learned he had asked Professor Slughorn a question about dividing a soul. Hermione wrote the word in the center of a page. Horcrux. Harry read the definition alone in Gryffindor Tower. An object containing a fragment of a person's soul, created through murder. The magic did not make Voldemort invulnerable in a fight. It made death temporary. Destroying the body in the graveyard would not have ended him. Punching him harder would never be enough. Harry sat beside the fire with his left hand open on his knee. The injured fingers curled inward naturally. Strength had limits. Ashgrave had taught him that. Now the Horcrux research gave the lesson a larger shape. There were problems no body could overpower, no matter how well trained, no matter how angry, no matter how personal. Ron came down from the dormitory. You're still awake. Harry covered the Horcrux page. Ron sat beside him. Is it bad? Yes. Can we fix it? Harry looked toward the dying fire. Hermione thinks so. Then probably. Harry smiled faintly. Ron nodded toward the page. Are you going to tell me? Tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Because if I tell you tonight, you won't sleep. Ron considered. Will you? No. Then tell me. Harry uncovered the page. Ron, read. His face slowly lost color. When he reached the final paragraph, he leaned back. So there could be more diaries. Not diaries. Objects. How many? We don't know. Where? We don't know. How do we destroy them? Harry thought of basilisk venom, fiendfire mentioned in one damaged manuscript. Cursed bindings, the breaking grip, we're finding out. Ron stared into the fire. Voldemort knows you hit him. Yes, the Ministry knows. Yes, everyone knows. Yes. Ron looked at the Horcrux page, but this is what actually frightens him. Harry understood not the fist, not the public humiliation, the possibility that someone might find the hidden pieces of him, the things he had created because he feared mortality more than anything else. Harry folded the parchment. He doesn't know we know. Good. Ron looked toward the stairs. So what do you do? It was the question everyone asked. The Ministry wanted Harry to perform. The public wanted him to inspire. Students wanted demonstrations. Dumbledore wanted memories. Fenwick wanted judgment. Voldemort wanted distance. Harry looked down at his hands. The right was stronger. The left would never close properly. I get ready. For what? Harry thought of Voldemort changing his stance, of Fenwick moving Ashgrave, of the Ministry's polite auras reaching for their wands when Harry stood too close, of Hermione studying soul magic he could barely understand. I don't know yet. The first wartime attack happened before September. A group of Dementors abandoned their Ministry posts and descended on a Muggle neighborhood outside London. The Prophet reported 12 victims. No deaths. Not exactly. Several people remained alive, but empty. Harry read the article at breakfast. The photograph showed a street covered in frost despite the summer heat. His hand stopped above the toast. Dementors, the train, the lake, cold entering him without touching skin. Ashgrave had no answer for them. Balance meant nothing, distance meant nothing. A fist could not strike despair. Hermione read over his shoulder. The Ministry says it was an isolated breach. Harry looked at the number of victims. 12 isn't isolated. Ron lowered his spoon. They're joining Voldemort. No one at the table argued. Harry felt the shape of the next fight before knowing its details. Voldemort had adapted. He would not stand in a graveyard and wait for Harry to cross 8 feet. He would send creatures with no useful wrists to trap. He would attack through fear, memory, and cold. He would find people Harry could not reach. And somewhere beneath London, Ashgrave trainees were being offered Ministry contracts, threatened with exposure, or approached by worse people promising respect. Harry thought of Dell delivering packages through Nocturne Alley. A squib in a world where both sides valued him only when they needed hands. "Where is Dell?" Harry asked. Hermione looked up. What? Harry had not seen him at the new cellar, not since the Ministry investigation began. Fenwick said Dell was working dangerous jars, late nights, nothing unusual. Harry looked again at the frost-covered street in the newspaper. A terrible certainty settled beneath his ribs. The war had begun moving into places he could not hit, and when Harry reached for his wand, the fracture inside his core seemed to tighten in warning. Chapter 8. Nothing to hit. Harry found Dell's broken satchel beneath a bridge in Whitechapel. The leather had been cut cleanly across the strap, not torn, not worn through, cut. Rainwater had soaked the bottom, swelling the stitching and washing away most of the smell. One brass buckle was missing. A dark stain marked the inner flap. Harry touched it with 2 fingers. "Blood?" Ron asked. Hermione knelt beside him and opened a small bottle. Could be potion residue. "It's blood," Fenwick said. He stood several feet away, watching the street rather than the satchel. His coat was buttoned to the throat. One hand rested inside the pocket where he carried a short length of ironwood. Not a wand, never a wand. Harry looked at him. "How do you know?" "Because Cresswell carried essence of Dittany in waxed glass." Hermione performed a detection charm. The damaged core inside Harry tightened in sympathy, even though the spell was not his. A pale red shimmer appeared across the leather. Hermione lowered her wand. Blood. Ron looked beneath the bridge. The river moved darkly beyond the stone supports. There was no body. No sign of a struggle beyond one scrape against the wall and 3 small drops of blood on the pavement. Harry had seen cleaner crime scenes at Hogwarts. "They took him," he said. Fenwick's jaw shifted. "We don't know that. He wouldn't abandon the satchel. He might if it slowed him down." "Then where is he?" Fenwick did not answer. Harry stood. "We should have looked sooner. We did look. You told me he was working." "He was. You said not to worry." "I said worry without information is noise." Harry pointed toward the blood. "There's your information." Fenwick's expression remained flat. Harry hated him for it, not permanently, not honestly, but enough for the moment. He was missing for 3 weeks. 11 days. That is nearly 2 weeks. It is not 3. Does the number make this better? No. Ron shifted uneasily. Hermione closed the satchel. Arguing here will not help Dell. Harry looked at her. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were fixed on the stain. What did you find? Fenwick asked. Hermione removed a folded parchment from her coat. 3 magical traces, a transportation charm, a concealment ward, and something that resembles a ministry tracking spell. Fenwick's eyes narrowed. Ministry? Resembles. It could be copied. Ron looked between them. Why would the ministry take Dell? They offered Ashgrave contracts, Harry said. Fenwick shook his head. Not like this. You said they threatened people, with investigations, licensing, employment restrictions. Ron looked at the cut strap, so not kidnapping. Not officially, Fenwick said. Harry glanced toward the blood again. Greyback. The name settled beneath the bridge. Fenwick did not deny it. During the summer, Greyback's pack had grown, not only werewolves, runaways, squibs, wizards who had lost their wands or their right to carry them, people the ministry had discarded. Greyback offered them protection and called it belonging. He had also begun using them. 3 Auror teams had been ambushed in narrow streets by attackers who closed distance before the officers could cast. 2 ministry holding cells had been breached without magic. A witness described one intruder trapping a wand arm against the body and turning the elbow exactly as Mara taught at Ashgrave. The prophet blamed Harry, not directly. It called the attacks Potter-style assaults. Harry stopped reading after that. Fenwick had burned the issue. Greyback wanted Mercer to train his pack, Harry said. Dell already knows enough to teach beginners. Fenwick stared toward the river. Yes. Harry waited for more. None came. What do? We find him. How? Fenwick looked at Hermione. You said tracking magic. She nodded. I may be able to follow the residue, but it is weak. Can you do it? Yes. Harry reached for his wand. Hermione caught his wrist. No, I can help. With what? He almost answered, then stopped. The question was not cruel. That made it harder. Tracking charms required sustained magic. Harry could manage a weak locator for seconds. Hermione could hold one for minutes. He lowered his hand. Nothing. Fenwick looked at him. Good. Harry's anger returned. What is good about that? You answered honestly. Fenwick picked up Dell's satchel. We follow Granger. The trail led east through wet streets, past closed shops, across a railway line where the air tasted of iron. Hermione's wand pulled toward the magical residue in small, uncertain movements. Every few minutes, she stopped to rest. Ron checked behind them. Fenwick watched the rooftops. Harry watched bodies. A man leaving a pub, a woman closing an umbrella, 2 boys beside a telephone box. Every shoulder shift became a possible draw. Every pocket became a wand. Harry knew he was doing it too much. He could not stop. They reached an abandoned municipal building shortly after sunset. Its windows had been boarded from inside. A faded sign identified it as a public records office. No lights showed through the cracks. Hermione's wand pointed toward the entrance. The trail ends here. Fenwick studied the structure. Too obvious. Ron frowned. It looks abandoned. That is why it is obvious. Harry looked at the upper floor. One board moved slightly, not from wind. There's someone inside. Fenwick saw it too. He stepped toward the wall. No one enters yet. A voice spoke behind them. You're late. Mara emerged from the alley wearing a long, dark coat. Hale followed, carrying a healer's case. 2 other Ashgrave trainees appeared across the street. Fenwick looked at her. I said 4 people. You said Dell was taken. I said we found his satchel. That was enough. Fenwick did not argue further. Mara looked at Harry. You stay behind us. No. Her eyes moved to Fenwick. He still does that? Constantly. Harry ignored them. If Dell is inside, he knows you. He might respond to me. He might be under Imperius, Hermione said. Harry looked at her. Then we break it. That is not how the curse works. I know. He did not really. There were no hand positions for mind control, no angle that trapped a curse already inside someone's thoughts. Fenwick approached the entrance. The door had no visible lock. Hermione cast a revealing charm. Silver threads spread over the wood, warded. What kind? Ron asked. Layered. Alarm. Containment. Something else beneath it. Can you open it? Eventually. Fenwick shook his head. They want a wand used. Hermione studied the threads, a magical lock designed to react to magical interference. Harry remembered the library book, like the breaking grip. Hermione looked at him. Similar principle. Fenwick turned. What grip? Harry explained quickly, the old curse containment method, physical pressure on anchor points, hold the binding stable while someone else dismantled the magical structure. Fenwick examined the door. Can you see the anchors? Hermione lifted her wand. 3 points brightened along the frame. Mara removed her gloves. I'll hold them. Fenwick shook his head. One person cannot reach all 3. Harry stepped forward. I can take the lower one. No, Hermione said. It's pressure, not magic. The transferred strain could still affect your core if the ward is linked to magical identity. Could. That is not reassuring. Fenwick crouched beside the bottom anchor. I take this. Ven takes the upper. Potter stays back. Harry's jaw tightened. Mara placed her palm against the first point. Fenwick braced his forearm against the second. Hermione began the counterweave. The silver threads tightened. Fenwick's sleeve smoked. Mara's teeth clenched. Harry watched the third anchor brighten. It had shifted. The point moved along the frame toward a place neither could reach without releasing the others. Hermione. I see it. If it reaches the hinge, the ward resets. Fenwick looked toward Harry. No. Harry moved anyway. He pressed the heel of his left palm against the moving point. Pain entered his hand immediately, not ordinary pressure. The ward seemed to search through his skin. It found the damaged core. Cold spread up his arm. Harry almost released. Hold! Hermione shouted. Fenwick's voice came at the same time. Let go. Harry kept his palm in place. The silver point stopped moving. Hermione's wand traced a final pattern. The ward collapsed. Harry fell backward. His left hand went numb. Ron caught him before he hit the pavement. You all right? No. Fenwick seized Harry's wrist and examined the fingers. They moved weakly. The core inside his chest burned but remained stable. Fenwick looked furious. You disobeyed. The door opened. That is not an answer. It is the useful part. Fenwick leaned closer. One day you will achieve the objective and lose everything required afterward. Harry pulled his hand away. Then we should move before that happens. Mara pushed the door open. Darkness waited beyond it. The building had been emptied years earlier. Dust covered the floor. Shelves formed narrow lanes through the main hall. Old paper records had been removed, leaving only labels and broken boxes. Harry entered behind Fenwick and Mara. Hermione and Ron followed. Hale remained near the entrance with the other trainees. The air was colder inside, not naturally cold. Harry recognized it. His steps slowed. Dementors. Hermione's wand rose. Ron whispered something Harry could not hear. Fenwick looked back. How many? Harry listened. Nothing. That was the problem. Dementors did not announce themselves with footsteps. The cold deepened. Water condensed on the shelves. Harry's breath became visible. A scream entered his mind, his mother, not a memory he owned, a death remembered by the scar. Harry gripped the nearest shelf. Potter? Fenwick sounded far away. Harry forced himself to breathe. Respect impact. Do not become stiff. Prepare. The Ashgrave lessons were useless. There was no body to read, no shoulder shifting before a wand draw, no wrist to trap. The cold passed through posture as though it did not exist. A tall shape drifted into view at the end of the aisle, black robes, rotting hands, a hood hiding the face beneath it. Fenwick lifted the ironwood baton. Harry grabbed his arm. Don't. The Dementor continued forward. Fenwick's weapon might have passed through the robes. Even if it connected, what then? Hit despair, strangle memory. Harry drew his wand, his hand shook. Expecto Patronum. Silver mist burst from the tip. The Dementor slowed. The fractured core tightened. Harry could feel the spell scraping through the damaged pathways. Hermione cast beside him. Her Patronus formed as a bright otter. It rushed down the aisle. The Dementor retreated. A second emerged from behind them, then a third above the shelves. Ron raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. A pale shape appeared and collapsed. Fenwick moved physically between the Dementor and Ron. The gesture was brave. It was also meaningless. The creature glided through a shelf, wood frosted and cracked around it. Fenwick stepped back. For the first time since Harry had known him, the older man had no position to take, nothing to control, nothing to hit. "Keep moving," Hermione said. Her otter circled them. The Patronus forced the nearest Dementor away, but more shadows gathered beyond it. "Where?" Ron asked. Harry heard a sound above, a door closing, upstairs. They moved toward the stairwell. The Dementors followed. Harry maintained silver mist because Hermione's full Patronus could not cover every angle. Each second cost him. The pressure in his core increased. He thought of Sirius, not the gaunt man in the newspaper, the godfather waiting beyond school, a possible home. A family chosen late but still chosen. The mist brightened for a moment, antlers began forming, then pain split Harry's chest, the shape collapsed, he staggered, Hermione caught him. "Stop casting. If I stop, I have them." "You can't cover the stairs and the hole." Ron moved to Harry's other side. "I'll do the stairs." His second Patronus attempt produced a thin, dog-like shape that raced upward before dissolving. "See," Ron said, breathing hard. "Mostly fine." The cold continued. Harry heard Lily screaming again, then Cedric in the graveyard, "Kill the spare." Then Dell beneath the bridge, though Harry had never heard that moment. His mind supplied it anyway. A blade, a cry, a satchel falling into water. They reached the first floor. A voice came through the darkness. "Stop." Harry knew it. Dell stood at the far end of the corridor. A wooden wand rested in his right hand, not functional. A real wand lay tucked into the belt of the man beside him, Greyback. The werewolf smiled. Two masked wizards stood behind them. A woman knelt on the floor near the wall with her hands bound, Dell's aunt. Harry recognized her from Ashgrave. She had visited twice, bringing food and pretending she was not checking whether Dell was safe. Her face was bruised. Greyback rested one hand on her shoulder. Dell's expression was empty, not magically empty. Dell had never hidden fear as well as he believed. Harry saw it in the lift of his chin. The weight shifted too far back, the same reaction Dell had when expecting a blow. "Let her go," Harry said. Greyback's smile widened. "You came, you left the satchel." Dell looked at Harry, a warning, small, almost invisible, "Do not speak." Greyback squeezed the woman's shoulder. She winced. "Cresswell has been helpful." Fenwick moved forward. Dell raised the wooden wand. "Don't." Fenwick stopped. The word had not been spoken to Greyback. It had been spoken to him. Greyback looked pleased. "Show him." Dell's eyes closed for half a second. Then he moved. He crossed the corridor toward Harry. No magic, no curse. Ashgrave. Harry stepped away from Ron and Hermione before Dell could use them as obstacles. They met in the center. Dell reached for Harry's wand arm. Harry turned. Dell followed. The wooden tip struck Harry's ribs. "Dead," Dell whispered. Harry trapped the wrist. Dell rotated out. Harry attempted the marker feint they had practiced years earlier. Dell ignored it. Of course he did. Voldemort was not the only one who learned. Dell caught Harry's injured left hand. He did not squeeze. He positioned it. The angle forced Harry to choose between releasing his wand or damaging the joint. Harry released. The holly hit the floor. Greyback laughed. "That is discipline." Harry drove his shoulder into Dell. They struck the wall. Dell's breath left him. Harry hooked his ankle. Dell adjusted. Neither fell. They moved like the chalk square drill. Each knew the other's balance. Each knew the old injuries. Harry could not overpower him cleanly. Dell was still better. Greyback watched with open enjoyment. The Dementors entered the stairwell behind Hermione. Her Patronus drove them back. But the otter flickered. "Harry," she called. Dell's eyes shifted toward the stairs. That was the opening. Harry caught his sleeve and turned. Dell allowed it too easily. Harry realized the truth as Dell's mouth reached his ear. Third shelf, iron box. Then Dell threw him. Harry hit the floor. The wooden wand touched his throat. Greyback applauded once. "Excellent." Harry stared up at Dell. The fear remained, so did intention. Third shelf, iron box. Harry looked toward the wall. Shelves lined the corridor. The third held a small iron container beneath rotting files. Hermione followed his gaze. She saw it. Greyback saw Hermione see it. His smile vanished. Take them." The masked wizards drew. Fenwick moved. He closed on the nearest before the wand cleared the robe. His forearm trapped the arm. Mara struck from the opposite side. The second wizard cast toward Hermione. Ron shoved her down. The curse shattered the shelf above them. The iron box fell. Hermione caught it with a levitation charm. Greyback released Dell's ant and lunged for the box. Dell turned on him. The wooden wand drove into Greyback's injured knee, the same side he had struck in the warehouse. Greyback staggered. Dell's ant rolled away. Harry rose. He could reach Greyback, arm's reach. A body, a threat he understood. Then the Dementors entered the corridor, 6 of them, perhaps more. The cold flattened everything. Greyback retreated behind the masked wizards. He had prepared the room correctly, physical attackers in front, Dementors behind, no useful position, no single domain Harry could control. Hermione held the iron box. "Run!" Fenwick pulled Dell's ant toward the stairs. The Dementors blocked them. Harry seized his wand from the floor. "Expecto Patronum!" Silver erupted, antlers formed. A stag burst into the corridor. For one impossible second, it was complete, bright, powerful. It lowered its head and charged. The Dementors recoiled. Hope returned with violent force, Sirius laughing. Ron beneath the lake, Hermione beside him after the troll. Dell grinning over a stolen marker. Fenwick saying better. The Patronus drove the darkness backward. Everyone moved. Harry held the spell. The fracture inside his core opened. He felt it as a tearing pressure beneath the ribs. The stag flickered. "Harry, release it!" Hermione shouted. They had not reached the stairs. Dell's ant could barely walk. Fenwick was supporting her. Mara carried Hale's case in one hand and dragged Ron with the other after a curse grazed his leg. If Harry stopped, the Dementors reached them. He gave the spell more. The core did not contain more. It allowed the demand to pass through by injuring itself. Pain erased the corridor. Harry remained standing because his hand locked around the wand. The stag grew brighter. The Dementors retreated another 10 feet. Blood ran from Harry's nose, then from one ear. His smallest left finger curled against his palm. His knees shook. "Enough!" Fenwick shouted. Harry held. "Can you train tomorrow without making today worse? There would be no tomorrow if he released." That was what Panic said. Discipline asked whether Hermione could take over, whether Ron could cast again, whether another exit existed. Harry could not hear Discipline beneath the screaming. He pushed harder. The stag fractured into lines of light. His core collapsed, not permanently, not completely, but enough. Every spark of magic inside Harry vanished at once. The Patronus disappeared. His wand became dead wood in his hand. Harry fell. The Dementors surged forward. Hermione stepped over him. "Expecto Patronum!" The otter returned, smaller than before, still enough. Ron cast from the floor. A silver dog joined it. Weak, unsteady. Enough. Dell seized the iron box from Hermione. Harry saw him running toward Greyback. For one terrible moment, Harry thought Dell was returning it. Instead, Dell threw the box through a broken window. Glass exploded outward. The container fell into the alley below. Greyback roared. He lunged toward Dell. Fenwick intercepted him, not to win, to delay. Mara pulled Harry by the collar toward the stairs. His heels struck each step. He wanted to help. His body did not respond. He wanted to cast. Nothing answered. He heard the fight behind them. Fenwick grunting, Greyback striking the wall, Dell shouting for his aunt, Dementors rattling like winter through dead leaves. Then the world went black. Harry woke without magic. That was how it felt. He lay in a warded room beneath St. Mungo's. Sunlight entered through frosted windows. His wand rested on the table. He could not feel it. Usually the holly responded when he looked at it. A quiet warmth, recognition. Now there was nothing. Harry lifted his right hand. The movement required effort. His left was wrapped from wrist to fingertips. Madame Pomfrey sat beside the bed. He had expected a healer. Seeing her frightened him. How long? 3 days. Harry looked toward the door. Everyone alive. Dell alive. His aunt alive. Fenwick 2 broken ribs, dislocated shoulder, unpleasant temperament. Normal then. Pomfrey did not smile. Harry looked again at the wand. My magic. Present. I can't feel it. Your core has entered a protective dormancy. Harry's mouth went dry. For how long, we do not know. Days, possibly. Weeks, possibly. Forever, Pomfrey's silence answered before her words. The damage is not the same as total core loss. That isn't what I asked. No, Harry looked at the ceiling. The painted clouds moved slowly. He remembered another hospital ceiling. A parchment on his blanket, permanent. Did I make it worse? Yes, Pomfrey's honesty hurt less than kindness would have. How much? We will know when the core wakes. Harry turned his face away. What about the box? Hermione recovered it. What is it? I am not permitted. Harry looked at her. Pomfrey stopped. Then she sighed. A lead, not a Horcrux itself. It contained records taken from a Gringotts cursebreaker. Which Horcrux? I do not know. Harry believed her. The door opened. Hermione entered first. Ron followed with a cane. Dell came last. A bandage crossed his forehead. Harry stared at him. Dell stopped near the wall. Ron sat beside the bed. You look terrible. You're using a cane. Fashion. Hermione placed a stack of parchment on the table. Harry glanced at it. Research? Medical notes. Worse. She sat. No one spoke about Dell. The silence grew. Finally, Harry looked at him. Greyback escaped. Your aunt? With Mara. Were you under Imperius? Dell shook his head. No, Harry had known. The answer still hurt. Dell looked toward the floor. They took her first. They said if I didn't cooperate, Greyback would bite her during the full moon. Ron's grip tightened around the cane. Dell continued. They wanted routes, names, how restrainers close on wand users, which Ashgrave people had ministry access. Did you give them names? Harry asked. Some. Fenwick's trainees, people now forced to move again. Dell swallowed. I gave them people who were already dead or gone when I could. It stopped working. So you trained them? Yes. Harry looked at the wrapped hand. How long? 4 months. You were gone 11 days. I was working for them before I disappeared. The room seemed smaller. Fenwick had said Dell was delivering packages. He had been for Greyback. Hermione spoke carefully. Dell led us to the records. Harry knew third shelf iron box. He also took my wand. Dell looked at him. I had to. You could have warned us sooner. They were watching me. You left the satchel. That was the warning. Blood under a bridge is not much of a message. Dell's face hardened. I was trying not to get my aunt killed. Harry sat higher despite the weakness. And I was trying to find you. I didn't ask you to. The words struck between them. Dell regretted them immediately. Harry saw it. That did not remove them. He looked toward the window. Leave. Harry, Hermione began. Not you. Dell remained still. Harry kept his eyes away from him. Please. Dell left. The door closed softly. Ron exhaled. He was forced. I know. Hermione folded her hands. He gave us the evidence. I know. He saved all of us. I know. Harry's voice broke on the final word. He hated that. Hermione's expression softened. Harry looked at her. I know all of it. Then why? Because when he touched my hand, he knew exactly where it would fail. Silence. Harry stared at the bandages. Ashgrave was the place where that didn't matter. Not like Hogwarts. No one looked at my core. No one expected the boy who lived. His throat tightened. Dell knew me there. Ron leaned forward. He still does. That's why it worked. Harry's anger had nowhere useful to go. Greyback had coerced Dell. Voldemort had sent Dementors. The Ministry had created the people Greyback recruited. Fenwick had tried to protect them. Hermione and Ron had saved Harry when his strongest spell failed. No single person could be struck and make the situation simple. There was nothing to hit. Harry pressed his right hand against his eyes. I thought this was the thing they couldn't take. Hermione understood. Your training? My choice. The cupboard had been chosen for him. The Riven core had been left inside him. The prophecy had been made without him. The tournament had taken his name. Ashgrave was different. Harry had walked into the cellar. He had picked up the broom. He had returned after the hand healed wrong. Now Greyback had used the same movements to restrain people. The Ministry named assaults after Harry. Dell had been forced to teach men who would attack children. The circuit was still only a tool. Harry had known that. Knowing did not make the truth easier to carry. Ron touched Harry's shoulder. You still chose what you did with it. And Dell chose. Ron's hand fell. Hermione answered. He chose inside a cage. Harry looked toward the door Dell had closed behind him. That's still a choice. Yes, she said, just not a fair one. Dumbledore visited that evening. He carried the iron box. The container had been cleaned, but scratches remained along its sides. He placed it on the table. May I? Harry nodded. Dumbledore opened it. Inside were Gringotts' records, old correspondence, and a drawing of a small golden cup. 2 handles. A badger engraved beneath the rim. Hufflepuff's cup, Hermione said from the chair beside the window. Dumbledore nodded. Tom Riddle stole it from Hepzibah Smith. Harry looked at the drawing, a Horcrux. Yes. Where? Transferred repeatedly through Gringotts before disappearing into a private vault connected to the Lestrange family. Harry looked at Dumbledore. Bellatrix. We believe so. How many are left? Dumbledore sat. The diary is destroyed. A ring has been destroyed. Another object connected to Slytherin was recovered and destroyed this summer. Harry looked at Hermione. She had not told him. Her expression apologized before words could. Dumbledore continued. The cup remains. We are also searching for an object connected to Ravenclaw. And the piece in Voldemort. Dumbledore became very still. The soul remaining in his body is not a Horcrux. Harry noticed the exact wording. Is there another piece? No one answered immediately. The silence was enough. Harry touched the scar. Dumbledore's eyes closed briefly. You suspected after the diary, Harry said. I feared. And now? I am nearly certain. Ron stood. No, Hermione looked down. Harry's hand remained against the scar, the connection, the pain when Voldemort approached, the visions, Parseltongue. A fragment of Voldemort had lodged inside him on the night the curse rebounded, the same night that damaged his core. The second curse had left more than one wound. How do we destroy it? Harry asked. Dumbledore looked at him. We do not know safely. Safely for me? Yes. That means you know an unsafe way. Hermione stood. Harry, the killing curse. Dumbledore's face answered. Ron's cane struck the floor as he stepped forward. No, Harry barely heard him. The outline of the war changed. The cup. The unknown Ravenclaw object. The fragment inside Harry. Voldemort's body. All pieces had to be destroyed before death became permanent. Physical force could not break them. Ashgrave could not reach a soul. The Patronus had nearly destroyed Harry's remaining magic. Every path ended at a limit. Dumbledore leaned forward. This is not a decision for tonight. Because I'm weak. Because you have just awakened after nearly losing your core. Harry looked toward the wand, still silent, still distant. What if it doesn't come back? Then we adjust. Fenwick's words, your body has changed. Your method changes with it. Harry laughed quietly. Dumbledore frowned. What is it? Nothing. That was the problem. Nothing to cast, nothing to hit, nothing he could do tonight that would change what lived inside him. Harry looked at the drawing of Hufflepuff's cup. Bellatrix's vault. Dumbledore nodded. We will recover it. We. Hermione selected order members and Gringotts contacts. Not me. Not while your core is dormant. Harry expected anger. Instead, exhaustion settled over him. Fine. Everyone looked surprised. Harry turned toward the window. I said fine. Dumbledore closed the box. We will tell you everything. No sealed files. No sealed files. After the others left, Harry remained awake. The hospital grew quiet. He reached for his wand once. The holly felt like ordinary wood. Harry placed it back on the table. Then he opened and closed his left hand. The first 3 fingers moved. The 4th followed slowly. The 5th barely answered. Again, open, close. Again, the body still responded, not perfectly, not without cost, but honestly. Near midnight, the door opened. Dell stood in the corridor. He did not enter. Harry looked at him. Dell's hands remained visible, empty. I'm sorry, Dell said. Harry did not answer immediately. I know why you did it. That doesn't make it right. No, Dell looked at the floor. Fenwick says I can't return to the circuit. Harry's chest tightened. For how long? He didn't say. That sounds like him. Dell almost smiled. It disappeared quickly. I taught Greyback's people. You were forced. I still taught them. Harry looked at his own hands. What happens now? Ministry questioning. Then maybe protective custody. Harry thought of the phrase, under ministry protection. Don't let them make you disappear. Dell looked at him. Is that forgiveness? No. Fair. Harry took a breath. It's advice. Dell nodded. He turned to leave. Dell. He stopped. The hand. Dell looked back. You could have broken it. Yes. You didn't. No. Harry held his gaze. Thank you. Dell's expression tightened. Then he left. Harry lay back against the pillow. Forgiveness had not arrived. Trust had not returned. But the world had not divided into enemy and friend as cleanly as Greyback wanted. That would have to be enough. For now. Harry's magic returned 6 days later, a spark. Nothing more. He woke before dawn and felt faint warmth from the wand on the table. Harry lifted it. Lumos. A weak light appeared. The spell should have been effortless. Instead, pressure tightened inside his chest after 2 seconds. Harry ended it. Darkness returned. He did not try again. Madame Pomfrey examined him that morning. The core has resumed function. How much did I lose? We cannot measure precisely. How much? She removed her spectacles. Your previous ceiling has lowered. Harry nodded. He had expected grief. The feeling that came was quieter. Acceptance did not mean peace. It meant the truth had stopped changing shape. What can I cast? Minor charms, carefully. A shield under emergency conditions, perhaps. The Patronus? No. Pomfrey paused. Harry looked at the wand. I won't cast it alone again. She studied him. Good. The word sounded like Fenwick. Harry dressed slowly. His left hand struggled with the buttons. He changed the method, used the thumb differently, finished. Outside the hospital room, Ron and Hermione waited. Fenwick stood with them, one arm in a sling. He looked terrible. Shoulder? Harry asked. Attached. Ribs, mostly. Fenwick looked toward the wand. It returned. Yes, same. No. Fenwick nodded. No pity, no false reassurance. What did you learn? He asked. Hermione looked offended. He has been awake for less than a week. Fenwick ignored her. Harry thought of the Dementors, his stag shattering, Ron and Hermione standing over him, Dell's wooden wand against his throat, Greyback using the circuit, the soul fragment inside his scar. That being able to fight something doesn't make it mine. Fenwick waited. Harry continued. That friends aren't backup. They're part of the position. Ron smiled faintly. Hermione did not, but her eyes softened. And, Fenwick asked. Harry touched the scar. Some things can't be hit. Fenwick nodded. What do you do with those? Harry looked at Hermione's books, Ron's cane, Fenwick's sling. The wand that would never again carry even the modest amount of magic it once had. You stop pretending your hand is the only tool. Fenwick stepped aside. Better, they left St. Mungo's together. No reporters waited at the rear entrance, no crowd, no badges. For once, Harry's survival belonged only to the people who had helped him achieve it. The war remained ahead. The cup waited inside a vault. Another Horcrux remained hidden. A fragment of Voldemort's soul lived behind Harry's scar. His magic had weakened. His left hand would never set right. Dell's betrayal and rescue sat side by side without canceling each other. Harry had spent years believing strength meant finding the one part of himself nobody could take. He understood now that such a part did not exist. Bodies broke. Magic failed. Friends could be coerced. Teachers could be wrong. Every weapon had a distance beyond which it became useless. That did not leave Harry powerless. It left him dependent. The thought once would have terrified him. Now, walking between Ron and Hermione while Fenwick followed a step behind, Harry allowed himself to carry less than everything. For the first time since the graveyard, both of his hands were empty. Chapter 9. Arms reached the cup screamed when Ron destroyed it. Not with a human voice, not exactly. The sound moved through the underground chamber like metal dragged across glass, high enough to make Harry's teeth ache. Hufflepuff's golden cup split around the basilisk fang. Black liquid poured from the crack, struck the stone floor and vanished into smoke. For one instant, a face appeared above the cup. Tom Riddle at 16, beautiful, furious, afraid. Then the smoke collapsed. The cup became ordinary metal. Ron released the fang and stumbled backward. That, he said, breathing hard, was horrible. Hermione stood beside him with both hands covering her ears. Bill Weasley lowered the protective ward surrounding them. The Cursebreaker's face had gone pale. You were told not to touch the liquid. I didn't. You leaned over it. I wanted to be sure. Bill stared at him. Your family's approach to survival is deeply concerning." Harry stood near the sealed door of the Gringotts chamber. His wand remained inside his sleeve. He had cast only twice during the operation, once to produce light, once to open an ordinary lock after Bill confirmed it carried no curse. The raid had belonged to other people. Bill understood the vault wards. Hermione identified the false cup among 12 enchanted copies. Ron destroyed the Horcrux. Harry carried equipment and watched exits. Months earlier, he would have hated that position. Now he understood that being present did not mean being central. The cup cracked again. The final trace of black smoke disappeared. Something behind Harry's scar tightened. Voldemort felt the loss. Harry placed one hand against his forehead. The pain arrived a second later, a flash of red eyes, a room filled with broken furniture, a scream of rage so powerful that several windows shattered at once. Then the vision vanished. Harry's knees weakened. Hermione crossed the chamber. "Harry, he knows." Bill began gathering the warding equipment. "Then we leave." Harry did not move. The pain behind his scar remained, not the sharp heat of Voldemort's anger. A pull. Something inside Harry had turned toward the distant source of the scream. The soul fragment recognized the larger soul. It wanted to return. Harry pressed his fingers harder against the scar. "Now," he said. Hermione understood. "No, we planned for this. We planned to attempt it under controlled conditions." "This is the strongest the connection has been." Ron approached. "What's happening?" Harry looked at him. "The piece in me is moving." Ron's face lost color. Bill stopped packing. "What piece?" Hermione spoke quickly. "There is a parasitic soul fragment attached to Harry's magical core." Bill stared at them. "You brought an unstable soul fragment into a Gringotts vault." "We didn't bring it deliberately," Ron said. Bill closed his eyes. Harry's scar pulsed. A second vision broke through. Voldemort stood above a kneeling man. The Dark Lord's wand was raised. Harry pulled away before the curse was cast. "He's looking for me." Dumbledore's research had given them one possible method. Harry was not a true Horcrux. Voldemort had not performed the ritual required to anchor the fragment inside him. The piece had broken away during the curse rebound and lodged in the damaged pathways of Harry's forming core. For years, scar tissue, magical and physical, had trapped it. Removing it by force could tear the core apart, but Voldemort's anger weakened the fragment's attachment. When he deliberately entered Harry's mind, the piece reached toward him. The connection could become an exit. They needed a vessel to catch it, something that had already contained part of the same soul. The remains of the diary had been unusable. The ring had shattered. The cup now lay broken at Ron's feet. Hermione looked at it, then at Harry. "The cup's binding is collapsing." "Exactly. It might not contain another fragment. It only needs to hold it for a second." Bill looked between them. "What happens after the second?" "Basilisk venom," Ron said. Bill stared at his youngest brother. "You have all become extremely comfortable saying that." Harry approached the broken cup. The pull behind his scar intensified. Voldemort was reaching, not through ordinary legilimency, through ownership. Through the belief that everything he had marked still belonged to him. Harry knelt. Hermione seized his shoulder. "You could lose the rest of your magic." "I know." "You could lose more than that." "I know." Ron picked up the basilisk fang. His hand shook. "Harry, if we wait, he closes the connection. We find another way. We've spent months looking." Hermione's grip tightened. The Horcrux hunt had taught them something Ashgrave already knew. Perfect positions rarely arrived. Sometimes the choice was between a dangerous opening and no opening at all. Harry looked at Hermione. "Can you guide it?" Her eyes filled with anger, not at him, at the question, at the situation. At a world that kept arranging itself, so Harry's body became part of the solution. "Yes," she whispered. "Then do it." Bill erected the ward. Ron placed the ruined cup inside the silver circle. Hermione opened the black book of soul-binding notes and turned to the prepared sequence. Harry sat across from the cup. His left hand rested on his knee. The final two fingers curled inward. His right held his wand loosely. Dumbledore had warned him not to cast during the extraction. Magic flowing through the core might drag the fragment deeper. Harry closed his eyes. "Ready?" Hermione said. He opened the connection. Voldemort entered immediately. The Gringotts' chamber disappeared. Harry stood in a ruined drawing room. Voldemort faced him. The Dark Lord's body looked solid. His eyes did not. They burned with the loss of another Horcrux. You! Harry felt the fragment inside his scar respond. It moved upward through the damaged core. Pain followed it, not heat. Cold metal being pulled through a wound. Voldemort smiled. You have found them. Harry said nothing. The diary, the ring, the locket. The objects appeared around them as shadows. The cup. Voldemort stepped closer. You have made yourself useful after all. Harry held his ground. This was not a physical room. Ashgrave offered no safe stance inside a mind. He relied on Hermione's voice reaching him from far away. Hold the connection. Voldemort heard her. His head turned slightly. Miss Granger. The name sounded like an insult in his mouth. You believe knowledge makes you dangerous. Harry felt the soul fragment climb. His scar split open, not physically. The pain made the difference irrelevant. Voldemort extended one hand. Come back. The command was not meant for Harry. The fragment surged toward him. Harry's vision filled with green light. Hermione shouted the severing words. The ruined drawing room cracked. For 1 second, Harry saw both places, Voldemort reaching, the cup inside the silver circle. Ron holding the fang. Bill maintaining the wards. A strand of black-red light emerged from Harry's forehead. It twisted in the air. The strand tried to turn toward Voldemort. Hermione forced it toward the cup. The broken metal shook. Black smoke filled its hollow center. A face appeared again. This one had no age. No features, only a mouth opening in silent rage. Now! Hermione shouted. Ron drove the fang through the cup. The soul fragment screamed. Harry's scar went cold. The connection snapped. He fell backward. For the first time since he was 1 year old, the space behind his eyes belonged only to him. Harry woke on the floor. Hermione was crying. Ron knelt beside him with one hand against Harry's neck. He's breathing. Bill lowered the ward. The silver circle had burned into the stone. The cup was gone. Only a puddle of tarnished metal remained. Harry touched his forehead. The scar remained. The pain did not. Can you feel him? Hermione asked. Harry searched for the connection. There was nothing. No distant anger, no foreign thoughts, no sense of someone standing at the other end of a dark corridor. No. Ron laughed once, then sat down heavily. Hermione pressed both hands against Harry's face. Never do that again. I don't have another soul fragment. That is not the point. It seems relevant. She pulled him into a hug hard enough to hurt. Harry accepted the pain. Bill crouched beside the ruined circle. How many remain? Harry looked toward Hermione. One object, she said. Ravenclaw's diadem. And the soul in Voldemort's body, Ron added. Bill glanced at Harry. So when the diadem is destroyed, he becomes mortal, Harry said. A tremor passed through the floor. Dust fell from the ceiling. Bill looked upward. That wasn't the vault. A second impact shook the chamber. The warded door flashed red. Hermione stood. They found us. Harry reached for his wand. Bill shook his head. Not here. He touched a Gringotts token to the wall. A passage opened behind them. Goblins built emergency routes before wizards learned to write banking laws. Ron helped Harry stand. The absence of Voldemort's soul felt stranger than pain had. He was lighter, also emptier, not weaker, simply alone in his own head. Harry followed the others into the passage. Behind them, a curse struck the vault door. The war had reached Gringotts. It would reach Hogwarts next. The diadem had already been found. Dumbledore and Luna Lovegood had identified it inside the Room of Requirement. But destroying it had proved impossible. Voldemort had altered the binding. The moment the cup fell, the diadem awakened. Its curse spread roots through Hogwarts itself. If struck with basilisk venom, fiend fire, or a powerful countercurse without first stabilizing the binding, the released energy could tear through the castle's wards. The last Horcrux had made the school its shield. There was only one method in Hermione's research that might prevent the release, the breaking grip. Harry knew where the final battle would happen. By nightfall, Hogwarts was under siege. Protective enchantments stretched across the sky like a glass dome. Curses struck it in waves. Each impact lit the clouds. Students below the permitted age had been evacuated through the Hog's Head passage. The older students had been offered the same choice. Many stayed, professors barricaded the corridors, statues marched from their plinths. House elves carried supplies. Ghosts moved through walls, reporting enemy positions. The ministry sent aurors. Ashgrave sent people without uniforms. Mara arrived with Hale and 16 circuit trainees. Fenwick came last. His shoulder had healed badly after Greyback's attack. One side remained lower than the other. He carried the old cane. Dell walked behind him. The ministry had released him into order custody 3 days earlier. Fenwick did not welcome him. He did not send him away either. Harry met them inside the entrance hall. Fenwick looked at the scar. Gone? Yes. Magic. Harry raised the wand, same as before. That meant reduced. Unreliable beyond minor charms, enough for a shield if he accepted the cost. Fenwick looked toward the ceiling as another curse struck the wards. Object, room of requirement, Voldemort, outside. Then he will enter when the object is threatened. Harry nodded. Fenwick touched the cane to the stone. What is the position? Harry looked around. Hermione stood beside Dumbledore near the marble staircase. Ron carried 2 basilisk fangs wrapped in cloth. McGonagall directed defenders toward the towers. Mara organized teams to protect evacuation routes from attackers who breached the walls. Dell remained near the doors, uncertain whether he belonged with Ashgrave. Harry answered Fenwick. Everyone has one part. Yours, hold the diadem. And after, Harry looked toward the main doors, keep Voldemort close. Fenwick's eyes hardened. He knows the trick. Yes, he will build distance. Yes, use proxies. Yes, attack your core. Yes, what makes you think you can reach him? Harry looked at the people in the hall. I'm not reaching him alone. Fenwick nodded once. Better. The doors exploded inward. The first wave contained no Death Eaters. Voldemort sent in ferry. Dozens crossed the grounds through the broken gates. Their bodies ignored pain. They did not draw wands. They did not hesitate. Ashgrave techniques designed around balance and joint control worked only partially. A restrained arm could still pull until its own shoulder separated. A broken leg did not stop a dead body from crawling. Fenwick changed the method immediately. Hooks and barriers. Do not grapple. Circuit trainees used poles, benches, and broken doors to redirect the inferi into narrow spaces. Professors burned them with controlled fire. The defenders did not treat one discipline as the answer. Magic destroyed, bodies positioned. The castle itself became a weapon. Harry moved toward the 7th floor with Ron and Hermione. Dumbledore followed behind them, protecting the route. Curses struck through windows. Voldemort remained outside. He was directing the battle from beyond the grounds, never presenting a body Harry could approach. Exactly as expected, they reached the 6th floor staircase. Greyback waited above it. His pack filled the landing. Some carried wands. Others held chains, knives, and short clubs. Harry recognized Ashgrave footwork among them. Dell's lessons. Greyback smiled down. Potter. Harry's hand tightened around his wand. Greyback's gaze moved toward Fenwick, who had followed with Mara and Dell. Bull! Fenwick stopped on the step below Harry. Greyback spread his arms. Look what your little cellar built. Fenwick's expression did not change. Poor posture. Greyback's smile vanished. The pack attacked. Wand users cast from behind the physical fighters. The arrangement forced defenders to choose. Close with the front line and expose themselves to spells. Remain distant and allow the pack to advance. Dell stepped forward. I know the pattern. Fenwick caught his sleeve. You taught them. Yes. Then they expect your corrections. Dell looked toward Greyback. Not all of them. He moved before Fenwick could stop him. The first attacker reached for Dell's shoulder. Dell allowed the grip. He turned the wrong way. A deliberate mistake. The attacker followed the response Dell had taught him. Dell reversed and sent him into the wall. Mara entered the opening. Fenwick followed. Together, Ashgrave's 3 generations broke the formation from inside. Harry continued upward. Greyback crossed the landing to intercept him. Fenwick struck him from the side. The 2 men collided against the railing. Go! Fenwick shouted. Harry stopped. Greyback's hand closed around Fenwick's throat. Dell drove his shoulder into Greyback's ribs. Mara trapped the werewolf's arm. All three struggled to move him. Harry knew what Greyback could do at arm's reach. He knew the old instinct. Help, take responsibility. Turn one mistake into two bodies. Fenwick saw him hesitate. "This is our position." Harry forced himself to move. He ran toward the 7th floor. Behind him, Greyback roared. Harry did not look back. The room of requirement had transformed into a circular stone chamber. The hidden mountains of discarded objects were gone. Only the diadem remained. It floated above a black pedestal. The silver crown had darkened. Blue jewels pulsed like slow heartbeats. Black roots extended from it into the floor, walls, and ceiling. Each pulse traveled through Hogwarts. Hermione approached carefully. "The anchors have spread." Ron unwrapped a basilisk fang. "How many?" She lifted her wand. Silver light revealed dozens of threads, then hundreds. Too many to counter individually. Dumbledore studied the pedestal. The original binding remains at the center. Harry saw 3 dark points beneath the diadem's rim, the breaking grip anchors. They had shifted into positions meant for 2 healthy hands. Harry had one. His left fingers moved slowly. The smallest barely closed. Hermione looked at him. "There may be another method." "No time. We could evacuate completely and allow the wards to collapse." With everyone still fighting below, Dumbledore turned toward the entrance. "Voldemort is coming." They felt him before seeing him. The castle ward screamed. A section of wall vanished beneath white light. Voldemort stepped through the opening. He had abandoned robes for fitted black battle clothing that gave Harry nothing easy to seize. His wand remained close to his body. A translucent shield surrounded him. He did not enter alone. Bellatrix Lestrange stood on his right, 3 masked Death Eaters on his left. Behind them floated 2 metal spheres covered in runes, proxies, environmental weapons, distance made physical. Voldemort looked at Harry's scar. He knew the fragment was gone. For the first time, something like uncertainty entered his face. "You cut it out." Harry stood between him and the diadem. "No," Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "We destroyed it." Fury replaced uncertainty. The metal spheres opened, chains erupted from them. Harry moved. The first chain struck the floor where he had stood. The second wrapped around the pedestal, not attacking Harry, protecting the Horcrux. Voldemort had planned correctly. Bellatrix cast toward Hermione. Dumbledore intercepted the curse. Their spells collided. The chamber filled with light. Ron ran toward the diadem. A Death Eater blocked him. Harry did not follow. He watched Voldemort. Shoulders, elbow, wand line. The Dark Lord watched him too. Neither pretended the old surprise remained. Voldemort cast without speaking. The floor beneath Harry became liquid. Harry jumped onto the pedestal. A chain swept toward his legs. He caught it with his right forearm, turned with the motion, and used its force to pull himself upward. Voldemort flicked the wand. The chain reversed. Harry released before it dragged him away. Distance remained 15 feet. Too far. Hermione reached the pedestal. "Harry," he understood, the Horcrux first. Harry climbed. The diadem's roots reacted. Black energy struck his chest. His magical core spasmed. He nearly fell. Dumbledore raised a shield between Harry and Voldemort. It lasted less than a second beneath the Dark Lord's curse. A second and a half. Dumbledore had bought him 1. Harry reached the diadem. He placed his right thumb against the first anchor. The heel of his damaged left palm pressed the second. His final fingers had to curl beneath the rim to reach the third. They refused. Harry adjusted. The angle pulled at the old injury. He forced the smallest finger into place. Pain traveled to the elbow. "Set!" he shouted. Hermione began the counterweave. The diadem came alive. Transferred strain entered Harry's left hand. Every injury the binding had absorbed seemed to pass through the contact. Bones burned, ligaments tightened. The weak final fingers bent backward. Harry shouted but did not release. Black roots withdrew from the walls, 1 inch, then another. Ron fought toward them with the fang. Voldemort saw the wards shrinking. He stopped dueling Dumbledore. Every part of his attention turned toward Harry. "Avada Kedavra?" Dumbledore deflected the wand line with a violent burst of silver. The killing curse missed Harry by inches. It struck the ceiling. Stone rained down. Bellatrix attacked Dumbledore from the side. His shield shifted. Voldemort advanced. Not within reach. Never within reach. He sent the chains first. Ron cut one with the basilisk fang. Hermione continued casting. Do not let go. Harry's left hand made a soft cracking sound. The fourth finger stopped responding. The fifth folded beneath the diadem. Harry held with the heel of his palm and the structure of his forearm. His hand was no longer a grip, it was a brace. Voldemort cast again. Harry raised a shield with his right hand. Protego, the barrier formed weakly. The curse struck. Harry's core tore open, the shield broke. He remained conscious, barely. He dropped the wand, no more magic. Voldemort smiled. He had removed the final tool everyone expected Harry to need. Then Ron reached the pedestal. He drove the fang toward the diadem. The Horcrux's curse threw him backward. Not yet, Hermione shouted. 3 dark anchors still glowed beneath Harry's hands. The counterweave was incomplete. Voldemort approached to 10 feet. Dumbledore held Bellatrix and the Death Eaters behind a wall of fire. He could not reach Harry 9 feet. Voldemort kept the wand close. 8. He stopped. The graveyard distance, he remembered. Harry saw the decision. Voldemort would come no closer. He raised his wand for the killing curse. Harry could not release the diadem, could not cast, could not cross 8 feet while braced against the pedestal. The position was lost. Then Dell fell through the broken wall. He had been thrown from the corridor. He struck the floor between Harry and Voldemort. Greyback followed. Fenwick and Mara were behind him. The battle below had reached the chamber. Greyback seized Dell by the coat. Voldemort's line of fire shifted for a fraction. Dell looked at Harry, then at the distance. He understood. Dell drove both feet into Greyback's knee. The werewolf stumbled into the path of Voldemort's wand. Voldemort moved sideways. 1 step closer to Harry. Fenwick struck Greyback's shoulder. Mara pulled Dell clear. The bodies changed the room. 7 feet. Voldemort realized too late. Harry released his right hand from the diadem. The left remained braced. Agony became white noise. Harry stepped off the pedestal. Voldemort's wand aligned with his chest. 6 feet. Harry threw the only object in his right hand, his broken wand. The holly spun toward Voldemort's face. The Dark Lord deflected it. Half a second. Harry moved. 5 feet. A chain rose between them. Fenwick hooked it with his cane. The chain changed direction. 4 feet. Bellatrix broke through Dumbledore's fire. Hermione struck her with a stunning spell. 3 feet. Voldemort began the incantation. Avada. Harry's forearm struck the wand wrist. The curse fired upward. Green light tore through the ceiling. Harry pressed the arm against Voldemort's ribs. The Dark Lord's shield flared. Close-range contact disrupted its structure. Not enough to break it, enough to create friction. Voldemort's free hand seized Harry's throat. Harry drove his forehead beneath the Dark Lord's chin. The grip loosened. He hooked Voldemort's ankle. Voldemort expected it. He shifted correctly, no fall. He had learned. Harry changed the movement. He did not try to throw him. He turned Voldemort toward the pedestal, toward the diadem still held by Harry's ruined left hand. Hermione, she completed the final counterweave. The last anchor went dark. Ron rose. He drove the basilisk fang through Ravenclaw's diadem. The crown split. Black fire erupted. Harry's left hand absorbed the transferred strain. Every finger opened at once. Something inside the wrist snapped. The hand fell uselessly from the pedestal. The Horcrux screamed. Voldemort screamed with it. The black roots vanished from Hogwarts. The blue jewels cracked. The diadem collapsed into ash. Lord Voldemort became mortal while Harry was already holding him. For the first time in decades, death stood at the same distance as everything else. Voldemort felt it. Panic transformed him. He drove magic outward. Harry's body lifted from the floor. His grip began to break. Fenwick's mantra returned. A wand needs 1.5 seconds. Voldemort's wand turned inward between their bodies. The tip moved toward Harry's heart. Solid contact would kill him. No protection, no miracle, no second survival. Harry saw the shoulder tighten, the wrist rotate, the incantation begin. He did not try to stop the spell. He changed where it pointed. Harry trapped Voldemort's wrist beneath his right arm. His dead left hand could not help. He used his chest, shoulder, and body weight. Voldemort fought the position. He was stronger than he looked. Magic surged through his arm. Harry's feet slid across broken stone. The wand tip crossed Harry's ribs. 1 inch from contact, Voldemort's red eyes widened with triumph. Avada Kedavra, Harry turned. The wand moved past his body. The green light struck the only chest touching his, Voldemort's. The curse entered beneath his ribs. The Dark Lord became still. No rebound, no explosion, no prophecy. His wand slipped from his fingers. His body sagged against Harry. For a second, Harry continued holding him. He expected another transformation, smoke, spirit, something escaping. Nothing happened. Voldemort fell to the floor. He landed like a man, only a man. The room became silent. Bellatrix made a sound from across the chamber. She tried to reach him. Dumbledore's spell stopped her. The remaining Death Eaters lowered their wands. Greyback looked toward the broken wall. Mara and Dell blocked the exit. Fenwick approached Harry. Harry remained standing beside Voldemort's body. His left arm hung at his side. The hand had already begun swelling. He could not feel the fingers. Fenwick looked down at it. Open! Harry tried. Nothing moved. Again. Harry stared at the hand. He ordered it to close. The smallest finger twitched once, then stopped. It's gone, Harry said. Fenwick examined the wrist carefully. Yes. The answer hurt. Harry nodded. Across the chamber, Hermione sat beside the ashes of the diadem. Ron held the blackened basilisk fang. Dumbledore lowered his wand. The wards of Hogwarts steadied. Outside, the battle slowed as news traveled through the castle. The Dark Lord was dead, not defeated by a stronger spell, not overwhelmed by a hidden magical inheritance, not destroyed by a fist. He had lost because every piece of his immortality had been found and broken by different hands, because Hermione understood the binding, because Ron carried the fang, because Dumbledore held the magical line, because Dell changed the position, because Fenwick caught the chain, because Harry reached the final 3 feet. The victory belonged to no single weapon. Harry looked at Voldemort. All his life, people had told him the Dark Lord had marked him as an equal. They had been wrong. Voldemort had never considered anyone equal. That was why he failed to understand the final position. Harry had not arrived alone. Fenwick placed one hand beneath Harry's good arm. Sit. Harry almost refused, then his legs gave way. Fenwick lowered him to the stone. Hermione rushed over. She saw the hand and stopped. Her face broke. Harry looked away. Did we get it? Ron laughed shakily. The diadem? Everything. Ron looked toward Voldemort's body. Yes. Harry leaned his head against the pedestal. The pain arrived fully now. His wrist, his core, his ribs, every injury he had delayed feeling demanded attention at once. Hale entered the chamber carrying his case. He knelt beside Harry and touched the ruined hand. His expression confirmed what Fenwick had already said. The hand would remain attached. It would never function properly again. A permanent cost, not a symbol. Not a heroic scar strangers could place on badges. A hand that would not close around a broom, would not grip a wand, would not tie a shoe without adjustment. Harry looked at it. Years earlier, he had asked McGonagall what happened when the magic he possessed was not enough. He had promised to find something else. He had. Then that something had reached its limit too. Fenwick sat beside him. The objective is complete. Harry breathed through the pain. That sounds almost like praise. It is not, of course. Fenwick looked toward Voldemort. You released the right hand. I needed to move. You sacrificed the damaged one. I used the one already in position. Fenwick considered the answer. Better, Harry laughed. The laugh became a groan. Hermione pressed a stabilizing bandage around his wrist. Ron sat on the floor opposite him. Dell remained several feet away. Blood ran from a cut above his eyebrow. He looked toward Voldemort's body, then at Harry. Lucky, Dell said. Harry managed a tired smile deeply. Dawn entered through the broken wall. It touched the stone floor, the ruined pedestal, the ashes of the final Horcrux. The body of the wizard who had spent half his life escaping death. No one cheered. Not yet. There were wounded people below, missing students, families waiting for names. The castle remained standing, but parts of it burned. Victory did not erase the cost required to reach it. Harry rested his useless hand against his lap. For the first time, Voldemort was within arm's reach and no longer dangerous. Harry felt no triumph in that, only an ending. The second and a half was over. Chapter 10. After the iron, the first person to call Harry a hero after Voldemort's death was a healer who did not know his name. She found him sitting against the ruined pedestal in the room of requirement, his left hand wrapped in blood-soaked bandages and his right arm around Ron's shoulders. Ron did not need help sitting. Harry needed something solid to hold. The healer entered through the broken wall with 3 assistants, stepped over fallen stone, and stopped when she saw Voldemort's body. Everyone stopped the first time they saw it. The body looked smaller than the stories. Thin, pale, human, no smoke rose from it, no curse clung to the air, no hidden spirit climbed from the mouth. Lord Voldemort lay on his back with one hand open beside him, as ordinary in death as every person he had murdered. The healer looked from the body to Harry. "You did it." Harry followed her gaze. He thought of the diary burning beneath basilisk venom, Dumbledore destroying the ring, the locket breaking, Ron driving the fang through Hufflepuff's cup, Hermione pulling the soul fragment from Harry's scar, Dell changing Greyback's position, Fenwick catching the chain. The final curse entering Voldemort's own chest. Harry looked down at his ruined hand. "No," he said. The healer misunderstood. She knelt beside him. "You don't need to be modest." "I'm not." She opened the healer's case. "What is your name?" "Harry." Only then did she see the scar. Recognition widened her eyes. Harry watched the title form behind them, the boy who lived, the Riven Fist, the man who killed Voldemort. He looked away before she could choose one. "His hand first," Hermione said. She sat on Harry's other side, covered in dust and dried blood. The healer examined the bandages. Harry's hand had swollen to nearly twice its normal size. The final 3 fingers rested at unnatural angles. Purple discoloration spread across the palm and wrist. She cast a diagnostic charm. Silver lines appeared above the skin. Several ended abruptly. The healer's face became careful. Harry knew that expression. Healers used it when truth had become too heavy to deliver without preparation. "Can you save it?" Ron asked. "The hand will remain attached." Ron's relief lasted half a second. Hermione heard the wording, "function." The healer did not answer immediately. Harry saved her the trouble. "Gone," she looked at him. "Not entirely. Enough. There may be some sensation after the swelling decreases. Limited movement in the first finger and thumb." "My wrist." "Severe ligament rupture. Nerve damage. Several fractures have reopened along old injury lines." Fenwick had already told him. The hand would stay. It would not return. The healer reached for a pain potion. Harry stopped her with his right hand. "Other people first." "This is not minor." "I know." "You could lose the hand if swelling continues." "Then stop the swelling." "I need to manage the pain before resetting." "Hale knows the old injury." The healer frowned. "Hale," an elderly wizard, appeared behind her carrying a battered case. "I am Hale." He looked worse than Harry remembered from the battle. Blood stained one side of his robes. A burn crossed his cheek. He knelt without ceremony. The younger healer moved aside. Hale unwrapped the hand. Harry looked toward the broken wall. Dawn had risen fully over the grounds. Smoke moved above the towers. People crossed the courtyard below carrying stretchers. The battle was over. The work had only changed. Hale touched the base of Harry's smallest finger. "Feel that?" "No." "The next." "Pressure. Pain?" "Yes." "Good." Harry stared at him. "You have strange standards." "Pain means the pathway still exists. Can you repair it?" "No." The blunt answer almost felt kind. Hale began aligning the wrist for stabilization. "You may regain enough grip to hold a cup with both hands." "What about a wand?" Hale glanced at the holly lying broken near Voldemort's body. "Not with this hand." Harry nodded. The first bone shifted into place. Pain filled the room. Harry remained conscious. That was not courage. Hale had given him no potion yet. The castle did not celebrate that morning. It counted. Headmistress McGonagall stood in the great hall reading names from a parchment that grew longer as messengers arrived. Students sat at the house tables regardless of house. Green beside red, blue beside yellow. Old divisions felt embarrassing now. The dead had not arranged themselves by school colors. Fred Weasley was not among them. Harry learned that first. A curse had collapsed a corridor near him, but George and 3 Hufflepuffs pulled him free. Fred had 2 broken legs, 3 cracked ribs, and enough remaining energy to tell everyone he had intended to bring the ceiling down. George called him a liar. Molly Weasley cried while scolding both of them. Remus Lupin survived. Nymphadora Tonks survived. Kingsley Shacklebolt survived with a curse wound along one side. Mara survived. Fenwick survived. Dell survived. Cedric Diggory arrived with reinforcements near the final hour and left the battlefield carrying a first year who had become trapped during the evacuation. Not everyone returned. Professor Sinistra died protecting the astronomy tower. 2 auras died near the front gates. 7 older students died after choosing to remain. 5 members of the Ashgrave Circuit were killed holding a narrow passage beneath the kitchens. 3 had been squibs. The Daily Prophet initially listed them as Muggle auxiliaries. Fenwick made the editor correct it. Greyback survived too. Mara and Dell trapped him between the broken railing and a collapsed section of wall. Fenwick drove the old cane through the sleeve of Greyback's coat and pinned it beneath stone. They did not kill him. It would have been easy, perhaps easier than stopping. Greyback was taken alive to a reinforced ministry cell built without exposed guards, unsecured wand access, or narrow hallways. Ashgrave had advised on the design. Bellatrix Lestrange was captured in the room of requirement. She spent the first day laughing. On the second, she began screaming that Voldemort was not dead. On the third, the ministry showed her the body. She stopped speaking. Harry attended none of the interrogations. He saw enough people break during the war. He did not need to watch it become policy. Voldemort's body remained under guard for 7 days. The ministry examined it. The unspeakables examined it. 3 independent healers confirmed death. A goblin cursebreaker inspected the remains for soul anchors. Dumbledore stood beside him for the final examination. Nothing remained. No Horcrux. No hidden tether. No spell waiting to rebuild flesh around hatred. Voldemort had spent years dividing himself to avoid an ordinary ending. In the end, the proof of his death was its simplicity. The ministry wanted a public display. Fudge argued that people needed certainty. Amelia Bones argued that placing a corpse in the atrium would turn fear into theater. Umbridge suggested a viewing available to approved journalists. McGonagall threatened to remove her from Hogwarts personally. Harry said nothing until they asked him. Then he looked at the body of the man who had murdered his parents. Burn him! Fudge shifted uncomfortably. Certain members of the public may require, burn him. Dumbledore watched Harry carefully. Why? Harry thought of Horcruxes, graves, bones taken from a father. The way Voldemort had built resurrection from the physical remains of the dead. Because there shouldn't be anything left for someone to use. The body was cremated behind sealed wards. The ashes were divided among several containers and transfigured into harmless substances under the supervision of the unspeakables, Gringotts, Cursebreakers, and Dumbledore. No grave was built. No monument marked the place. Tom Riddle had spent his life carving his name into other people's fear. Death denied him a final surface. Harry spent 3 weeks in St. Mungo's. His core recovered first. Recovered was a generous word. The riven structure stabilized at its new, lower ceiling. He could cast lumos, he could clean a cup, he could unlock an ordinary door. A shield charm remained possible in the way jumping from a roof remained possible. Once. At cost. Madame Pomfrey wrote the restriction in red ink across 3 separate medical documents. Harry signed each with his right hand. His handwriting looked worse than before. Nobody laughed. His left hand required 2 surgeries. Magical healing reconnected damaged tissue. Muggle surgical methods repaired what magic could not safely alter around his core. The wrist remained stiff. The palm lost most sensation. The thumb moved slightly. The first finger could bend halfway. The others rested curled inward. Hale built a brace from leather, silver wire, and dragonhide. It supported the wrist without pretending to restore it. Harry disliked the appearance. Hale refused to make it smaller. You want people to forget the injury exists. I want sleeves to fit. Wear wider sleeves. The brace made tying shoelaces difficult. Buttoning robes took longer. Holding a plate required concentration. Harry dropped a water glass on his fourth morning. It shattered. He stared at the pieces. A nurse approached with her wand. Harry waved her away. He knelt carefully, picked up each fragment with his right hand, placed them in a tray. It took several minutes. The nurse watched. You could use reparo. Harry looked at the glass, then at his wand on the table. I could. He did not because the spell was beyond him, because he wanted to know whether he could finish without it. Fenwick arrived while Harry was collecting the final piece. He stood in the doorway with his cane beneath one arm. You missed one. Harry looked under the bed. A small shard reflected the light. He reached. The brace struck the floor. Harry adjusted and tried again. Fenwick waited. Harry collected the shard. Did you come to criticize my cleaning? No. Disappointing. Fenwick sat in the visitor's chair. His own shoulder remained stiff. 2 fingers on his right hand had been splinted after the battle. For a while, neither spoke. Harry placed the tray aside. 5, he said. Fenwick nodded. The circuit members killed at Hogwarts. Were they your friends? Yes. I'm sorry. Fenwick looked at the window. One was called Roth. He complained about every drill for 19 years. Harry waited. Linny could hold a transformed werewolf longer than anyone I knew. Used to sing while she cooked. Badly. Fenwick's grip shifted on the cane. The Caro brothers weren't related. Chose the name because people kept assuming they were. The silence lengthened. Harry did not fill it. Fenwick looked back at him. The ministry wants a ceremony. For them, for everyone. Do you want one? No. Will you go? Yes. Harry understood. The ceremony was not for Fenwick. It was for families who needed the world to say the names correctly. What about Ashgrave? Fenwick's mouth tightened. What about it? Everyone knows now. The Battle of Hogwarts had exposed the circuit completely. Photographs showed squibs restraining Death Eaters. Witnesses described wandless defenders using poles, barriers, and close-range control. The ministry could no longer pretend they were untrained assistants. The public could no longer pretend they did not exist. Several newspapers called them Harry's private army. Harry despised the phrase. Fenwick hated it enough to threaten legal action. The ministry has proposed a department. Fenwick said, Ashgrave Department, Close-Range Magical Containment Office. Harry blinked. That is a terrible name. It took them 9 committees. Are you joining? No, because of what happened before. Because they still believe a structure becomes respectable only after they own it. Harry leaned back. Bones asked you personally? Yes, she's different. No one is different enough to make a bad structure safe by standing inside it. Harry thought of Dumbledore, of the Ministry, of Hogwarts. Then what happens? Some circuit members will join. They have families. Ministry salaries, access to equipment. You won't stop them. Fenwick looked offended. They are adults. And the circuit returns to cellars, community halls, back rooms. After people died saving the castle, recognition does not make secrecy useless. Harry looked at the brace. The world knows the methods. The world knows photographs. Fenwick tapped the cane against the floor. It does not know Ashgrave? Harry considered that. Ashgrave had never been a set of movements. Greyback learned movements. He had not learned restraint. The ministry could standardize grips. It could not standardize judgment. Will you train me again? Harry asked. Fenwick looked at the hand. No, Harry had expected hesitation. The immediate answer still hurt. Ever, I don't know. I can use the right. You use the left for balance in every close control. I can adapt. Yes. Then why not? Fenwick leaned forward. Because I do not know whether you want to adapt or prove the hand did not change you. Harry looked away. The question found the exact place he had been avoiding. Every morning, Harry imagined returning to the cellar. He imagined learning one-handed control, building strength around the ruined wrist, becoming better than before so the injury could not claim a victory. Fenwick saw all of it. You said methods change with the body. They do. Then teach me the new method. When you stop asking for the old result, Harry's jaw tightened. What am I supposed to do until then? Live badly for a while. Harry looked back. Fenwick stood. You won a war. You have no idea how to pour water with one hand. I'm learning. Good. That isn't enough. It is today. Fenwick walked toward the door. Bull. He stopped. Harry rarely used the name. Did I do the right thing? Fenwick did not ask which thing, releasing the good hand, holding the diadem with the damaged one, turning Voldemort's wand, allowing the curse to strike its caster. Every choice had become one question. Fenwick looked at Harry for a long time. You completed the position. That isn't what I asked. No, Fenwick's gaze moved to the brace. The right thing is a story people tell after surviving. In the room, you chose what kept others alive. Would you have done it? I would like to believe so. Harry waited. Fenwick opened the door. That is the most honest answer I have. He left. Harry looked at the unbroken water glass on the table. He reached for it with his right hand. This time he did not drop it. Dell's hearing took place 1 month after the battle. He was charged with assisting a hostile organization, revealing protected information and training people who later attacked Ministry personnel. The courtroom was the same one used for Harry's protective inquiry. Dell sat in the chair where Harry once sat. No chains bound him. 2 guards stood close anyway. Harry attended with Fenwick. Dell's aunt sat behind them. She wore a high collar that concealed Greyback's handprints around her neck. Amelia Bones led the questioning. She did not soften the facts. You delivered materials to Greyback's associates for 4 months. Yes, you provided information on circuit methods. Yes, you demonstrated restraint techniques. Yes. Did you understand those techniques could be used against Ministry officers? Yes. Why did you continue? Dell looked toward his aunt, because they would have hurt her. Did they threaten you directly? Yes. Why did you not contact the Ministry? The courtroom shifted. Dell looked at Bones. My father reported threats when I was 11. What happened? They recorded the complaint. Was an investigation opened? I don't know. Bones looked toward an aide. The aide began searching records. Dell continued. My aunt reported Greyback's people twice. Which office? Werewolf support and registration. What response did she receive? They inspected her house to confirm she wasn't hiding an infected person. Murmurs traveled through the chamber. Bones' expression hardened. Did anyone investigate the threat? No. Dell looked at the officials above him. So when they took her, I didn't think asking again would help. Harry watched Fudge shift in his seat. Umbridge did not attend. Her role in several unauthorized detention orders had been discovered after Voldemort's death. She now faced a hearing of her own. Dell's trial continued for hours. Mercer testified. Mara testified. Hermione described the iron box and Dell's whispered warning. Harry was called last. Bones looked at him. Mr. Potter, did Mr. Cresswell attack you? Yes. Did he remove your wand? Yes. Could his actions have caused your death? Yes. Dell closed his eyes. Bones continued. Why do you believe he should not be imprisoned? Harry looked toward Dell. He remembered the wooden wand at his throat, the grip around his injured hand, 3rd shelf, iron box. He chose inside a cage. Bones remained silent. Harry repeated Hermione's words because they were true. He still made choices. Some hurt people, some saved people. You can't pretend the first ones didn't happen. Dell looked at him. But if you punish him like he had every option, you're lying about what happened. Bones folded her hands. What consequence would you consider appropriate? I don't know. Fudge frowned. You came to argue for leniency without a recommendation. Harry looked toward him. I came to tell the truth. You're supposed to know what to do with it. Fenwick made a sound beside him, almost a cough. The final judgment recognized coercion but did not erase responsibility. Dell received 3 years of supervised service supporting victims of Greyback's network. He was prohibited from training active Ministry combat units. He could not return officially to Ashgrave during the supervision period. He would not be imprisoned. Dell accepted the judgment. Outside the courtroom, reporters surrounded him. "Do you consider yourself a traitor? Were you secretly working for Harry Potter? Did the Riven Fist order your actions?" Dell stopped. Harry watched from several steps away. Dell looked directly at the cameras. "Harry never ordered me to do anything." A reporter raised her quill. "Then whose side were you on?" Dell thought for a moment. "My aunt's." He walked away. The answer appeared in every newspaper. Some praised it. Some called it selfish. Fenwick called it accurate. The memorial took place at Hogwarts. No banners. No victory slogans. No enormous moving image of Harry defeating Voldemort. McGonagall refused every ministry design that included one. Rows of chairs filled the grounds. Families sat near the front. The names of the dead were carved into temporary wooden panels until a permanent memorial could be built. Each person received the same amount of space: professor, student, auror, squib, house elf. The ministry objected to including 3 names without confirmed legal identities. McGonagall included them anyway. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione. His brace rested openly on his knee. He had tried wearing a glove over it. The glove looked worse. Sirius sat behind him, alive, free, too restless for formal ceremonies. His innocence had been fully recognized after Pettigrew's capture, though paperwork accomplished slowly what truth should have accomplished years earlier. After the final name was read, everyone stood. No one applauded. Wind moved across the grounds. Harry looked toward the astronomy tower. Repaired stone stood beside sections still blackened by fire. The castle had chosen not to hide every scar. A reporter approached Harry after the ceremony. She was young, nervous, not Rita Skeeter. "Mr. Potter, may I ask one question?" Harry almost refused. Then he saw the recorder in her hand was turned off. "One. What should people remember about the final battle?" Harry looked toward the memorial panels. She expected something about courage, sacrifice, unity, the 2.5. Remember who didn't get to leave. The reporter lowered her quill. "That's all." "Yes," she nodded. The recorder remained off. Harry appreciated that. Peace did not arrive all at once. It appeared in pieces small enough to miss. The first morning, no emergency owl struck the kitchen window. The first week without a ministry death notice. The first full moon when Greyback's remaining pack attacked no one. The first time Harry entered a crowded room and nobody checked the exits before sitting. He moved into Sirius's house after leaving St. Mungo's. Not Grimmauld Place. Sirius sold it. The old black family home carried too much darkness and too many opinions from dead ancestors. They found a smaller house near the coast. The roof leaked above the kitchen. The stairs creaked. There was a narrow garden Sirius insisted he could repair without magic. He could not. Harry enrolled in no immediate aura program the ministry offered. Kingsley delivered the letter personally and advised him not to accept until he understood whether he wanted the job or felt obligated to continue fighting. Harry kept the letter in a drawer. He returned to Hogwarts to complete his education, not because he needed perfect marks. Because for once, he wanted to finish a year without a monster beneath the school or a Dark Lord waiting outside it. His magic remained modest. Professor Flitwick redesigned practical examinations around efficiency rather than output. Harry mastered small spells with almost no wasted force. His lumos lasted for hours. His unlocking charm worked on mechanisms more complex than those stronger students could manage. He could cast one reliable disarming charm if he was rested, no more than 3 in succession. The ceiling remained. It no longer felt like an accusation. Students still stared. The title Riven Fist remained in newspapers, books, and badly made toys. Harry stopped trying to erase it. He corrected people when it mattered. He ignored them when it did not. Ashgrave changed too. The ministry created its close containment office. Mara joined for 1 year, then resigned after rewriting most of its safety standards. Several squibs received official positions for the first time. Others refused. Fenwick continued teaching wherever rooms were available. The original storage cellar reopened under a new owner. No sign hung above the entrance. The chalk square returned. Harry visited 6 months after the battle. He stood at the top of the stairs listening to movement below, feet on mats. A bag chain rattling, Fenwick correcting someone's shoulders. Harry descended. Training stopped briefly. Some trainees recognized him. Most pretended not to. Dell was not there. His supervision continued. Mara stood beside the wall holding a wooden wand in her left hand. Fenwick looked at Harry's brace. Shoes. Harry removed them. He stepped onto the mat. Fenwick handed him a broom. Harry almost laughed. "What are we doing?" "Cleaning. I have defeated the most dangerous wizard in living memory. You missed a corner last time." Harry took the broom with his right hand. The left brace rested against the handle. He could not grip. He experimented. Placed the handle along the heel of the damaged palm. Used the forearm for pressure. The first movement was awkward. The broom slipped. A few trainees watched. Harry picked it up, adjusted, tried again. Fenwick tapped Harry's ankle with the cane. "Feet." Harry widened his stance. "Shoulder." Harry relaxed it. "Hand." Harry changed the brace angle. The broom moved, not as before, as he was. Fenwick watched for several minutes. Better, Harry stopped. "That's all." "That has always been enough for one day." Harry looked toward the chalk square. "Can I train again?" Fenwick considered. Why? The question had waited 6 months. Harry looked at the room. The photographs returned to the wall, wrath. Leonie, the Caro brothers, people who died holding a corridor, Greyback's methods, Voldemort's body falling like a man, the hand that would not close. "I don't need to prove it still works." Fenwick waited. Harry continued. "I want to learn what works now." The older man nodded. "Tomorrow, before sunrise." "Not today. You've been sweeping for 7 minutes. I'm not tired." "That is why we stop." Harry smiled. Some lessons survived everything. Dell returned to Ashgrave 3 years later. He entered before sunrise carrying no satchel. Harry was already inside. He had grown taller, not much broader. His left hand remained supported by a smaller brace Hale had designed after the swelling became permanent. Harry could move the thumb now. The first finger bent enough to help hold paper, nothing more. He had learned one-handed control, not the way he once imagined. He no longer tried to seize wrists with the damaged side. He used his forearm to create frames, his shoulder to block movement, his body to redirect force while keeping the right hand free. He lost often, less often than at first. Dell stood beside the stairs. Fenwick looked at him. "Shoes." Dell removed them. No greeting, no ceremony. He stepped onto the mat. Harry tied a gray marker around his own arm using his teeth and right hand. Dell picked up the red. "First to one?" he asked. Harry looked at him. "First to leave alive." Dell smiled. It was not the same smile he had before Greyback. Harry was not the same either. They began. Dell reached toward Harry's marker. Harry shifted. Dell followed. Harry used the brace to block the reaching arm without gripping. Dell changed angle. Harry anticipated it. Their shoulders met. For a moment, neither moved. The chalk square beneath them allowed no room for triumph, only position. Dell looked toward Harry's left hand, not with pity, with awareness. Harry feinted with the right. Dell ignored it. He had learned. Harry changed his feet. Dell noticed too late. Harry removed the red marker. Silence filled the cellar. Dell looked at the cloth, then at Harry. "Lucky." Harry handed it back, deeply. Fenwick struck both their ankles with the cane. Again, they reset. Years later, historians would disagree about the end of Voldemort. Some claimed Harry Potter had mastered a forgotten form of wandless magic. Others insisted Dumbledore had cast the true final spell from across the chamber. A popular book argued that Voldemort's curse rebounded because of Lily Potter's protection a second time. Harry refused to endorse any version. The truth was less satisfying. No single spell won, no final punch defeated darkness. There was research, position, fear, mistakes, friendship. A broken hand holding something long enough for another person to destroy it. That was not the kind of story statues told well. The Ministry built one anyway. Harry objected. They changed the design. The final memorial showed no wand raised in victory, no fist. Only several hands surrounding a cracked circle. One held a basilisk fang, one a book, one a broken wand, one wore a brace. The names beneath belonged to everyone who died in the war. Harry visited once, then rarely again. He preferred the coast. On quiet mornings, he sat outside Sirius's house with 2 cups of tea, one for himself, one for whoever woke next. Some days it was Sirius. Sometimes Ron or Hermione arrived through the flu. Occasionally Dell appeared uninvited and complained about the distance. Harry learned to lift the cup with his right hand. On cold days, the left wrist ached beneath the brace. The scar on his forehead remained visible. Neither injury frightened him any more. They were records, not proof of greatness, not punishment, simply parts of the body that carried him out. One morning, Harry sat alone while rain moved across the sea. His wand rested inside the house, not hidden, not needed. He opened his left hand as far as it would go. The thumb moved. The first finger followed halfway. The others remained curled. For years, Harry had measured strength by what refused to break. Magic, bone, loyalty, will. He knew better now. Everything broke under the correct pressure. Strength was what people built around the fracture. Harry closed the hand as far as it could close. Then he wrapped both palms around the warm cup. The damaged hand could not hold it alone. It did not have to. The sun rose behind the clouds. Inside the house, someone began moving toward the kitchen. Harry waited. For once, there was nowhere else he needed to be. Thanks for watching, guys.